Happy Monday mga tropa peeps! Ako JYB kasama si Sneaky Frog and we are back sa impact stage natin ng summer. We got 3 bangers for today, pare. SGJ laban sa HazMatz and I gotta say I think this is gonna be a medyo tagilid na laban.
I mean, Tagalog is definitely one of the adjectives that you could describe dito sa series natin, pare. Oh, man. Pero, dude, I really do love HazMatz, though, at the end of the day, no,
True.
pare. The players, you could really say na, from years before, nakita natin, nag-perform naman sila from that time. But unfortunately, it is a new era, no? And it is ushered in by itong SGJ, no, who, in my opinion, no, was really like 3 or 2 rounds away from qualifying dito sa Masters. So, they're still kind of playing around that level and feeling ko gusto pa rin nila i-maintain yung kanilang status bilang yung pinaka-best na team dito sa ating Impact, especially with the expectations that they have going into yung mga next few seasons natin. So SGJ, of course, still, pretty formidable team to say the least, pare. And I have seen the continued improvement nga dito ni Jay Hawker and ni Durs. And it's been nice to see, no? Kasi this could be the next generation, pare.
Yeah, I mean, they look so consistent. If I'm not mistaken, based on kills, if we were to rank all the players in Impact, pare, we got 4 out of 5 SGJ players here, including the IGL Tino as the most frags for this season so far. Pero with that being said, speaking of standings, let's go ahead and take a look, no, kung saan nga ba tumatayo yung mga koponan natin for playoffs contention. We got the top 4 moving in here, and the SGJ and Alliance Gaming, I think there's no surprise in that regard, pare.
Ayun, yeah. And I would say Alliance has definitely seen better days dito sa ating mga labanan natin, but they have been quickly improving on theirs as well. Para naman sa EKISQUAD, they have had their fair share of struggles, no, dito sa season natin, pare, but it kind of seems like they've gotten itself going. But the biggest surprise para sa akin dito, Josh, is Moment all the way in 4th. Kasi I was actually seeing Moment as being one of the stronger teams, so, and especially sa mga local tournaments natin. I think you have seen them kind of going around with their roster trying to improve their sword. And yun nga, no, maybe we can expect a better record galing sa kanila very, very soon. Pero XGov naman also kind of hovering at around that number 5 spot. They're basically chilling at this point. JY and HazMatz, kailangan humabol dito, pare. Especially JY Esports, who's kind of down in the dumps at the moment, pare.
Yeah, man, it's definitely not one of the sites you want to see, especially coming in from Masters, no? Prevailing narrative that we have some mixture here of ALG and JY na ina-expect sana natin a little bit higher standings, but JY, pare, it's a meteoric fall, unfortunately for them. And we have the last 2 days of our summer group stage. So medyo na lang talaga to, si JY alongside HazMatz na medyo all they can do is kind of become kingmakers at this point, no?
Yeah, and at this point, we're kind of getting at the later stage na rin ng ating schedule natin. So, you can really see the groups actually form into it, no? So, especially going into the last few weeks, you really do know how important these games are, especially pagdating sa ating placing. And that placing could be the difference between whether or not you are facing itong SGJ natin and or if you are facing itong Alliance. So, that could be making a very big difference, especially in this week's schedule, pare.
Yeah, speaking of the schedule right there, no, if you guys don't know what you're going to be going up against, ang una nating match is SGJ versus HazMatz, Alliance Gaming versus JYB Bacolod, and then one of the more important matches in terms of playoff standings, itong EKISQUAD versus ExGOVERNORS. We saw in the standings, we got a pretty solid set of matchups to see who's gonna make it into the playoffs kasi hindi nagkakalayo, no, our middle of the table teams.
Yeah, for sure. Especially ex-governors, they still have a realistic shot. There's still a realistic shot that we can see itong si Hangshu still touching down dito sa ating playoffs, of course. And I think everybody and their fans would definitely be happy, no, if ever nga mangyayari yun, as they are quite popular nga dito, but they still do have to face EKISQUAD, who's kind of contesting. I wouldn't say kind of contesting, but kind of sitting around that exact same spot. They have only played 6 games, and obviously some teams have played 7. So, opportunity para sa kanila na medyo mag-take over dito sa ating rankings. And especially if ex-governors can win this last series, pare, they jump up to the number 4 spot, overtaking itong Moment potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shakeups na nakita natin over the last few weeks. But in talking about our first match, no, SGJ versus HazMatz will open our day. Like we said kanina, SGJ looked so good recently, no, looking more and more consistent after what was a really disappointing attempt at making it into Masters during Swiss. And on the other side, no, HazMatz kind of they're still there. No, they do some good stuff. It's just that it's not consistent enough to net them a really good standing as so far. But SGJ, I think, is definitely our expectation to win this first matchup. No.
Yeah, and I think there's no ifs or buts about it, no? Hindi naman natin may ignore yun nga, yung impressive stint dito ng SGJ dito sa ating impact so far, and I still think that they intend to kind of play at around that level and kind of stick to it, no? Especially going into playoffs na medyo it is gonna get a bit dicey in the playoffs, pare. Especially knowing that it is no longer, most of them are gonna be best of three or most of them are gonna be best of fives dito nga sa ating labanan. And we really see the difference when the best of fives are finally out. Especially para dito sa Impact, no, where some of the teams actually have done a good job of kind of expanding yung kanilang map pool dito.
Oh yeah.
And some of the teams are still stuck to their trusty three of Ankara, Black Widow, maybe a cheeky Eagle Eye, pare.
I was about to say, speaking of Eagle Eye, there's a lot of teams that have actually been showing us that. In the same vein as na nakita natin, expansion of that Eagle Eye strat book na ina-adapt out of Masters. And speaking of maps, we're gonna take a quick look dito sa ating map Vito. No, I would be expecting maybe a Black Widow and Ankara here for SGJ. First there, HazMatz actually picking Ankara as the first one here, pare. Followed by Port and New Compound as our decider. I don't know about this, but considering the scale of the map pool for SGJ as it is right now, aka 3 out of the 7 maps, 100% win rate itong SGJ. Ankara is one of those, and it looks like HazMatz just had to pick their poison at this point. No?
Yun yan, no? Funnily enough, actually, pare, I did play against one of the SGJ players dito sa rank match natin on Ankara, especially, and I got yoked. So, they're more than ready para nga dito sa ating map number 1. Para nga sa HazMatz, so I really want to see some improvement nga galing sa kanila. There has been a bit of doubt, especially para dito kay Jumel, who hasn't been, his performances have been either 100 or 0 para dito sa HazMatz, pare. And of course, you're gonna need a bit of help if you are itong si CJ, no, who's been kind of been the most consistent player all throughout dito sa ating tournament. At least para dito sa HazMatz, no. And we hope to see it in a map like Ankara, especially knowing na BL sila magsisimula dito, man. That's kind of the opportunity to kind of get the spark plug going dito sa ating opensa. But at the same time, one of the strong points nga dito ng SGJ is their really good macro and defense, pare. So it is going to be a bit of a challenge para sa kanila for map number 1 despite the pick. But yun nga, no, SGJ on port, you know what to expect, pare.
Yeah, I mean, Tino, even with the old SGJ, Port is one of the maps that you're going to be expecting a performance. And not to mention, I feel like in recent ages, you can't say anywhere that Tino as a sniper was the problem this 2020. Because look at his performances, man. He's in the top 10. If I'm not mistaken, in terms of frags, he's like top 8 for impact.
Yeah, I would say he's hovering around the top spot na rin as well, no? Considering na itong si Tino, pare, he has been kind of rewriting the narrative para nga sa kanya dito. But of course, we are going to take a look at the predictions. It is going to be both of us going SGJ, which is not really a surprise, no? Considering yung performance ng HazMatz dito sa ating group stage. I think it's really hard to really gamble a prediction, especially on a team that has been as inconsistent as them, no? So hopefully makita natin na, the pendulum swings back papunta sa good para sa kanila sa game na to kind of prove us wrong, pare.
Yeah, you just never know. Last couple of weeks, HazMatz got a few surprise wins in our group stage, if I'm not mistaken. If I were to look back, in fact, itong HazMatz, they got a map of ex-governors, pare. And also yung match nila against JYB that was really clean with a 2-0. Pero yun nga, it's that pendulum swing na I think the following day you would actually see a loss for HazMatz. But if we're looking at the pattern, pare, I think they're due for a win today.
Yeah, for sure. And a pattern is definitely needed nga para dito sa HazMatz, and hopefully we do see exactly that. But yun nga, no, parang may narinig tayo, Josh.
Yeah, it's, from the sounds of it, we're gonna be having a quick little break, ladies and gentlemen. No? Konting antay na lang at magpapakita tayo sa ating server for our first matchup. But we're gonna go to a quick break. Suave, Sneaky Frog, out. Welcome back dito sa CFS PH Impact Summer 2026 mga tropa. Ako si Joshua kasama si Sneaky Frog, and our first match of the day unfortunately is going to be a set forfeit dito para sa HazMatz, no? Gotta solve whatever's going on in the HazMatz camp here to find out if they can actually continue today. But you know, it's a shame. You're talking about the potential here of HazMatz actually giving us an interesting matchup for today, but their own map pick, their own set pick for our opener is gonna be given for free sa SGJ.
Yun nga, no, Mondays, man. It seems like hindi lang tayo
May
apektado
groggy
dito,
pa.
kundi yung mga players natin. We're still a bit groggy. We're still kind of rubbing the sleep out of our eyes, no? Para nga sa kanila dito, especially after such a momentous affair from yesterday's yun nga, no, celebrations pare siguro. And yun nga, I hope to see HazMatz still play. And I hope to see them still, you know, try and see if they can get into the game, no? So it would be ayun nga, no, it would be kind of lame to not see SGJ play today pare kasi ayun nga, no, we're kind of trying to see their improvement as well. Pero, you know, we want to see what side of the coin HazMatz is on today pare.
Yep, it is what it is para sa atin mga tropa. But yeah, with that being said, the Ankara is out of the way. And if we continue, if HazMatz actually shows up later, we will be moving on to port. But with that being said, no, we're gonna be going to a quick little break, mga tropa peeps. Muli ako si Joshua kasama si Sneaky Frog for today CFS PH Impact Summer 2026. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CFS PH Impact 2026 Summer, mga kaibigan. I'm just Huawei here with Sneaky Frog. And you guys, we got a little bit of news for you guys. So, as you could see, HazMat's not been able to complete their roster in time to actually compete today. So that's going to be a 2-0 default para sa SGJ, which is, it's a crying shame, no, Sneaky? Pinag-uusapan natin kanina, we're really excited to see how SGJ is faring in terms of form, or whether or not they've actually solved their consistency issues. But they don't need to test themselves today, so all good for them. Pero yun nga, 2-0 match forfeit for HazMatz, which means SGJ have gotten themselves in an even better spot sa standings natin.
And yeah, no, they're kind of hovering now around yung top two, and the fact is, if you forfeit, no, you do get both maps 10-0, 10-0, so that will be very essential, no, para nga dito sa ating placing, especially when it comes to that playoff match. And I think SGJ, they intend to keep that top spot, and of course, L's favorite player na itong si Jay Hawker will be, quite happy about it, that's for sure.
Yeah, man, he gets to keep his top spot sa kill count natin for this. But yung next match natin, moving on, we got Alliance Gaming versus JYB Bacolod. I think this was also an exciting one. JY has shown some flashes of brilliance, albeit no, medyo malayo-layo yung spot nila sa standings. But ALG now also trying to claw their way back up to a form that they can actually rival itong SGJ moving into playoffs later on.
Yeah, and I really hope the best of luck, especially para nga dito sa JYB na medyo nagkahabol dito sa ating standings, no? And I really do hope that they do provide Alliance Gaming a challenge, no? Kasi, not gonna lie, yun nga, Alliance, they have just been trudging through yung ating group stage, and I feel like, yun nga, no, they're kind of looking at this series like it's just another day, pare.
Yeah, just another day in the office, man. We've seen what they can do when they're in form. And sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes it does. But here nga, with that being said, magbe-break muna kaming dalawa habang nag-aayos yung mga players natin sa kanya-kanya nilang mga pwestuhan. We'll see you guys after this short break. babalik tayo mga tropa dito sa CFS PH Impact Summer 2026. We got a second matchup for the day and it's gonna be AG laban sa JY Bacolod. Sneaky Frog. I think no, same lang naman tayo dito ng thoughts is that JYB, they do have that potential. It's just that medyo unrealized siya because they're so new to the scene. On the other hand, no, ALG coming in from our from the Masters side ng ating CFSC. Now, naghahasik ng lagim dito sa Impact.
Yeah, and I think this entire run dito ng Alliance is really just proving that they can still kind of play at a high level. And of course, alam naman natin yung capabilities ng mga players natin, no? Despite their, I wouldn't say downfall, pero pakiramdam ko na it was really a moment of weakness para sa kanila in that qualifier, especially pagdating dito sa, especially para dito sa ating Swiss stage, considering who they went up against. Pero, so far in the season, Alliance Gaming usually known for, kind of lazing around dito sa practices and stuff, but that just goes to show how much or how high of a level they play at, no, even at their baseline, pare.
Yeah, that's the thing, no? Imagine if we got an Alliance game that was going all in on the scrims, on the practice, pare. That could be a meteoric rise. But, well, that's not what it is, at least as of right now. That being said, they're still always so good. It's just a testament to how good they are individually and as a team. I feel like the chemistry is very solid out of ALG. But with that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the map, Vito. Man, I think ALG, similar to SGJ, do have a couple of maps that are very solid. Expecting to see Port or New Compound. Then, with that being said, yun nga, New Compound dito. We're gonna start on Black Widow. And surprisingly, Sneaky Frog, JYB have picked out this New Compound, which is, so far, perfect record out of Alliance Gaming. So, might be questionable at best. And we go to the third map of Port as well as our decider na it's hard to say. But we have two perfect run maps in this veto that we have for this matchup. It is the second and third map, no? 100% for ALG.
Oh, for sure. And I'm actually surprised na pinalagpas dito ng JYB, no? Yung Black Widow natin kasi that has been for the longest time the Alliance Gaming map, no? Even back then when there was still dito sa ating dito Masters para and even that. So, big nga baka it is a challenge para dito sa JYB at the same time comfortability para nga dito sa ating JYB team. You already know yung status nga dito na Black Widow as a map. Everybody knows it. Everybody and their mom knows how to play to pare. So, ayun nga, maybe it is that comfortability yung hinahanap nga nila dito pare. Pero para sa New Compound, it will be interesting as well kasi just like what you said, right? Yun nga, first two maps kinda seem like ALG. They have been here time and time again, pare. And itong si JYB, it's an unfortunate, paano ba sabihin to? Unfortunate coincidence na dito rin sila malakas sa mga mapa na to kasi, ayun nga, it kinda lines up with the Alliance strengths dito, pare.
Yeah, wala ka na talaga masasabi dito about this matchup considering the map pool that Alliance Gaming has been able to show up with, no? So it's again, it's kind of just a situation of, hey, go ahead and pick your poison. And JYB are going to be hoping that they can get us at least one upset set, maybe an upset win in the series. Hard to say. But with that being said, no, so far yung predictions natin, I feel like should be pretty aligned as far as data goes. And there you go, no surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious. At the same time, JYP, they have been having a hard time dito sa group stage natin. Hindi naman matatago yan, pare. And I feel like we're just going with, the high seed. Kasi pansin kong team so far, no, it's been the high seed versus the low seed. First series, of course, with SGJ. And what was potentially HazMatz. And, of course, itong JYB being the David dito sa ating matchup, pare. So, Lions, of course, pressure wala talaga para sa kanila pare kasi even if they lose this, they don't realistically lose too much of their spots dito sa ating standings kasi medyo mataas ang kanila record dito. So, gonna have to wait and see. JYB, of course, just as impressive of a team, no? We do have some interesting names like itong si KPQ and itong si K7 or K7 P7, I almost actually say it. Pero, ayun nga, man, it just seems like this is a new beginning, kumbaga pare, para dito sa region ng Bacolod, no, to be specific with ano ba yung representatives, or at least who is the biggest Bacolod representative at the moment, which is itong si MVA, which is he's currently has the title, no, of the best player to ever come out of Bacolod, and hopefully these five are gonna follow suit, pare.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see. Actually, we're in the year 2026. We're seeing much more representation outside of the sabihin nating most known areas of the Philippines. No, kasi for the longest time we had Davao, we had Cebu. Now we're getting some Bacolod. We're getting some. Well, we've been having Cavite for quite a while. Execration on top right now.
Yeah.
Pero yun nga no, you mentioned K7A. He's been having some really good performances over the last couple of weeks. I think silang dalawa ni KPQ talaga dito yung magiging spark plug, so to speak, to actually get them into a good spot, or at least a good performance level for JYB.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully nga, no, JYB, we do see, something new from the boys here, especially na, ayun nga, we have seen just, I wouldn't say purely struggle. No? They actually did pretty well dito sa kanilang low seed versus low seed na game na nakita nga natin recently. Pero, ayun nga, no, maybe we need to see a bit more output, especially galing dito kay Toy, who has had, I think his last series, he didn't really actually do too well, going a .45 KD at para rin kay Gene as well, going with his .5. So, ayun nga, no, with that kind of performance up against HazMatz, no, of all teams dito sa ating standings, pare. Ayun nga, that does really give me a lot of confidence to see what this team's about. Pero hopefully nga, we do see a pop-off galing nga dito kay KPQ and BMD, and hope we see something, anything galing dito sa kanila, men, kasi yun nga, just like what I said, this is gonna be quite a hard series considering yung mga maps na napili nga natin, especially in those first two. So, yun nga, hopefully we see something interesting at least.
Yeah, I mean, matagal na kasi natin nakikita yung performances out of ALG. A point can be said about the amount of footage that's available for ALG if you do study it enough. But only the people in JYB know kung gaano ka-deep yung ginagawa nilang pag-aaral in preparation for these games. Especially, considering JYB don't really have a bad record. Currently, 2-3 sila in terms of standing. So there is still that potential to get themselves a little bit higher, maybe insert themselves into playoffs contention if they can go on a little bit of a run bago tayo pumasok ng playoffs, aka the next 2 days including today. But yeah, it's still a hard bet kasi nga sobrang close in terms of stats, in terms of set wins, yung mga middle of the table teams natin.
Yeah, especially with playoffs around the corner, and if you are ALG at the moment, one of the teams that is actually contesting for winning first dito sa ating tournament, you really do want to kind of turn up the level, and baka maging testing ground nga itong JYB natin, which is not gonna be not gonna be a nice experience to have, especially para nga dito sa JYB, as you are gonna probably be the testing ground kung ano man yung tinatesting nga dito ng Alliance, especially going into yung especially going into yung ating top 4. And then I think para sa JYB, just best be ready to really catch siguro yung ginagawa dito ng ALG, kasi as much as I would like to say ALG does like to play PUBG most of the time, pero may nakikita na rin tayo mga sets from time to time galing sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're seeing in real time yung development itong ALG. They got tested quite a lot back in our spring season, and unfortunately, they peaked at maybe the wrong time kasi nahabol na nga sila moving into playoffs, and now dropping down from Swiss. This time around, a little bit more time, a little bit more of a platform to kind of experiment, kind of find where the identity has to be for them as a squad here to really mature enough leading into our regionals. Pero ito nga, knowing that JYB is one of the teams that are not necessarily in there for the qualification. So there's a lot to be said about that lack of pressure, because we've seen ALG kind of take their foot off the gas before. And that's maybe where that mentality is really going to come in handy for JYB. If they can catch ALG at a point na, I wouldn't say demotivated, but not necessarily the most locked in, then that's the point na pwede sila mag-strike.
Yeah, there's also that side story, para dito sa Alliance actually, na this might be the last time that we see some of the players in this roster,
Oh, yeah.
which is gonna be pretty sad kasi yun nga, medyo mapata-pata pa naman dito yung mga Alliance Gaming members natin. But of course, you already know what it is, guys. Life is just gonna, get in a way like that, and stuff has to really shift. So, yun nga, pakaramdam ko, Alliance is also kind of riding the high, no, of having a really good season, and at the same time, making sure that they do leave, at least in terms of yung CFS PH impact dito sa summer, they not regrets pa rin. I feel like yun nga, no, they might just go all in dito sa lahat ng mga games nga nila, and of course the pressure is not there para ka sa kanila, no, Josh. There's no pressure to perform realistically, and this is kind of like their I wouldn't say the entire team, their ride into the sun, pare, as could be the
Yeah.
final time na we do see this roster, at least this iteration of roster nga natin, no. So yun nga, would be interesting to see what the type of stuff they will pull out, pare.
Yeah, there's a yun nga, no, I kind of was avoiding that topic kanina, but it's inevitable that something like that happens along the way, no. But you never know what kind of effect that has on a squad, on a player. No, whether it's hey, it's his last season with me, I'm gonna try and do my best, versus might as well not try. So it really depends on what that team's mentality is gonna be going into this one, especially since as far as the standings go, man, ALG are in a very solid spot. So might as well go out with some fireworks in the sunset on your back, leading into playoffs.
Yun nga, no, pare. And considering their spot in the group stage actually being 4-1 at the moment, tas 8-3 yung kanilang map score, I think a win here would be meaning, or at least a 2-0 here, meaning would be, them potentially at first place dito sa group stage, which would be a great place to be, especially kung kayo yung Alliance na, potentially you can go up against like a Weekend, Bowman Esports, or EKISQUAD who's also kind of going through their motions dito sa kanilang team, pare. So that could be very favorable para sa kanila. But yep, there goes the dinner bell, pare. Parang papasok na ka tayo dito sa ating laruan, and papasok na ka tayo dito sa El Clasico of the Philippines Alliance on the BL side, GR side para dito sa JYB, and we are in Black Widow.
Yun nga, walang kasawa-sawang Black Widow, and Cedric's already this guy just speed running his way into S, and oh my god, JYB have no idea that he's here.
Yeah, and ito yung sinasabi ko dito, JYB, that you have to expect this kind of pace, especially galing dito sa Alliance. They are just gonna be killing around the map. Tam's already down, pero okay lang yan. The rookies down, the veterans are gonna step up. Coach Boo and itong si Cedric will get 2 in return. And the adjustments here para nga dito sa JYB. Immediate mid control para kay BMD to try and hold down this mid side. Maybe try and get the challenge. And headshot para sa kanya, papunta kay Boo. And ALG, they have to stabilize.
They do have to stabilize, man. Kasi as soon as they got that space in S, the way they backed off, pare mamba out nga, kumbaga. They just gave away all this map control that could have been denied if JYB overextended here. So sayang nga naman. But with this being a 3v3 at it, as it is right now, with KPQ so far up through LA, they're gonna have to be very careful about where they choose to go. And it seems that, Cedric looking the absolute wrong direction. But it would have been so easy to get into B if they were able to get that one. But they're getting caught with their pants down. Delphi last man standing, not gonna be lasting very long here. Does get K7A, pwede pa yata, but he's so low on the health. And BMD will close out our first round. JY Bacolod with the first.
There it is. And the first head round of the day. There it is. Just because we had a forfeit first series doesn't mean that we're not going to have a dead round. Of course, par for the course para dito sa CFS PH Impact. But I feel like it's just a bit of issue. Siguro maybe an FPS drop. Server has been all over the place, man, as of recent. So hopefully medyo maayos nga nila yung kanilang issues on their side at the very least. And so far Alliance, of course, playing just as expected. Wild, erratic. Nagpo-push kahit saan dito. And of course, if Tams actually got that first kill, pakiramdam ko, it would just be an A split with 2 players approaching dito sa may area side natin, and then it would just be a full A take. Pero, medyo nagkalat sila dito sa mapa natin, and really good finds. Galing dito kay BMD, really good adjustment on that mid side. Medyo napa-force itong Alliance to make a actually smart decision na, we have to somehow split papunta dito sa B, but decisions were too good para sa JYB. Good job.
Yeah. I feel like there was a waste of map control na para sa ALG. They had more than half of that map and a lot of distractions going on as well. If they had the right timing or the right spacing, it would have been an easy closeout. Pero ito na, next round in, and there's some early adjustments from JYB to try and take some control off on LA. But medyo may, medyo may konting alinlangan just because of the utility that's there. Makapal na ecoms. And I like K Cedric's current position here as well. If JYB trying to overextend and kind of get back in terms of map control, then things should be able to balance out later on. Problem is, no, ALG once again hitting the brakes real quick at this point in time. Kailangan nila mag-decide kung saan sila pupunta. K Cedric's already here. Wow. BMD, good morning.
Morning indeed. BMD out of the picture already, but it's a 1-for-1. Nawalan ng buhay dito si Del QQ on that their side. And it is gonna split the map almost in half para dito sa side ng JYB. Pero Gene, a bit tempted. Saw where the nade has been thrown. Could be using the smoke to his advantage. It's saktong-sakto dito kay Tams. One of the more important players dito ng Alliance pare. But look at this B side, Boo. Looking to enter galing dito sa house B. KPQ. Oops. Almost getting the leg dito kay K Cedric, but gets him on the second time. K Cedric will be going down. Nukid pala yung nahulog kanina, pero si Boo nakarating na nga dito sa site. What can Coach do? And coaches do play dito sa Alliance, but he doesn't have enough bullets to deal with Gene. 2-0 JYB. Okay, really nice start para sa kanila pare.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought? We were talking about how how JYB should be expected to be kind of sideways here, a little lopsided. Pero solid start. I like here yung quick decision making that we're seeing out of them. Not to mention the way they're able to stave off the aggression from ALG as well. Toy, solid on the hold here, preventing any kind of control of S at the moment. The rest of ALG, once again, have to try and scramble in terms of where they really want to go. And I feel like we're seeing kind of this default of ALG where they try and get a pick and then back off again. And that's not only wasted time, but wasted information that you could have just passively been holding on, knowing that JYB, because of how backwards their current positioning is, they should solidly be able to kind of parse through the information that's available, no? If they're not careful.
Uy, yun lang. KPQ has gotten Del QQ once again. Same spot as well dito sa there. And A-site, interesting adjustment galing nga dito sa JYB. Standing in spots where they can't really be affected by the immediate angles dito ng ALG. So, yun yan, no? They're doing a nice job of kind of making their own bear trap happen dito sa depensa. Kind of force Alliance to overcommit for the sake of information. Das yung pala. Pero nga, 4 na tao na nasa harapan mo na naandun. But I'm actually curious to see that. Maybe Tams is a bit too curious to see.
Oh, no.
Itong B-site natin. C4 is now down. Boo, getting itong si Toy. Pero temporary solace lang yan. Pare, meron ng paparating na short na si KPQ. BMD on the mid-side. Bit of attack dito kay Gene. KPQ, another shot para sa kanya. Nukin. Last one left alive. And he closes his eyes. 3-0 JYB. What a start dito sa Black Widow, pare. Considering Alliance, they're usually the ones rolling at the start.
Yeah. I mean, you saw it, no? The attempt at high-octane pacing from ALG in that first round and kind of just rehashing that in the next couple. Medyo magiging problematic to if they don't start changing the tempo up a little bit. K Cedric again with Tams. Double peek out and BMD is going to be taken down. Some good news at last for ALG. But Gene, my God, he has something to say about it. Yung double TRG setup dito ng JYB para sobrang sakit. Kanina pa natin nakikita. And so far, these two snipers, 5-0, 4-1 for KPQ as well. It's just so hard to imagine a world in which ALG's high-octane piece is being stopped by a brick wall right now.
Yeah, and it's just really good positioning. Galing sa JYB, they're not allowing these individualistic plays galing dito sa ALG na makakuha na masyado madaming value, but KPQ using the TRG to its fullest extent. Scoping in, moving out dito sa metal box, and Gene as well. What a shot dito kay Nuken. Kay Cedric, nakita na ka si KPQ, pero si Toy will be spotting him for the trade. 4-0 JYB. They are annihilating ALG dito sa depensa nila, pare.
And they're still going. High noon, pare, dito sa may mid. But Boo has something to say about it. KPQ trying to make up for that numbers difference as of right now. But like you said, no, momentum is strong here with JYB. Boo is forced to try and make a little magic happen, considering at the moment they do have the man advantage. K7A also maintaining that control out through mid. But look at how far forward BMD has made it. all the way through catwalk, through water. And they have so much information available to them right now. KPQ also nahanap-hanap na kung saan sila magpapakita dito. But ALG are resting in spawn, pare. They're probably looking to get a little bit of time, maybe catch some over-rotations from JYB here. But as it is standing right now, there's just so much space that has to be re-explored by ALG. Na sinabi natin kanina, no? Just because of that back and forth, the ebb and flow of map control from ALG, nakakahanap ng timing yung JYB here.
Grabe naman, JYB. Good gambles galing sa kanila pare, especially on that short side. Nakakuha pa sila ng control dito sa mapa. 2 on high mid, ALG all of a sudden who were in the lead now. Sila naman yung naghahabol this time. Big miss galing kay ΔQQ, but he hits it with the Colt. A site occupied by 1, B site is occupied by 1 as well. Pero judging sa mga position na kinuha dito ng mga players ng JYB, these are gonna be hard angles to clear. And with only 50 seconds left, decisions to make para dito sa ALG kung saan site silang pupunta dito. And at the same time, you also have to consider they are on no HP and KPQ on the hunt. And buti na lang meron kang USP. Saktong-sakto dito kay Boo. ΔQQ, granted he has the TRG. The third can be such a dangerous weapon. Pero yung BMD na nasa mid na naka-EBR, he will just be getting that 3B5. And Alliance. Knock Alliance, gising na.
Good morning.
Gising na pre, good morning.
May
Nasaan na
pasok
kayo?
ka pa mamaya. My God. It seems to me, Sneaky, na yung nagiging pattern dito is that ALG have not fully committed. But now, ito na nga yung sinasabi natin, full commitment. My God, Tams! 2 to open up the site now, be completely clear of life. And the first time you're gonna actually get to put the C4 down ngayon. 3v5 tayo on this retake and KP coming in from the backside.
Oh, okay, Cedric. Finally hits that shot dito kay KPQ, but look at LQQ on the stage side. And then sa ating stage, LQQ will be getting Gene and Boo will be cleaning right up. Finally, a round para dito sa ALG and all they needed to do was go B.
All they needed to do was commit, no? Parang kung ano yung takot nila kanina. I mean, we've had so many situations, especially I think it was the 4th round na we had a very clear man advantage for them. It's just that they overcooked. And you know, sometimes that works on the master stage. It's impact after all, no? Maybe they make use of that mid-rounding. But as of right now, they just need to go back to their basics, no? Back to their usual identity. High octane, high speed. Now ALG walking it up towards the A set. Ang daming tao.
There it is. Finally, it is working. The equation is right para dito sa ALG. Pero si Gene hindi pa natanggal sa spawn. Pero ΔQQ now with the HK417 giving Nukin the sniper. He gets his own head. BMD. Nakuha na nga dito si K. Cedric. And it will be the last 2 left alive. Tams. On the short side, Flash will be the way to go. Pero si Tams kahit tumayo ka dito pare, it will be a dangerous angle. And he can just go down, go up again. And ALG, finally, man, they're pumping up the pace. And at the same time, JYB, these setups are starting to get questionable. No? Parang mali na yung mali na yung kanilang basa. Dahil nanalo lang dito yung ALG, pare.
Yeah, kailangan nila maging mas active ng konti. No? Like you said earlier, all you need to do was be passive. But this time, JYB, they're just not coupling that aggression with the utility as well that is needed to try and stop the pushes coming from ALG. In fact, they're trying to force some early fights. They're just not able to convert as well. Maybe some smoke, maybe some flashes, and we haven't really seen much of it. There's only one person here in B. Sa BMD, kitang-kita, mamamaalam ng maaga, men. Tatlo na lang natitira para sa JYB. And ALG are crawling over the B side.
Look at Gene. He's in the smoke. Kaso may tempo rin mo pare. Oh, the cult of Nukin. While jumping as well. Natamaan na nga dito si GK7A on the door side. And he will get his head taken off. Tams with the kill. And KPQ, the last one left alive. He's having a hard time double jumping dito sa talunan. Pero okay lang yan. 30 seconds is plenty of time to get back into this. But an off angle. Galing dito kay ΔQQ. Now he's pre-firing the corner. Now he's in an impossible spot. Good crouch peek pre-fire. But with 18 seconds, I feel like he's not gonna intend to get back into the site anytime soon. Alliance Gaming back in the fray dito sa ating laruan. It was looking a bit hopeless when it was 5-0, but 5-3, that's not bad.
Yeah, might even see a 5-4 right now because as it stands right now, Sneaky, I feel like ALG have finally found that momentum. finally warmed up, na tumatama na ngayon mga bale, and not only that, we're seeing much more confidence out of how they want to take their map control. The first 10, 15 seconds of each round is ALG just ramming down whichever side of the map they choose on that round. Now, Toy, sinasabi ko kanina, kailangan ng utility from JYB, and Toy is able to catch DLQ on the other side of the smokes. But now there's so many people. What?
No!
What?
Oy, 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 Toy with the 3K. HK 417, such a dangerous weapon at the right hand, especially pag marunong ka mag-tap ng maayos. And tap he did. 3 players down para dito sa ALG on the short side. 1 on long. Nakita si Nuken sa spawn and he's gonna have to run back dito sa HB. Colt in hand. Dapat makaltukan niya agad dito si Gene or si BMD who's on his way to try and kill this man. Turn around and hindi man lang nakatingin dito ng ating HB. 6 and 3. A really good start galing dito sa side ng JYB, but ALG is now, you can kind of feel them rallying back, and this is gonna be, you know, a bit questionable galing sa kanila, especially knowing decided tong mapa natin, pero tatry nilang bumawi dito sa GR. Let's see if JYB can play offense here.
Yeah, definitely something a little bit more interesting, you know, that defense is not what I expected it was gonna look like for JYB, but hey, like we said, we want surprises, we're getting surprises today. And not to mention, no, the amount of rounds that they already have. They have a pretty good amount of allowance here to try and keep ALG at bay and maybe take that first set here in our series. But it is a far cry nga naman. Hindi naman masyadong marami, to be fair, to ALG. It just so happens that maybe it took them a little bit too long to warm up here and actually stack the odds in their favor here on the BL side. No?
Yeah, and BL side's gonna be where JYP potentially can get most of their work done, no, dito sa mapa natin, especially knowing na yun nga, they're gonna be the ones setting the pace dito sa ating laruan, and the Alliance is gonna try and see if they can kind of disrupt that, no. And siguro para sa JYB, they should expect that these early peaks are still gonna come in galing dito sa Alliance, and there should not be, you know, they should not be too excited dito sa kanilang lead at the moment. So JYB really still has to play careful just in case that the early peaks do come in. And here comes the early peaks, just like what I said. And K Cedric, that's a bit too early, my friend. Oh,
way too early. It's like ALG are giving the round on a silver platter, pare. Both sides had the simultaneous push, hoping that there was at least one person on the other side. And unfortunately, yes, there was one person. Hindi nila nakuha yung kill, wala ring trade. Kasi si ALG now, Nuken and Boo have to try and deal with the consequences of their actions. Not a single pixel of health has been taken from JYB as well. They're just running out of space. Nuken caught out in the open, and Boo should be not long for this world. Does get one, but Gene does clean it off with the last 7 and 3. And things are starting to get serious para sa JY Bacolod.
Yeah, Lions kind of asleep at the wheel, especially at the start of that round. I think K Cedric was trying to provide the surprise as well as itong si Del QQ. But either on the A or the B side of the map, hindi naman sila nagulat dito. JYB, really good pace that they're playing at this very moment. KPQ having a hard time with the frame jump. Pero Nuken, he will be trying to cover at least this short position. They have been having trouble holding yung mga angles or holding themselves back and peeking too early, but that could be the right time to do it. Nuken getting a pick dito kay KPQ, and that's a huge one. KPQ has been quite the problem para nga dito sa ALG, but they need to get BMD or at least Gene as well, pare.
You do have the LQ dito. The small adjustment here from ALG to actually get 2 RG players. So we'll see if that does reward them here, because they will be expecting Nuken to be the only one here. But the LQ on a one and done angle, so to speak, if they're not careful, should be an easy target. But Gene will be taking the risk. Taking a look here at Train. Kung may titingin man, Gene, again, my God, ang sakit-sakit mo.
That one's gonna hurt para kay Del QQ as well. Oh,
He's
but
still
Gene's gonna
going.
get Boo as well. Nuken missing the shot. Finally getting BMD. The Colt needs a headshot. And he gets
Nuken.
2. We're only
Nuken.
getting 1. No scope para kay Nuken. And Tams will blow up the last player. Grabe naman yun. They needed something from someone dito sa Alliance, and it just so happens to come in the form of Nuken, pare. What a highlight play galing sa kanya.
Sweet baby Jesus. Where the hell did that come from, no? Medyo tulog nga si Nuken for most of our game. And with him being awake like that, if he can continue an upward trajectory of performance, and things might be starting to get interesting here. But as you could see, no, medyo mas active na ngayon itong ALG. Nuken trying to see if there's anybody taking strides forward. And KPQ, the 1v1. Oh, caught Nuken on the cross. And the one highlight play from him has now been denied again.
They do know na Nuken's gonna be a bit active, especially pagdating sa stage. So, gonna have to be careful about that. Cedric will be escaping Toy's presence on the short side. K7A will try to get the trade back, and si TelQQ naman yung sumobra dito na nasa short. 3 players left on the side of ALG. Everybody covering their sides of the map, pero tutunukan yata ng onte itong A side natin as they are more worried about this long push. Problema nga lang, this is gonna leave Tams alone. And the rookie, granted, he has hit a fair few good shots. Para sa kanya pare, if K7A doesn't get cancelled on the B side, that is going to be an immediate push. But JYB taking their sweet time, making sure that they're scanning yung mga extremities nila dito as much as possible. How does that hit? Galing dito kay Boo. All the way from the A side of the map into yung terrace natin. Pero KPQ also getting poked on the other side. Everybody's taking damage, and Dams has the information. Kung sino man napapunta dito sa B-side, misses on K7A, hits the headshot dito kay Gene. And Boo looking to help his teammate, but he gets shot in the head instead. Dams, all he could do is delay dito sa loob ng kanyang kabaong. Pero sino una mamamatay sa kanilang dalawa? Reloads on both sides of the line. Dams with a smoke. Gets the tap dito kay KPQ. Drop shot. He's gonna regret that, that's for sure. K7A will get that headshot. K-Cedric revealing ang kanyang spot. On the outside, 24 seconds left. And K-Cedric with the climb up on the stage box. Tamang quick scope, tamang boga lang dito kay K7A, and it will be Alliance with another point.
Ain't gonna lie, I thought that one was cooked, but considering na TRG nga yung hawak dun ni K-Cedric, but hey, he is proving us wrong. Boo a little hungry for information now, able to see the amount of people tatawid dito sa LA natin. They're already covered. Where do they really want to go here is the question, no? Kasi JYB have taken quite a lot of space, but it's only on the A extremity of the map, no? I think you would also notice the lack of mid presence from JYB could also be a telltale sign kung saan nga ba sila tutuloy.
Yeah, nobody's moving on the side of ALG. No longer is JYB getting mga overextensions na to pare. If they do want to get anyone on the side of ALG, I think it's gonna have to be a bit of work, get a bit of elbow grease para lang makakuha ng mga angles dito. Short will be the way to go for them. TelQQ in a very dangerous position if ever nga tinuloy nga nila to. Pero TelQQ instead will be focusing on the long side. Boo actually switching up yung kanyang angle. TelQQ spotted. Boo could not react in time, and alam nila na naandito sa 3-box itong si Boo. K-Cedric forced to adjust from the B side of the map. Instead, spotted dito sa mid side. KPQ, another find para sa kanya. And nangihina na naman yung depensa dito ng Alliance. One more player on the long side in the name of Gene, who can instantly take out one of these players. And you can feel JYB mounting na papuntang A side.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what we said, no? The couple of failures from the last couple of rounds dito galing si JYB was primarily because of that. Now, Gene, another entry galing sa kanila. Dalaw na nandito para sa ALG. They're just running it down. Tams last man standing. Gets one, but it's not long for this world. JYB only 2 rounds off now from taking this Black Widow that, yeah, we're gonna be honest, man. Neither of us expected it to be like this.
Ayun nga. And yun nga, medyo out of character dito yung Alliance, especially knowing na, just like what I said, this is one of their premier maps. Dito sa kanilang map, JYB is making it look like it's theirs at KPQ. Nakita na si K-Cedric sa loob ng spawn. Good angle with the sniper. Pero titignan ba nila kung naandito si TelQQ?
Click the button,
He
sir.
just escapes the smoke. Pero Gene,
Gene.
sumobra si Gene. He forgot the peek, but Boo still dies! Gene from beyond the grave! Natapon niya pa yun! BMD. Nakuha na kasi TelQQ. No longer is there a sniper presence on the A side, but Nuken will quickly cover it. Train will be the way to go, pero Tams tempted to make a play, starts moonwalking on the mid side. And there it is. Welcome to Filipino Crossfire.
Good morning, no? Nuken last man standing, and it's unfortunate. I will be expecting maybe a DR after what we saw. But with Nuken, maybe we could have seen a clutch, but that was not to be dito. One last round for JYB to take away Black Widow here in our series, pare. And yun nga, things got a whole lot more interesting. Because unless ALG can actually solve what's been done, as soon as JYB gave a little bit more stress on that mid side, being able to
Ooh.
cut off the rotations, and KPQ just being the hero that he is, kailangan nilang ma-solve yun here.
Oh, Boo on the short side. Gets a bit of damage. Bulag na bulag yung mga players dito ng JYB. HE is gonna do some massive damage. LQQ nakita na si K7A. Toy around with the short players. Nakakuha na kasya ng dalawa dito. But hindi pa lumalabas ang window A player na si Tams. He has a sniper key. Cedric will try to play distraction na nandito sa Zalong. Pero napakaganda na spot ni Gene if gets the immediate shot dito kay Cedric. This could be game over, pero kay Cedric, nakita na nga ang low na Gene. Toy will be getting Tams. Toy on the 3-box side. Napakadelikado ng kanyang posisyon at kailangan na lumipat ang pillars. And he runs on the middle side. Kay Cedric, bad spot, but it's a nade! Galing kay Cedric all the way from the rampa side, pare. And it will be a 9-6. Okay, Alliance, may onting laban pa sila dito. JYB not out of the fray just yet.
I see you. No? Yeah, it's a 3-round deficit here. Can't be making any mistakes at this point in time. JYB, just stick to what their plan is. This time around, much more active on the A side of the map and take that fair control as well. Pero sa ngayon, no, there's only 2 people from ALG invested on the A side of the map. DLQ and S, Boo first contact sa loob ng site as well. There's so much utility being thrown in his face, man. Chip damage could go a long way, especially in the way that JYB has been taking these sites, no? 3-4 people up in your face in a matter of seconds is not necessarily the easiest thing to face down, no? Saan kayo pupunta, JYB? They're really taking their time, man. This is a huge departure from the slow tempo, the fast tempo na ginagawa nila kanina. Oh, DLQ.
Yun lang. He's gonna regret that, that's for sure. Yeah, it's usually Alliance getting a bit too antsy dito sa mid-round natin, and that has been kind of the cause for downfall para ka sa kanila dito. Pero Boo on the long side will be getting Gene. K7A will be getting Cedric Nuken with his own sniper. ALG fighting back. Boo as well getting itong si Toy. Iniisa-isa na dito ang JYB. But Nuken, your leg is spotted, but he still gets a KPQ.
No way.
What a shot galing kay Nuken. And is this finally Alliance back in their form dito sa labanan natin para K7A? Will be spotted. USP too easy. 9-7. JYB on the precipice pero hindi pa pinapatapos dito ng Alliance.
Iba rin talaga, man. It's gonna be a long grind for ALG. Heads down muna. Nuken again, trying to look for some early frags out. KPQ spotted. So trade of information for our 2 squads at the moment. But we talked about kanina yung JYB. Because of that lack of mid-presence, they put KPQ here again and again. Look at that. Another opener from the sniper ng JYB. With that being said, no adjustment from ALG to try and rotate over towards the A side for safety. But they're coming in at a really fast pace.
Bottom side. Boo, why would you peek that game?
God.
You already know that the sniper was already there, pero si Gene di na magugulat. LQQ is probably spotted on the train side, pero hindi check ni BMD. BMD a bit too tempted, but Gene is already on the angle. Tams will be going down. K-Cedric na lang natitira, and he cannot deal with K7A. 10-7, JYB taking ang Black Widow ng Alliance. Wow, color me impressed, pare. JY Bacolod could be back into contention dito sa ating labanan. Not for playoffs, but actually still for playoffs. They are 2-3 at the moment. No, I'm thinking of the wrong JY, pare. I'm sorry, JY Davao. Pero, ayun nga. JY Bacolod, color me impressed, pare. Lahat ng gustong gawin dito ng Alliance and everything that they threw dito sa mid-round, naagapan nila, pare. Especially in that first half, in those first 5 rounds, it was more than impressive galing sa kanila, pare. And pagdating ng second half, I was expecting that Alliance would, kind of turn up a bit, which they did. Pero JYB, at the end of it, parang nakakatch nila yung mga usual na timings, yung usual na rotations nga dito ng ating Alliance team. And ayun nga, man, it just kind of seems like Alliance, they were kind of out of it dito sa Black Widow, especially on some of those rounds.
Yeah, kind of the macro aspect of it, I think. No, JYB just had a really good read, especially moving towards the end of this Black Widow. or we had KPQ. I wanted to mention si KPQ kanina. The one adjustment that JYB made that really turned the tides was just putting KPQ in mid. AKA just patiently wait, don't need to join the rest of his team. Magko-commit lang talaga siya doon to cut off rotations. And how many times did we see that? 3, 4, 5 rounds wherein KPQ and maybe one other player would be joining him as the attempt of a retake on A was being cooked up by ALG. Parang meron tayong lack of awareness from ALG of the positioning JYB dito when they were playing on that BL side. And unfortunately, they could not solve it in time to get their own set pick, pare.
Yun nga. And take a look at the highlights. Of course, nakita naman natin nangyari dito sa first 5 rounds natin, pare. Was just a lacking of a lifetime. Para nga dito sa JYB. Pero may onting laban naman yung ALG, no, by the tail end of our half. Pero, yun nga, no, as the second half turned, JYB was getting majority of the rounds and they were defending also well dito sa ating GR side. Yun nga, no, tama yung kanilang adjustments. Alliance was kind of just trying to, you know, throw everything at the kitchen wall, pero ready naman yung kitchen wall dito, pare, and it seems like the wall was definitely up para sa JYB.
Yeah, spaghetti method did not stick for them, unfortunately. And this is, no, we mentioned Black Widow being one of the more comfortable maps dito para sa ALG. So now, I just silenced the doubt that I had in this team. And I mean, to be fair, you know, if it was any other team, I would have expected JYB to at least get one set. But the way in which they were able to stack up in rounds, especially in the first half natin, pare, it's a testament to how JYB does have so much potential. It just has to be seen that they can actually prove some consistency later on in this season. But yun nga, we're on our last 2 days of the summer phase ngayon, no? So if it's any time has been there to turn up, and now is that time.
Yeah, for sure. Taking a look at yung statistics natin, of course, it has been quite the performance para dito kay Gene at kay KPQ, especially at the start of that game. Gene was just picking people left, right, and center dito, pare, and KPQ was finding the right places, the right time to enter dito sa mga sites natin. Also would like to credit itong si K7A. He was going head-to-head with the Rifers dito ng ALG and was not really afraid to do so. Toy, despite his stat line, na yun nga, masasabi natin na si Toy yung kind of yung spark plug na kanilang offense, pare, as he's always finding those really good entries and really good spots to kind of just run in and kill everybody para nga dito sa ALG. But yeah, NT galing dito kay Coach Boo at kay Cedric, but we've seen better days galing dito kay Tams Nuwen at kay Del QQ, pare.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, but even if you look at the numbers, it's a huge difference between these two squads. Not a single 1.0 in the KD. So I wouldn't be surprised. With that being said, though, Gene, the highlight player dito, yung MVP for our first set. You saw how he was entering with the TRG, pare. When some ill-advised peak from slope would come from ALG, he's always ready for it. And it's some interesting stuff, no? It's almost like they have a direct counter to the basing that ALG want to play on Black Widow for most of these rounds.
Yeah, and I feel like JYB definitely expected this. Galing nga dito sa Alliance, yun nga, no, and they have been around the yun nga, the pub scene, and of course I feel like I wouldn't say they play 1-to-1 or the exact same, but I feel like JYB has probably ran into them a few times, and you know, they knew what to expect dito sa ating labanan.
Yeah, that is for sure. But with that being said, no, that's gonna be yung una nating set for JY Bacolod versus Alliance Gaming. There's still plenty of crossfire to be seen. Pero magpapahinga muna kaming dalawa ni Sneaky. See you guys in a bit. Welcome back mga tropa pips. Nandito tayo ulit sa CFS PH Impact Summer 2026. I'm just Suave here with Sneaky Frog at yun nga no, 1-0 tayo for JYB, which was not on my bingo card for today. Pero tutuloy tayo sa pangalawa nating set. It's gonna be on new compound and this time, JYB, renewed confidence no, na ito nga naman yung map pick nila.
Ayun nga, no? And of course, with JYB winning itong map number 1 natin in, more convincing fashion than expected na nakita ka natin na nasasalo nila dito ang kakulitan ng ALG. And ALG obviously not getting the same opportunities that they expect, no, every time they do go into games, especially going into low-seeded games as well. Para nga sa kanilang kalaban. So, opportunity to, no, para dito sa JYB na makabawi nga dito sa ating Impact. And, 2-0 means that they will be equalizing yung kanilang record, no, dito sa ating group stage. And, I think they can go 8-7 or 9-7, no, potentially if they can kind of make it a win as well dito sa ating labanan. But, 3-3 wouldn't be too bad of a spot to be in para nga sa kanila. And I think JYB, they also are gonna be playing tomorrow, no, up against SGJ. Oh, that's gonna be a challenge para sa kanila, pare, to go 4-3 since we only have 4 spots dito sa ating bracket. So they have to beat out Moments. Yun nga, hindi na maglalaro yung Moments. So they have to beat out Moments 4-3, 9-8 map score, no. So I think they need to win 3 maps roughly at hindi sila pwede na magpas ng 10 losses sa map score.
Yeah. Lots of potential here to try and shuffle up itong standings natin. But now, like we said, JYB much more confidence dito sa new compound considering the way that they were able to perform kanina. ALG, look at this amount of space na kinuha nila. CA na hawak. Nuken! My God, what an opener! Along with K. Cedric as well.
Yun nga, they're playing a bit too fast dito yung JYB, Toy, BMD, and itong si KPQ trying to see if they can kind of cancel the momentum early dito ng Alliance. K. Cedric spotted papuntang tower. K7A, a bit of a miss galing sa kanyang EBR. Repeat towards mid. Finally gets the shot dito kay K. Cedric, but they do also lose a player in the process. Gene mag-isa na lang dito sa B, and you can kind of see Alliance scrambling all across the map, and they just went straight in, pare. And of course, I think it is quite obvious naman na we are gonna go into a DR dito sa ating next round. Wala ang ating isang player dito sa ating JYB Bacolod. But so far, the dead rounds have only been like yung first round, no? And yun nga, it's kind of just been them fixing the stuff immediately. So wag kayong mag-alala, chat. We're gonna be, back in the pinch.
Yeah, we are all good here, no? But I really find interesting yung pathing na ginawa ng ALG in that round, no? Instead of going head on to kind of fight to the death sa mid natin, they actually went through LA, checked on CA. Hindi in-expect, especially Nuken's position there to check on kung sino nga man yung naging first blood in that round, coupled with as well no K. Cedric on his side. Na if ever there was anyone underneath CA, ready sila to actually catch that aggression from JYB. So this is a 180 turn in terms of what JYB was doing compared back in Black Widow na talagang sobrang passive ng pwestuhan nila as we could see on their GR side.
Yeah, and you really do not want to see that, no? Para nga dito sa ating alliance, or at least on the side of or JYB at least, no, na masyado nga silang forward dito nga sa mapa natin. I really want to see them displaying their side of the map kasi yun naman yung naging kalakasan nila dito sa Black Widow, no, where they were kind of four-stacking itong A side or four-stacking itong B side of the map, no, with some players on stage. So I would like to see some positions that make sense para nga sa kanila dito. But of course, I feel like that is only gonna be yung, a round 1 tester. Some teams that they do to try and see if they can catch maybe the first round, get that early momentum going. Kasi as much as yung pinaka-importanting point ng labanan, no, is when you turn that 9 into a 10, I feel like the first round can really, set the stage for the rest of yung first half natin, pare.
Yeah, kind of a tester nga talaga yung arguable. Kasi I feel like there wasn't really much to be seen in that round as well, no? We saw some holds from JYB back on B as well. It's just not a lot of information that you can parse out of that first round as well, no? So ALG are gonna have to capitalize on that first round, maybe generate a little bit of momentum to shift our narrative a little bit. Kasi we saw earlier in Black Widow when JYB did get started, they were able to stack up. I think it was it 5 or 6 rounds nung GR side nila. Considering yung momentum as well.
And yun nga, para dito sa JYB, no, if they can get that early momentum swing back, especially pagdating dito sa depensa, then yun nga, the potential of them getting this sweep and moving up dito sa map score is quite high dito sa ating labanan, especially with what happened dito sa map number 1. Pero Alliance, though, very interesting. I wouldn't say it was realistically a take at all para sa kanila or like an execute whatsoever. Feeling ko nagkalat lang sila sa CA, nagkalat sila sa con mid, and they kind of just popped their way into yung mga sites nga natin dito, just winning their own individual fights and also a very well-placed flash towards mid, palikod nga dito ng Kondo. So, ayun nga, it was just easy fights for them on the opening and ayun nga, JYB just trying to maybe catch yung mga nakabantay dito sa long A dun sa box angle natin, no, all the way dito sa may LA dulo, pero wala, hindi nakatayo dun yung Alliance. They were bouncing around dito sa mapa.
Yeah. You know, I feel like it was a solid setup. If it just wasn't for ALG just going, throwing all caution to the wind dun sa una nating round. But hey, however it is that you get around it, that's all that matters, no? So 1-0 so far sa ating new compound to open it up. And, well, really not much to parse for that defense galing sa JYB. Most of which is because they were just completely unprepared with the pace ulit na ginagawa ng Alliance Gaming, no? Like, it's just it is part of that character. It's nice to see ALG really stick into their identity. I just wish that they could be able to create situations in which na mas kaya nila maging consistent as well.
Yeah, and papaisip na ako ngayon para dito sa JYP what an optimal defense can look like para nga sa kanila dito. I think we already seen plenty of new compound dito sa Masters and yung mga teams natin. You know, it's been a bit more of an aggressive take towards dito sa may pillars natin at the very least. We do see CBN kind of hovering around that spot, no, and has been insane. He's always been good for one in that position. And the priorities have changed dito sa new compound kumpara nga dito sa ating first iteration na mapa na to, no. This has been, a whole lot more punishing dito sa, but at the same time, if you get a bit creative, no, pagdating sa baka timings na dito, you can get away with a lot of stuff, especially if you're defending.
They're doing it again, though. 3 people pushed up all the way there. They have no idea if the timing is right. Pwede sila mahuli dito ng JYB, but they're a little bit too late. My God! Sobrang ready nila doon. Just a quick little 90-degree turn para kay Tams and Boo. And now si Gina lang natitira. Singular sniper man here on the B side, and they have no idea where he is, but it doesn't really matter. C4's already on the ground.
No way they're doing this every round, no.
Hey man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, no?
This your league. Oh my God. Kailangan sabihan dito ng ating resident impact representative na si L about this default that JYB is running pagdating dito sa GR side, pare, kasi I'm not liking what I'm seeing. That's for sure. The fact that they did it twice is just crazy to me. Pero maybe trying to catch Alliance off guard once again, but I think catching Alliance off guard is like a oxymoron, pare, kasi I feel like they've seen everything and anything with the way that they're playing.
Yeah. I mean, with the creative timings, if that's one way that we want to put it from ALG, it's just that you need to be more creative, kind of stop them at the gate, kumbaga. Now it's just so much utility being thrown out your pillars. Gene spotted as well. Mukhang ine-expect na rin nila si BMD around the corner here. They don't want to be crossing over into the territory of Gene kasi yun na nga, ang sakit ng TRG niya. Tams is already on the floor and the rest of ALG trying to make up for it. My God, Gene! Walang makakalagpas sa'yo. Bantay sarado nga talaga ng TRG niya.
Grabe, he was low-key styling on them, pare. And the Alliance players, they be zipping around the map, pare. I think like they're also experiencing some difficulties here, pare. Pero Gene is just farming absolutely everybody dito sa ALG. It started in Storage B. And it also is affecting yung tower position. KPQ with the boga. Napakaganda naman nun galing sa kanya, pare. BMD running around. Coach Boo, even he cannot get the kill in that one. So you're clear lang galing dito sa JYB. Just really good dueling. Galing kay Gene, pare.
Yeah. I mean, the first two was good enough, but pero just stacking it up on the third as well. Not to mention, not a single kill from ALG in that round is what we said no about being creative with the rotation, being creative with the timings. But again, no, same pathing from ALG, albeit a little bit different now with more
Ooh.
concentration on curve. KPQ's gonna say goodbye early, pero si Toy matitira dito sa curve. Kung may tatawid man sa crosshair niya. Oh!
Oh, nice shot. Nice shot galing dito kay Nuken. Toy is already down. K7A will get spotted on the side. And here comes the Alliance pour. Papunta ka dito sa A site. Pero si Gene, tatry niyang makakuha ng napakadaling flank dito. Nuken with his own timing on the mid side. Now going into CB. Pero medyo mahirap to para dito sa side ng JYB. Also have a timing on the backside. Kita yung paa ni K. Cedric. Tries to jump up. Instead, it's a miss. Galing dito kay Gene. And BMD needs to come in immediately on the side. BMD has got the K. Cedric. Pero si Tams mahuhulog na nga. Or Tams will be getting Gene. And BMD will be getting taken down dito ni Boo. 3-1 ALG. Okay, lumalaban dito sa new compound.
Yeah, keep the nitrous up dito para sa ALG, man. Sa kaya, they're kind of going back to the normal. 3-1-1 right now. Delq here with the AK, waiting for somebody to push forward. Catches BMD with a quick little headshot, and the rest of the team has yet to be seen. So where does JYB actually try and recover from that? Because it's just falling apart real quick.
Yeah, DelQQ taking inspiration from the games that me and him pare. I have been rocking that AK-47 and it seems like it's back in the fray pagdating sa ating meta. And look at the entirety of JYB just crumbling dito sa kanilang depensa. And JYB, magta-timeout sila dito. And finally, we do see a timeout being used dito sa ating labanan. And ayun nga, so far, JYB kinda losing steam dito sa mapa natin. And it's not really their fault in all honesty. Parang sunod-sunod yung mga duels na natalo sila dito. And ALG just rolling through.
Yeah, I mean, the pace at which these rounds are going, pare, it's like JYB, nagre-recover pa lang sila sa kalokohan na ginagawa ng ELG, tapos may kalaban na naman sila in a matter of just a few seconds. But it doesn't help, Sneaky, that if you look at the data here, the new compound is actually for ALG. They have a perfect record on this now. 100% win rate so far here in the summer group stage. And it's hard to see JYB actually trying to upset them here, albeit with that being said, no, JYB doesn't have a really bad record here as well. 67%. Yun nga lang, masyadong dominating, masyadong aggressive to the point na you kind of don't know how to respond to the speed that ALG is approaching this map.
Ayun nga, and JYB, they need to kind of elbows in dito sa mga sites natin pare. Yun nga, granted, maybe you can place a player dito sa baba ng tower or sa EA, pero I think it's the kind of time to crunch in to these sites. Maybe, tatry nyung ilipat yung fight instead na, mid yung kind of main focus nyo. I think it's better for them to kind of force the fight on curve instead. Kasi it kind of forces ALG to make a decision kung B site pa talaga or we're gonna go for the full wraparound on RS. And you have to set up those pair traps na nakita ka natin dito sa Black Widow kasi hindi natin pwede makita na hindi na nila ginagawa yung rason kung bakit nanalo sila dito sa map number 1, no? And I think it still applies dito sa new compound. Granted, it's a lot less angles na nakikita ka natin sa Black Widow, but still, you can kind of still apply that same mindset na, okay, Alliance is gonna go hard in terms of yung kanilang aggression. Try nating maging creative siguro, set up some crossfires maybe on the B side, maybe on the mid side, maybe on the A side. So hopefully yun yung makita natin.
Yeah, I mean the little context we got out of JYB dito so far, no, is that Gene, if you put him in store B, things are not gonna be in favor of ALG kung gusto nila pumunta doon. It just so happens that at this point, I think kulang pa ng conditioning yung ginawa ng JYB so far to really kind of shepherd kung saan gusto pumunta ng ALG here in terms of map control, right? There's a lot of that mid aggression. There's a lot of that 100% push through CA, through LA, diba? That at least so far, JYB have not been able to avoid trying to go all in on an altercation like that. I feel like maybe just a couple of grenades being thrown out to kind of discourage ALG from taking that space could be called into play as well para medyo makabawi ng konti. You know, chip damage does matter quite a lot, especially when ALG are kind of going all in with 5. Can you imagine a well-placed grenade here just getting what half the team down to 50% HP is something that could be looked forward to, but you know they got to think about it during this timeout.
For sure. And I think can't be too excited kung kayo yung JYB kung nandito kayo sa timeout, no? Maybe you are now formulating possibly maybe a B pillars play, or possibly may makita na naman tayo mid push galing sa kanila, no? And you really want to avoid that as much as possible dito nga sa map na to, especially when you're up against ALG. Judging from yung default dito ng ALG, no, they're going 1-1-3 most of the time dito sa ating mapa, which is pretty good unless makakot dito yung one player on the B side of the map, which is itong si ΔQQ, and so far he's been good at his angle, especially with the AK-47 now na kaya na mag-actively challenge ng mga HK players nga natin dito. So ayun nga, it is gonna have to be, I wouldn't say something creative, but just something basic galing nga dito sa ALG kasi so far, yun nga, they've just been rolling through.
Yeah. Gotta just keep it simple nga naman. I mean, the success rate so far para sa ALG is so high in these rounds that there shouldn't be any real adjustment in terms of what they're doing so far. But now, no, round number 6 underway. Natin kung may nailuto yung JYB here in terms of that GR side defense. That's 3 people pushing through pillars? Huh.
That's why the timeout took so long. Yeah, they're trying to cook this. Pero CB, Nuken, you better start staring at CB right now kasi ΔQQ doesn't have all the information. So spot na to, and Bo's gonna go for the full check. BMD still, despite being blinded, will be getting that one. So 4 versus 5 ang sitwasyon natin ngayon. Onting mid-control para dito sa ALG, but in exchange, they have fully given itong B-side, but they're gonna try to fight back with a double peek. Cedric with 1, ΔQQ no longer tempted to go for the full peek in this one, and isa-isa na sila dito on the right place, right time. ΔQQ trying to go for the smoke peek, pero hindi na nga mangyayari yun. 15 HP on him. And he's gonna get quickly finished off. USP in the hands of Toy. Hard target to hit. K7A will be getting Tams, and Nuken na lang natitira. And he can't make a clip out of this one.
Yep. I mean, getting caught out in the air, pare, like your box shot, it's just not gonna be good. So JYB, finally a second round. No, mukhang productive nga naman dito. Yung naging timeout nila. And it seems like a solid understanding of what's going on right here, because they're doing it again. If it works, it works. This time, though, a little bit more extra manpower from the ALG side. And BMD is kind of exposed kung nasan siya.
Cedric, he's gotten Toy. Cedric, he's gotten Gene as well. And ALG successfully thwarted yung pinagagawa nga dito ng JYB. JYB, you might not want to run back that strat twice, pare. That's almost the mindset of it worked if we are gonna do it again. Pero K7A, good taps galing sa kanya. Pero ΔQQ with the return of 2 as well. And Alliance, they get their 5th. And they're inching closer to a really good scoreline dito sa new compound. No? I think they're looking for a 7-2 potentially.
A bit of a, maybe some tunnel vision from JYB para sa round na yun. No? It worked the last round. Might as well run it back. Now ΔQ, this time with the TRG, is gonna try and keep things at bay. So much more passive angles being held here by JYB. I don't know about curve right now. I don't know if Nuken wants to go that way, but there is enough smoke to give him plausible deniability if anyone does choose to push out through there. Toy, they have an idea that there's ΔQ here. He's been so consistently in this side of the map na he should be very good. And where he is, Toy. Oh, but tumalikod. He could have taken it, but he got a little bit too greedy. First couple of kills now for ALG, and JYB are struggling to try and unite in terms of their positioning. Oh, BMD. First couple of kills for him now as a comeback to the disaster that we saw from ALG now. P7A, BMD. Pahiwalay ng landas, BMD na lang natitira. I don't know how we can get this, man. This 1v3 unless they just throw it away. Sure enough, 6th round secured for Alliance Gaming.
Yun nga, Lions rolling through the punches dito sa labanan natin. PL side is working like a charm para sa kanila. And JYB, once again, they're trying to do a bit of weird stuff dito sa map natin. Mid pushes, B pushes, has worked from time to time. But if ran back, ALG, they just seem to have a solution to that problem immediately. HE towards dito kay Nuken at kay Tam. So, bit of early damage towards the side of Alliance. Pero Boo, almost taken out Jin, and he actually does.
Ooh.
Gandang wallbang gamit ang kanyang EBR, pero may papalit sa kanya dito sa EA in the name of KPQ. And Toy will have to do a bit of adjusting. Still a too strong mid defense. Pero kay Cedric with the repick on KPQ. Toy na lang on the mid side. Boo trying to go left and right with his USP. Finally finishes it with the EBR. Pero meron pa paparating ng long. The pushes do not stop. On the side of JYB, spotted na si Nuken, but he didn't spot LQQ na naiwan dito sa con mid, and BMD forced to be the hero para sa kanyang team. Swing around the corner, K-Cedric spotted. Pero hindi na mamalayan na naandun pa yung second player. They have a kill cam on the curve side, so they can just freely pass into the A side. So 1 versus 2 para kay BMD.
Is he cooking? He's gonna take the long way around. 35 seconds on the clock. Yeah, might as well, no? Meron kang deniability na not just because of the timing, but because of the sheer amount of space na pwede mong i-cover.
No.
Does have the flash out, but... And considering the positioning right now for JYB, for ALG rather, no, it should be a sure enough conversion of the round right now, because BMD just now has made his way towards exit. With only 10 seconds on the clock, he has no choice but to fully commit to this fight. DLQ stuck in the cubicle but still able to get the headshot. Ayun na nga, no? Wish granted 7-2 to start our first half of New Compound.
And yeah, Alliance finally back in the series, back in the server. Dito sa ating labanan, pare. This is the Alliance that we are all too familiar with, no? In the New Compound map. And surprisingly enough, parang nga dito sa JYB, and despite this being their map pick, they still cannot kinda, you know, have a solution dito sa pinagagawa nga dito ng kalat ng ALG dito sa ating PL side ng mapa. And the JYB opportunity to kind of bring it back on the PL side as well para nga sa kanila dito. But Alliance, of course, once again, they do have a bit of history dito sa New Compound. So they do know how this map operates. They do know what the timings are in this one. And they just seem to be a bit more proactive kumpara nga dito sa JYB, who are, you know, I wouldn't say they're playing checklist, no? Pero it comes to a certain point na yung default nila kind of just falls apart, and you can kind of tell na they're just starting to play their own game at a certain mid-round, pare.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you there. No, it just seems to me that they don't have enough solid protocols here to respond to what ALG have been throwing at them. And yun nga, no, the result of a 7-2 is definitely testament to where that level is right now for JYB. So they're gonna have to hope and pray that they can actually convert at least 5 rounds in Aero to really catch up to ALG at this point in time. As we do switch sides, no, I don't know. I feel like JYB are just gonna keep playing with the you know, yung high octane style na ginagawa nila kanina, kind of just to keep JYB from going all in, keep them kind of guessing kung saan nga ba sila manggagaling when it comes to map control, when it comes to that defense from them.
Papaisip din ako, men, ayun nga, Alliance, you also have to expect galing sa kanila, no, na yung nakita nating aggression dito sa kanilang PL side, you can also kind of spot that on the GR if the confidence is kind of high enough galing sa kanila. And especially with this kind of lead, man, you are 7-2 in New Compound. I would also be tempted to try and go for some cheeky peeks, especially going into yung LA Dulo box, or yun nga, papunta dito sa con mid, maybe a bit of fights dito sa CA and dito sa B pillars potentially, no? So JYB, they need to be ready at the gate, and I would not be surprised if medyo passive yung hold muna dito ng JYB sa simula ng round, considering yung Alliance will be trying to take some aggressive map control, knowing you know, how they're moving right now.
Yeah, and they be moving, man, kasi the way, just the breakneck pace na ginagawa nila, hindi mo equal yun ng JYB. They tried a couple of times, no, to head off itong ALG on their path, as you could see yung attempts to try to catch them before they get into CA. Kasi hindi talaga sila nag-grant, just because ALG know exactly the most optimal line kung saan sila dadaan. And not to mention also, no, that cognizance of the presence ni Jean when it comes to the B side of the map naman. It's just ALG have a really good idea of what that default looks like here for JYB, and JYB have not been able to really adjust, or just haven't been even given the chance to adjust for most of the rounds here on our first half. So, you know, if you're a JYB fan dito, maybe now's the time to start praying, you know?
And yeah, and I feel like we're gonna get back into the game itself. New compound back on our screens. Ngayon, nandito naman sa GR side itong ALG, JYB on the BL side. ALG will be trying to win this from the defense, pare. Pero KPQ with the mid-peak. Boo already spotted, but he gets a chance to back off. Papunta ka dito sa curve, pero ma-expect pa nila na nandito sa DelQQ. Damage so far! No heads! All taps para kay DelQQ. And oh my goodness me, Nuken will be getting K7AG not spotted on the B pillar side. K-Cedric going for the push, Gene going for the angle, and ayun na nga, mamamatay na lang siya doon. It's an 8-2 para dito sa ALG. And yeah, kind of what was we expected, pare.
Yeah, they went all in with another push and caught JYB by surprise, which is surprising to me, no, considering they've been doing this all game. But hey, he's already there. What is the...
I was gonna say, yo, go back on the AK, pare. The AK would have gotten you 3. Dun sa last na skirmish mo dito. Nuken lives with the cold. He just tanked yung shots dito ni K7A. 3v5, not bad.
Yeah. Awkward spray from him, and now they're just holding on. Really, no matter where you go, pare. May nakaset at na crossfire galing sa ALG, and they're just winning the duels quite simply for this round. Mukhang gusto nilang i-speedrun yung new compound natin. We only need one more round for our second seed. And it looks like they really want to go all in here. Not gonna make it simple for SGJ to get the first seed out of the standings. Pero syempre, they already have that set differential in their favor.
Holy nade damage dito sa mid! And Toy trying to make his own highlight play. Alam niyang low name mga players dito sa mid. Pero si DelQQ manggagaling ng CB. Gene will have no idea, no scope. USP instead, it's the HK417 dito. The DelQQ from the CB side. Last player left alive is going to be K7A nadeless and has the C4 in his pocket. And if a plant does happen, no, Tams most likely will be the first contact para sa kanyang teammate. And K7A though, I like that he's deciding not to go for the plant immediately. He goes for the open plant para pwede siya magstay dito sa Z the entire time, but instead he's gonna go for the immediate challenge.
I'm a little worried about the timing.
Tamang ikot lang. Oh, he's too worried about the timing. Pero K7A spotted ata ang kanyang balikat at spotted na ang kanyang ulo dito sa EA. DelQQ with a good timing from the B site and the diffuse incoming para kay Tams. And it's a 10-2. Very convincing para sa Alliance.
Yeah, convincing is right, pare. They got themselves up to high gear early in the map and they did not stop at all. Grabe. Gumana nga dito. Hindi na nga nakahabol ang JYB. Especially, you know, you could really see kind of the fight getting drained away from them as the rounds kept going on, no? Where it just kept getting cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. It wasn't even about the macro at some point. I think as we approached yung second half natin, it's almost like even the duels were not being won by JYB here. And that's the telltale sign of how young this JYB roster is, no? Once they can't generate any kind of momentum, they kind of mentally check out. So hopefully, no, this hope we have for JYB is not going to be wasted potential, knowing that we do still have a third set paparating sa atin to close out this series.
Yun nga, and yun nga, I feel like ALG with them being back on their dual winning form, no, and what we've learned galing dito sa STS and their winning ways na yun nga, no matter how good your back row is, if you cannot win those goddamn duels, para hindi ka talaga mananalo dito sa labanan ng Crossfire. So Alliance doing exactly that, just outgunning itong JYB the entire time, and it kind of just cascades. It's kind of like a domino effect, na yun nga, K-Cedric gets a kill or Nuken gets a kill, and bigla na lang may lalabas na 4 na miyembro from ALG from a corner. So ayun nga, you have to expect that kind of pace, but we are gonna see a bit of the highlights, and of course it's gonna be filled with ALG, pare.
Yeah, I mean really, I don't even know kung ano makikita nating numbers out of JYB kasi they kind of just got slammed around here sa new compound. No? Ilang highlight galing kay Cedric, galing kay DelQ. I mean, it's multi-kill after multi-kill for these guys. In fact, in most of these rounds, in JYB, they haven't even gotten the chance to see where the rest of ALG is. Kasi as soon as you see one or two, wala ka na magagawa. Especially this round in particular, no, that mid-hold from DelQ along with you is just so clean.
And yeah, ALG kind of like a certain point no na they're just starting to move forward dito sa ating labanan pare, and really just didn't stop anytime soon. Taking a look at the statistics, look at Del QQ 2.60 KD with a whole 1 KR para sa kanya dito sa ating labanan. Nuken back in the fray as well with a 2.25, and Boo with a 1.80 times as well, fragging really well dito sa ating labanan, with Del QQ actually having the highest headshot per kill dito sa kanyang team. The man who's usually on the sniper is also quite good at those headshots para dito kay Gene at kay KPQ. Seen better games, seen better days para sa kanila pare, but yun nga, just the entire team just broke down dito sa new compound.
Yep. Setting the stage now for a possible reverse sweep itong ALG, man. We talked about Port. We're gonna be looking forward to that, but SEP MVP here for new compound, none other than Del Q himself. The IGL has taken matters into his own hands when it comes to the fragging here. Not to mention the rest of the team really rising up to the occasion to prove that that first Black Widow was a fluke.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe just a moment of weakness, no, para nga dito sa Alliance na maybe nga they do have those games where they're just really not into it, and they did do the full reset dito sa ating very short break na nakuha ka nila. So we're gonna take it to Port, no, and this is gonna be increased responsibility para sa mga snipers natin. So Gene, he's gonna have to hit, and para kay Nuken or kay Del QQ, they're gonna have to hit as well.
Yun nga, magsusundukan yung mga sniper natin in our last set of this series. We're gonna go to a quick break, but when we're back, we will see kung ano nga ba talaga yung katapusan ng laban na to. Magbabalik tayo dito para sa suntukan ng dalawa nating kupunan dito. JYB versus ALG now is coming to a head, pare. We've gone all the way. We're going the distance, and Port, doon tayo magkikita
Yun nga, it's gonna be the premier sniper map, and we have seen a lot of sniper action no dito sa ating series so far with the joust between dito kay Gene at dito kay Del QQ. And so far, Gene has been, I would say, winning most of the time na pare. He did win most of the time dito sa Black Widow, but then Del QQ went back to the rifle at nakabawi nga siya dito sa ating new compound. So, stories have changed dito sa ating map number 3. ALG is now back in the fray, and I think judging from the sides nga dito no ng ating dalawang teams, it will be GR side para sa JYB PL para dito sa Alliance. And despite nakita ka natin na this map being GR sided, some teams have figured out yung BL side na mapa na to, especially with taking control of CA, taking control of Z as well. And pag nagawa nga yun dito na ALG or napabayaan nga dito ng JYB of itong Alliance sa makakuha ng map control dito, then they could be in big trouble kahit depensa sila pare.
Yeah. And not to mention, no, we were talking about yung sniper matchup here on port, but ALG all around have been pretty well balanced no, simula nung pumasok tayo ng new compound. The rifles, the EBRs, the HKs, and the occasional AK from DLQ has caught JYB by surprise, at least purely in terms of just the fragging power that we've seen so far. Some interesting things that nakapag ramp up yung ALG, especially in new compound. And I feel like that should be a pretty good indication that they're fully activated now, leading into our last set.
Yeah, and hopefully we do see the best of both teams dito sa ating port map, especially para dito kay JYB na naghahabol dito sa ating standings. And yun nga, para sa Alliance, this could be their fight for first place to kind of take over yung spot dito ng SGJ and get a better seeding papasok nga dito sa ating playoffs. And of course, we do know how important seeding is, especially it could affect kung sino ka ang kalaban nyo dito. Yun nga, para kay Alliance, this could be the matter of them possibly facing itong moment, or if they're the second seed, they might be able to, or they might face itong EKISQUAD. And in my opinion, I feel like I'd really would rather go one with the other pare, kasi moment they have had their very very good moments dito sa ating labanan pare, but I feel like they do get a bit complacent sometimes. Pero EKISQUAD also kind of going through the motions, but you can't say na they are a team that is down in the dumps dito pare. So not at stake para dito sa ating labanan, and especially considering na we're on the last 2 days of the bracket. This is yung last chance para sa Alliance, or at least the second to last chance para sa Alliance na makakuha ng magandang map score, as they still do have that match up against itong ex-governors tomorrow. But still, I think they want to leave a mark with a win dito pare.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like in terms of just pure numbers, they're just the chance of JYB making it into playoffs, it really depends on this match in particular. If they can't win against ALG, then their chances are just cooked. Magiging 2-4 yung standing nila, and they will be in just around the same positioning as it is right now, and just minimizing the chances. Especially since yung ex-governors nga naman yung kalaban nila susunod na medyo head-to-head sana yung magiging labanan nila when it comes to that. But there's a lot more pressure on JYB in comparison to ALG for this one.
Yeah, and ALG's approach dito sa ating map number 2, a lot of stuff can change dito sa mapa ng port, and JYB, I think it is gonna be a bit more rewarding to be a bit more passive nga dito sa mapa natin, especially on the B side of the map. All you have to really realistically do is gain control dito, or at least keep control dito ng bottom B, so you still have a way para makapasok, or at least an angle para makapasok na dito sa B side natin. And para naman dito sa A, CA control once again gonna be the priority para sa baka teams natin. I really am not so sure kung merong aakyat ng CA para ka dito sa side ng JYB, and I feel like someone should do so kasi that is also one of the more important spots, and also a spot that you can bounce off of kung for long gustong gawin dito ng Alliance.
Yeah, it's kind of an extra insurance policy for JYB here, but they're already taking control now of HB. EPQ first point of contact, the flash in his face. Can he catch K. Cedric on the cross? Yes, he does. Mamba out na nga, at paparating na rin yung backup for JYB here. Just a little bit of a show of force, pero Toy, a little unfortunate sa kanyang positioning. Nahuli siya ni Nuken, and now it's a mess on the map. Kanya-kanya na lang na pag-explore dito.
That's not what you want dito, pare. You don't want the individual explorations here kung kayo yung JYB. And for Alliance, it is a typical cannot from them once again. Tams is holding on dito sa may HP side, and LQQ and the boys looking to just run over dito sa B side. KPQ on his own, on his lonesome. Flashes, nades could be coming in. KPQ spotted out in the open. Nawalbang na siya dito ng EPR, and here comes Alliance with the push on the B side. LQQ taking down the second curve player. And si Gene na lang natitira, and usually he would have an easy time dito sa mapa natin, pare, but ALG, they are fighting within ghost spaces, so the sniper does not have opportunity para makakuha ng kahit ano dito. Gene will be going down in ALG. First round on the BL side of all things, pare.
Yeah. Kachaw, pare. Kachaw. Ganun long. KPQ did get a good frag. It's just that hindi sila masyado naging careful in terms of that positioning. Maybe they could have played a little bit more forward, actually taken HB rather than just waiting on the outside. But now, no, in response, they're trying to get active on mid. IGL, BMD already down early in the round here. K70 is going to have to try and make up for that lack of manpower in mid at this point. Oh.
Okay. Oh, yun lang. K7A, human landmine dito sa CA. Toy will be getting down, so hindi napansin si K-Cedric na nakadaan na ng A-site and nakuha na ng top A control, taking down Gene and K7A. And si Nuken, meron pang cover ang rotations just in case na masyado makulit yung JYB at tumaan sila dito ng BR. Pero Nuken sees the nade. Toy spotted. Toy dead dito sa baba ng BR. Exit will be the way to go para kay KPQ. And headshot para dito kay TelQQ. K-Cedric is a known entity as well. Naglabas ng smoke dito si KPQ. He thought he could pull out the fake flash against K-Cedric, but he faces it right back. 2-0. K-Cedric, hell of a start para sa kanya.
Yeah, things are not really working out here para sa JYB, and I like no yung cognizance again ng ALG, knowing where to wall ban mga common positions dito. I think Lucan also got a good spot on BR kung nasaan si BMD. But now, APQ overextending with the help of Toy does end up when the smoke clears with an advantage. Pero BMD in response, trying to re-explore that area of the map. ALG are unaware of the IGL on their backside. Number is squarely in the favor of JY Bacolod.
Toy. Ooh, 2 taps to TelQQ. Nuken spotted na nakaupo lang dito sa court. And it's a 2-1 para sa JYB. That's more like it, no? If you can win more of those opening fights and kind of push back itong ALG sa kanilang usual dito, would be a big benefit para sa kanila. But Tams early peek towards mid. Top PR smoke, 2-man peek. Just making sure na it is an unfair fight kung sino man na nakatayo dito sa PR. So bit control para sa ALG. So to give K-Cedric a better angle. Pero K-Cedric spotted papuntang Z. And Toy will be finishing him off with a bit of damage. Gana kay BMD. Tams will get CA control. Uy, pero reverse ninja.
Tams.
Oh, narinig.
Ganda sana ng pwesta ni BMD, man. So now K70 and Toy are gonna have to try and make up for it at this point. Where the hell do you really want to go? Bodega, daanan, mag-check sa my CA just in case, no? It worked out earlier, but ALG so far not really decided on giving any kind of pressure elsewhere. Boo caught out in the open. That's a C4 as well. Ayon, how do you recover that? Knowing that Nuken also missing that shot. Yes, it's information, but it's map control denied to you. The second check is not gonna be it. With Toy and Gene joining forces here on the B side, but I feel like ALG should be able to get a good read on this. As long as they don't go through there. Pero maghihiwalay sila ng landas, at least for now. For a minute and a half, or a minute less in this round, not only do they have to recover the C4, they need to be a little bit more diligent no, sa mga angle na chinecheck nila.
Why are you pushing, Toy? What's going on, gang? We stay on top A pag ganyan, pare. At least get a better angle going, pero 2 versus 3 na nga. So he had to make a gamble somehow, some way. Pero Gene, the only one left alive, and it just so happens that he has a TRG. So kahit low dito si Nuken and si Tams, they are still quite threatening. Now everybody is low para sa Alliance, pero masyado pa rin madaming miyembro ang nasa screen dito ni Gene. And a 3-1 start para sa ALG. Port is looking likely para sa kanila.
Oh boy. Yeah. Confidence here brimming from ALG. And look at this. 4 people now posted up just on the outside of LA, and Gene has been really hitting his shots, but
they're just gonna send it.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna go all in. Look at this. Ang kapal ng smoke. It's just gonna be 5 people coming in at the same time. 4 rather, as soon as the flash gets thrown out. That's a lot of patience. Pero ito na nga.
Oh, good timing on the flash. Long players, not checking ito si K7A. Good turnaround galing kay Boo. Getting a very key player that could have broken their offense open. Pero tignan mo si KPQ magagaling dito ng court. Nuken sprayed on down. BMD will be getting Boo trying to climb up dito sa top A. Good cover on BMD from Toy. BMD, another one for him. And ALG, I feel like that counter flash kind of messed him up a bit dito sa long. And yeah, they kind of just died.
Yeah. Unfortunate things here, but that's the risk that you run, no, if you play in ALG style. You go all in, and if there's at least one countermeasure, then those small timing windows na pwede makuha ng JYB have been actually exposed for the first time. Now with only a 1-round deficit for JYB to overcover, to make up for at this point, ALG have to be a little bit more careful. As you can see now, they're much more measured in the space that they want to explore on this map. CA much more careful, but JYB in response, no, very passive. In fact, BMD is checking A sign, B sign, saan nga ba dadaan itong ALG because it's just so quiet on the map. But here comes the smokes, and with that, the deniability kung saan sila pupunta kay Cedric. Damage and information as well. That's an advantage if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, K-Cedric, second attempt on the Ninja. K7A will be spotting him, and it's a good wallbang headshot para kay K-Cedric to take out the curve player. And LQQ looking for the secondary. BMD will be getting Nuken, pero KPQ, masyado pa siyang aharap dito. Kita ang kanyang balikat, kita ang kanyang paa. KPQ also spotting the Z player potentially, so he is a bit tempted to go for the drop down. K-Cedric looking to go for the third attempt potentially para sa Ninja, pero hindi, diniretso na lang dito yung CA. Uy, pero distraction. Napabalik dito ng B. Itong si KPQ. Swapping guns. We'll be back to the HK417. But Dams, good entry para sa kanya. Pero KPQ, a better response. BMD will be getting the LQQ as well. And K-Cedric, the only one left alive, the man who faked the A site, is now stuck with the C4 on the B. So, decisions to make para sa kanya.
As long as there's no overextension from JYB, this should be a pretty secure ground. Considering the position in the middle sila dito. Gene has been spotted, but TMD is there in a little high-low setup as KP comes in from behind to clean up that round. Now JYB equalizing pare 3-3, much closer than we would have expected. But I think JYB have given us a fair share of surprises, so might as well keep going at this point, no?
Yeah, JYB, they need more rounds for sure. At least a 6-3 dito sa port map natin pare. Kasi pagdating ng GR side, it is gonna get slightly harder.
KPQ.
Especially knowing ALG is on the other side. KPQ, naistorbo ang kanyang crouch peak dito sa HP. Pero may mag-check pa dito kay Toy na nakatayo lang sa gilid ng house B. LQQ, HE towards the entrance pero iiwan na lang nila dito ang isang Toy who could maybe get a play going. HP still is there. BMD will be taking down K-Cedric. LQQ still suspicious na dito si Toy. Good find. And Toy, the entire time, nag-aantay siya ng opportunity dito pero inaantay pala siya dito ni LQQ. And K7A, Gene, the last two left alive. Para sa buong angkan dito ng JYB. Spotted pa si Gene sa top A. K7A probably spotted on curve as well. And LQQ, the crouch peak, nag-iba na nga ng baril dito yung tropa natin. 4-3. And ALG, yun nga, pretty good scoreline already para sa first half nila pare.
Yeah, considering no, they're on the BL side here, JYB, all the pressure is on them to try and give themselves some allowance to make mistakes sa second half natin. But Cedric and the rest of the team coming all in for Toy, man. Wala siya magawa. 1v5 ba naman yung makikita mo doon, and now it's just all in. Boo, making his way. Not even committing sa may dalong pare. Saan ka mapupunta? Ginawang popcorn na rin yung IGL dito ng JYB. Pinaglalaroan ng ALG dito. K7A does catch that second wave of manpower. Now equalizing yung manpower nila dito, but it's Gene and K7A again to try and close the round.
Yeah, boo, LQQ playing the bottom side. Masyado maaga lumabas si LQQ. That's an angle that you should never peek unless it's the very last moment to do so. Tams with the turnaround pero mamamatay lang rin siya doon. And Alliance, bit of a rookie mistake galing sa kanila pare with the B hit. you never really want to play double down B. Kasi, ayun nga, no, pwede lang kaya mapuhos dito ng dalawang remaining members dito, especially knowing yung HP nila, pare. That was not the best setup for that post plan.
Oh, not at all, man. Not to mention, yung, just the sheer distance between Delq and the rest of the team, no? Ang hirap magpigil ng retake sa mga nagaganap doon. So now they have to kind of contend with this. Yung 4-4 na scoreline natin, JYB do have the chance to get themselves an advantage moving into our second half. But it's a ALG that is squarely in the advantage right now. Gene does spot them out, pero hindi siya oh my God! Yes, he's flashed. Yes, he's hurt, but at least he got K7 in the process.
He did an HC towards top A, pero hindi pa rin naspatan dito si K7A. Really good reposition. Nuken with a flick up to KPQ. Del QQ is now stuck on the CA position. Di na siya tutulungan dito ni Nuken. It's A's playing for life. C4 is now down on the long side. Nuken with his own world will not be able to go up against the rifle. And 5-4, JYB. Okay, may onting laban na nga dito sa mapa ng port. At the same time, you cannot really ignore it. No, it's port at the end of the day. And dikit ang ating labanan. ALG now with the advantage on the second half.
Yeah. On the GR side, pare, medyo mataas-taas yung chances that Nuken and Delq are gonna be able to go all in here, at least in terms of that individual performance. So GYB need to be a little bit more creative, a little bit more unpredictable. Kasi as you could see, we've seen the solid defense from ALG quite a few times over this season of summer. And yeah, balls in the court dito ng JYB.
Yeah, and honestly, like yun nga, no, JYB, they have a hell of a road ahead of them dito sa kanilang PL side, and especially knowing that you know, it could potentially be a double sniper setup para dito kay Del QQ and kay Nuken, which is going to be hurting their offense a bit if ever they do get picked off in very key positions, kagaya nga dito ng baba ng CA and dito sa may Z side, no, and potentially could stop some openings immediately dito sa B if ever they do want to do so. So you got JYB expecting a lot slower of a setup para nga sa kanila, trying to bait out the alliance members, and if they can do so, yun nga, no, enter yung mga sites natin with a man advantage. But it is gonna be harder to do, no, especially knowing na, ayun nga, feeling ko Alliance has probably learned the lesson that maybe moving forward isn't the end-all be-all para sa kanila.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be looked out for. I feel like JYB kind of need to really take control of the situation here. Catch them with a slightly more different tempo, no? Kasi that lack of changes in tempo from JYB is what made them so predictable, especially dun sa new compound natin, no? So playing here on the BL side, they really need to kind of jostle around, no? Itong ALG, no? Para magulantang nga sila dito. But yeah, man, it's just that the shots are connecting for ALG as well. Even if there's just one person, you would expect that 1 or 2 kills should be there, especially considering yung double PRG setup natin with Nuken and Tams would be there. But KPQ, right open around to Nuken dito.
There it is, CA control. Okay, Cedric, right place, right time para sa kanya. He almost actually missed a shot. Pero buti na lang, tamang adjustment galing sa kanya. Boo! My goodness me! That was a pure guess galing kay Boo.
No way.
Wallbang papunta kay KPQ through those wooden panels dito sa House B. And Toy didn't have his gun out. Oh, left, right, and center. Nagkakamali dito yung JYB. Rookie mistakes coming in from them. K7A and Gene, the last two left alive. And para kay K-Cedric, he is looking for the jugular dito sa labanan, and wrong pre-aim para kay K7A. It's a bit too much to the right. And Gene could not turn around in time. ALG, not even something that you can call a defense, pare. They just ran straight to them.
No slowdown whatsoever, pare. You know, sometimes the best defense is offense. I think ALG are going all in on that philosophy. EKISQUAD hindi ko from a little bit of chip damage. No? Tamang wall bang lang galing sa JYB, but ALG have actually slowed down to a crawl. Nuken playing on the high angle, see if he can catch anybody trying to cross forward here. Oh, Boo has been spotted. They do bait out the reaction galing kay Gian, but he doesn't expect Nuken right around the corner. So again, man advantage unlocked para sa ALG, and they're just trying to keep things on the wraps here because JYB, whoa, BMD catches Boo here, and now going all in with the fights in mid.
Oh, yun lang. K-Cedric will be taking down Toy as well. You can kind of feel Alliance just pushing forward dito sa labanan natin. You can feel the confidence mounting from their side, and JYB's confidence drop all of a sudden. And we can expect this a lot more guys sa Alliance now starting to take more aggressive angles dito sa mapa natin, but they're gonna try and see JYB at least if they can attempt something similar sa nakita nga natin dito sa Alliance where they just ran straight into the site. Del QQ, nilabanan. He's gonna regret making that decision. I think he was supposed to just play for the retake, pero Nuken, somehow staying alive dito sa bottom B, getting KPQ. Whole lot of damage on the members dito ng JYB. It's a flank-on-flank action. Kay Cedric taking it away, and he goes for the drop shot. 7 and 5. Alliance, what a fight from them. Akala ko makawala na yun, pare. Kaso, laking damage doon ni Nuken eh.
15 rounds of fighting yung nakita natin doon. Tarang dire-diretso yung paglaban. It's just bodies on the floor, one after the other. It came down to it. Just a singular 1v1. But now ALG are starting to run away with it, pare. The momentum na sinasabi natin kanina. Undeniable that you would see the GR advantage on this map, especially with the double sniper setup from Tams and Nuken here. Let's see. A bit of quiet on the map right now. JYB undecided kung saan sila mag-explore. The attempts on mid did not work out. So where do you go from here? Granted, no? Open CZ, open ang HB at least for now in terms of that space that they want to explore. Could be the key if they do suss it out. Pero wala kasing nakatingin dito talaga na JYB. It almost seems like they're not too interested. But with the presence of these two players in Z now, no, si Gene and si KPQ, this should be yung signal to try and take that actual space. Si A though, PMD?
Yun lang, kay Cedric. Getting taken down dito sa may CA spot, and that is gonna be key map control away from the hands dito ng ALG. Meron ng chance na makaset up dito yung JYB potentially for an A split, but instead they are gonna be going for the curve control. KPQ nakalagpas, but I think dito si Boo, never mind, he didn't see anything. BMD, known entity dito sa exit, and he's spotted by Del QQ getting the easy taps. The game plan falls apart para dito sa JYB, but they do get Boo in return.
As si Nuken.
Good spot para kay Nuken. As long as he can fall down just in time, bago siya ma-wallbang dito ng EBR, and everybody is a bit too antsy dito sa JYB. Del QQ with the return, and Toy will be banged out through the box, and 8 and 5 ALG. Nararamdaman mo na yung kaba dito ng JYB. This was supposed to be the game that will help them qualify dito sa playoffs, but ALG not allowing it.
Every round here, that's building up the chances. Running out, man. Low percentages. Look at LQ. Please made up. BR ng BL. Will they even check here? I don't think they will. There's just way too much smokes. We're gonna have to depend on some wall bands to try and suss out kung nasan si LQ here, but it's just so committed to wait. It's just really a test of patience that's working out so well. Not to mention with BMD, an early exit in this round. It seems to me that JYB have no idea what's coming. Boom. I'm making his way up through LA. Spray down onto K7A as well. At yun nga, nag-activate yung JYB. Bigla na lang ganon. Nuken and Tams now. Duguan yung dalawa. Kailangan na lang sila mahanap ng JYB dito. But still, there's no space whatsoever on the map. But it doesn't matter if you show yourselves way too early. Nuken, TRG in hand, looking for the targets here on LA. May tatawid nga ba? Nandito si Gene. He gets one. Toy expected to cross over, but he gives it away.
Back. HE!
No!
Oh, it just grazes itong si Toy. And they have no idea that Nuken has done the full turnaround dito sa CA, pare. Drop down. Check. Buti na lang, hindi pa sila nagplant. I think Toy was actually nagging. Or KPQ was actually in plant. Pero 6 and 8. JYB, may buhay pa dito sa BL side.
May ilalaban pa nga. 2 rounds in ALG. Not even on set point, not even on series point para sa ngayon. But Nuken so active now. Waiting for them to show up sa my court. Pare, ba't ka magti 3 points dyan? Nakabantay si Nuken. He's gonna have to make up for that.
Angle too, man. Sayang. Tams has a sniper. Usually don't see this, pare. Pero
No way, right?
it is not a hard angle to hold, but a really brutal shot to miss. And Tams does not miss 3 times, 4 to be sure. Pero Gene, nandito sa B, Nuken in a very good
My
off angle.
God.
Hindi siya maka-crouch pre-fire doon or the crouch peek whatsoever. Del QQ getting K7A and Toy, the last one left alive. And they're just gonna toy with him at this point. LB side occupied. Pero Toy will be going down immediately. 9-6 para sa ALG. And one more point. Masisecure na nila yung first, or rather, the possibility of first, potentially.
Yeah. Last round in, ALG, all they need to do is lock in from this point onwards. K. Cedric throwing out the HEs in the faces ng mga JYB players as well. And again, look at the amount of space that Tams is holding up through mid. It's this mid control that they have na hindi talaga ina-expect ng JYB. Now, the activation from K. Cedric to catch BMD, but JYB are answering back in frags of their own. 3v4 sa ngayon, but the smokes have yet to clear on the mid side.
Yeah, JYB also recognizing that ALG is a bit desperate to finish yung labanan na to, and Nuken will be taken down immediately. Wallbang, really good, and so far, so good nga para ka dito sa JYB. Has been just doing multiple 4-band peaks towards this mid side, pero Del QQ on the top A side. We spotted ang kanyang ulo. Second attempt. No, not even hitting a shot para kay Del QQ. 7-9 JYB. Okay. They got 2 points.
Yeah. A little bit more, but we might even see an OT here because it looks like the confidence is back on the table for JYB. Look at BMD, an opener on Nuken who has just been nuclear in this map, and they're just going and going. KPQ picking up with that frag on the enemy IGL, leaving now yung mga tatlong players ng ALG to try and scramble kung nasan sila. Granted, no, maganda naman yung pwesto dito ni Tams inside of Z, coupled up with Boo as well. So they do have that going for them. It just so happens na if JYB choose to go in the opposite direction, he Cedric's gonna have to deal with this on his own.
Yun nga, what's gonna be the vibe here? Para sa JYB, KPQ spotted, and that's a very hard angle to clear as well. And barely pa nabawasan dito si Boo. And Toy on the long side. Half HP on him. And kasama niya nga dito si K7A. K7A who has been good with his entry so far. Pero K-Cedric nasa bodega. Almost actually taken out. Good flash galing sa kanya to delay the rest of the opponents. And look at the rest of Alliance is going for the full flank instead. K7A spotted by Boo on the long side. And hindi na alam kung nasaan na secondary na player. All of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. Very big possibilities para nga dito sa Alliance. Tams can also set up some flashes, some nades from this long side. Boo spotting BMD. Masyado yata mainit dito sa top 8. Tams still alive somehow, some way. Boo getting it. Toy nakaltukan. And even then, Toy still getting the headshot at the end of the day. None of the USP bullets na niratrat dito ni Boo tumama.
Man, isang bala na lang. Bad trip. Isa na lang yung kailangan ng JYB. Man, we're gonna get our OT for Port. Nails are being put to the test now. Boo has to hold on, hunker down. Wala siya nagawa. Marangkada na dire-diretso itong JYB. But Nuken, my God, look at this defense from him.
Yun lang, but still. No B-side control. Gene getting K-Cedric. Tams though. See what the rookie can do in this 1 versus 2. Flash again, K7A, not spotting in time, but it's a 2-man peek coming in from them, and it is gonna be overtime. Alliance masyadong nag-enjoy dito sa mapa ng Port, and nandito na nga tayo.
Yep, makikita-kita tayo sa ating unang OT para sa araw na to, no? And so well, ALG, we're gonna be honest, man. If there's any way to get to an OT, that's the most ALG way to get to an OT, no? Get really streaky early in the game and then just fumble again and again, unfortunately. So, there is still hope for JY Bacolod.
There is hope for sure, no? Para nga dito sa JYB, you know, na there is still a possibility of a win, and of course that juicy +4 pagdating sa map differential natin, and that could be, you know, changing the fates of their future dito nga sa ating Impact. And para naman sa Alliance, yun nga, no? Moment of weakness para sa kanila, pare, na ayun nga, na bigla silang nag-crumble. I wouldn't say crumble, no? I'm trying to be nice about this, no? Kasi kaibigan natin yung Alliance, eh. Low-key, they went dumb. Parang they went from like arguably 100 IQ plays to yun nga no, naging 0 IQ bigla pare. Look at that five man mid push.
Yeah.
And I feel like JYB ito pag ako natatalo na ako sa rank match by that exact same strat and I'm on the BL side, kawawa sa akin yung baba ng BR pagdating sa makabala ng EBR ko kasi I'm spraying in order for the player whoever is playing yung baba dito ng CA or whoever is entering itong Z. Ayun nga no, you wish them the best of luck kasi the flurry of bullets that is about to fly at them is yun nga no, absolutely crazy. And yun nga yung ginawa dito ng JYB, yung suggestion ko nung una pare where you know you just hang back and let Alliance make the mistakes themselves. And Alliance, they made a whole lot of mistakes pare.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, no? Kanina pa natin call out Alliance is that kind of team that kind of takes their foot off the brakes when they get a little bit too comfortable. And yun nga, they got way too comfortable for way too long here, granting round after round after round sa JYB para makahabol. So this OT is definitely to be said na very frustrating yan if you're ALG, man. That's a tilter of a comeback from JYB.
Yeah, for sure. And ngayon now they have to play overtime once again where they have to play the BL side potentially no dito nga sa mapa natin. Yeah. And ayun nga, they're hopefully will try to finish it by this time. Pero ayun nga, JYB at the same time, opportunity of a lifetime para ka sa kanila. Lions obviously not in their best form dito sa mapa ng port and also not in the best seriousness dito nga sa ating labanan. So yun nga, will be taking a while since ayun nga, I feel like JYB is also kind of experiencing, you know, some lag stuff. We did see ito nga si KPQ kind of zipping around dito sa mapa natin. So hopefully, ayun nga, no, JYB has got it sorted out, pare.
Yeah. There is a lot to be said here about Alliance Gaming as well. If we go back to yung campaign ng Alliance back in Masters spring, pare, this was the exact moment no bago mag-playoffs where they kind of took their foot off the pedal tapos nagdire-diretso sila. We're in no yung early weeks of Masters spring. ALG looked really promising in terms of that performance that we were expecting out of this team. In fact, I predicted them to make it into that playoffs. Pero now, pare, it's kind of the same. It seems like we've hit that impasse. Na ALG need to prove to us that they know when to stay consistent and they know well, technically you should always be consistent, no? Pero you shouldn't be taking off your pedal when you're so close to that goal, when you're so close to crossing that finish line.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, no, Alliance obviously they're a team that likes to have fun dito sa labanan nga natin. And ayun nga, hopefully that doesn't stop despite what happened nga dito sa ating overtime. And I feel like, you know, the person who is going to be mad about this is Cebu. Kasi he's still the coach, man, at the end of the day. And he's not going to be happy about what just happened, para. But look at Cedric. Hey! This guy behind you. Yun lang. Hindi na namalayan si BMD na nandito na sa ilalim ng BR. Here comes the HG for a return. And they get.
A bit of a mess here, no? Buti na lang may bawi, Cebu. The rest of JYB, though, getting very active this time on the LA side. K7A. We want to take that contact, no? Otherwise, Gene will be in a high-pressure situation. Medyo makapal yung smokes natin dito sa may B side of the map, no? So, ALG, they need to be, again, much more careful, much more diligent in taking the space, especially considering yung pwesto ng K7A here in CA. Trying to bait it out with a ninja play. But if he crosses, it would have been empty. But it goes the other way. Catches Toy. KPQ's on the other end of things. K7A just taking names in mid. Sam's last man standing. What the hell can you do? The C4's out in the open as well. And JYB have everything covered.
Yun nga, the entire ALG team refusing to look up and into sa CA, pare. We even got a guy climbing up dito sa may ladder natin. Pero Tams, let's see what the rookie can do. Dito sa ALG, long been hyped, long been touted as a pretty good player. But yeah, even the greatest players die to that, pare. 10-9.
Ooh, I can feel the pressure starting to mount up on the shoulders dito ng ALG, man. I would be so mad. The fashion in which they were caught here in the OT and now not even winning that first round. ALG, oh my god! Siki! That's a tilt round if I've ever seen one, pare. ALG just gave it up so quickly.
Yeah, I don't know what was, I don't know what was up with that ALG,
Um,
pero
what?
naubos lang kayo dito. Y'all just got sprayed down, and what is gonna be the response galing sa ALG? They split apart. So no longer are we gonna see too many together plays galing sa kanila, pare. AKA nagtampo ang mga kasama. Boo and Tams already on low HP sa start ng round, and then HE would be quite nice if makaabot nga doon sa pakabilang BR, pero masyado yata malayo yung tinatayuan dito ni KPQ. Pero Nukin, gusto niyang pilitin dito ang House B with his cold, one tap potential with that gun, but ALG just gunning around dito sa mapa, and JYB, they're playing their positions. Tama to, pare.
Yeah, doing pretty well here for themselves at this point, but just gotta wait for it. We talked about JYB and just being patient, being very passive here, but it looks like they want to go all in here. LQ off yung timing, he gets one. The JYB answers back with a couple of their own. And si Nukin Tams. Granted, no, K-Cedric has made his way up through BR. And if they're not careful, no, JYB could be caught if they over-rotate. But the C4, it's on my SD. They need to retake possession of this. D7A and Toy around the corner. It's gonna be a hard bet. Last two for ALG. Nukin left unchecked. He gets one. Not the second. That means K-Cedric is alone in this fight in a 1v3 like this.
Okay, Cedric. Big shot galing sa kanya, pero K7A not gonna be living for too long, and even then, walang magawa talaga dito ang ating Alliance Gaming. Not a single round on that first half, and this could be disaster para nga sa kanila dito. JYB, a singular point away from going equal dito sa ating group stage, and that could mean everything para sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, and like we said, no, playoffs hopes definitely still on the line. They need to be perfect from here on out, no, if they really want to secure that playoff slot. But I feel like, no, itong ALG natin, medyo may mental check out na tayo nakita, no, as was seen with the 5-man swing out through LA na medyo pinamigay lang talaga nila yung round. I just feel like unless during our little setup para maka-switch sides and ALG can gather things back. I don't know what Boo has to say, but he has to say something here to the ALG boys to try and keep them motivated enough to really fight for a golden round. But whatever it is, he has to do it now, man.
Yeah, maybe game's not done, guys. The typical coach stuff na sinasabi dito, guys, di pa tapos ang laban, di pa naman 13 ang ating scoreline. Pero ayun nga, hopefully tatalab naman dito sa mga ALG players natin. Maybe he does it in a more goofy way, no, pare. I feel like, the goofy way to go para sa akin for Alliance, maybe just joke about it na, damn, we're losing to JYB. That will definitely kind of bruise the egos a bit ng mga players, and you kind of have to rage bait them a bit, no, kumbaga, into performing slightly better, as is most of the ranked players dito sa ating Pilipinas. Pero ayun nga, no, JYB at the precipice dito ng ating pagkapanalo, and ayun nga, if they win this, that means if they can somehow beat itong SGJ natin, pare, ayun nga, that is them potentially in playoffs, and moment, yun nga, no, kind of in danger dito sa dito sa kanila, pare, kasi ayun nga, XGov and JYB kind of on their tail.
Yeah. Ganun na lang, man. Ganun na lang. It's some great stuff. Imagine on the last week, may ganito tayong shake-up that could be happening. And all JYB needs to do is win one more round. It's definitely going to be muddying the waters, pare, when it comes to that playoffs qualification. No? But with that being said, dito na tayo, no? Papasok tayo ulit ng port. We'll find out. Does JYB close it out here, or can ALG keep them at bay?
There it is. Long take. I like this though, galing sa JYB. They tried to go fast towards the A side of the map. Pero ALG catching the first two members. They have to keep going. Hindi sila pwedeng tumigil dito. Pero K-Cedric with the wallbang. KPQ will be going down as well. And JYB tried to go for a fast A take. Can't blame them, no. In all honesty, baka makakita din mo walang ALG doon. Pero, okay, BMD has gotten himself two, but not a third. 12 and 10. ALG, okay. They're not gonna go out without swinging, pare.
Buti na lang kamo, no? that the gamble from JYB didn't work out, but are they gonna do it again? I think they're gonna do it again, but this time there's only 2 people here, no? I have to worry about K7 and Towns, but look at the
Oh, the
reaction
nades
now.
towards B as well. I think
Yeah.
naloko sila pare.
Loko nga, they're halfway, half in na nga, no? Sa rotation nila dito. Pero ito na nga yung mga flash. KPQ making his way forward and the rest of JYB close behind. Not to mention, look at this exploration from KPQ. Hindi nila in-expect yung backstab.
Oh, it could be over. Hold on, KPQ. Nakuha na nga dito si Del QQ Boo. What can the coach do in this situation? Pero hindi pa tapos ang labanan. Nakuha siya ng dalawa dito. C4 hindi pa naibaba ng ating JYB na squad. Double jump in towards bridge. He's making a whole lot of noise. K7A spotting him and could not adjust in time. JYB keeps their playoff hopes alive. And now they are 3-3 in the group stage. They win port.
One hell of an upset dito. Galing si JYB beating out one of the top seeded teams in our standings, man. That's gonna sting para sa Alliance Gaming because it was so close. Literally so close. But again, no, na-expose ulit yung weakness ng ALG. It's that mental fortitude that if you start streaking round after round after round against them, they just mentally check out. And you could really see it, especially in the OT.
Yeah, and a really good call as well, no? Para dito sa JYB to kind of run back that long take kasi ayun nga, meron kang onting leeway dito sa labanan natin to kind of make some mistakes, especially when 12-9 and a really good ninja play, no? Galing dito kay KPQ. I feel like that was really what won them the entire round as I think it prevented some of the players from just sending it dito sa BR at kumuha na mas magandang angulo dito. So, ayun nga, pretty big props dito sa JYB, especially para dito kay Gene at kay KPQ. Yun nga, no? They have been performing way beyond expectations, pare. And Toy with a very, very improved performance, man, kumpara ka dito sa nakita natin sa map number 2.
Yeah, some great stuff. I mean, the macro here for JYB, surprisingly very, very good dito sa port, no? We're able to catch them on the rotations. Na mention actually natin back on Black Widow is that once they have a good idea of kung nasan ba yung mga default na pwestuhan dito ng ALG, they're able to plant one person. More often than not, it is KPQ, as we could see back on Black Widow plus port as well, na as soon as a rotation comes in, he's there to make and execute. He's there to cut it off and make sure that backup does not come in time for whoever is the poor soul on site.
Ayun nga, take a look at the highlights. It was quite the back and forth, no, in all honesty. First half was a 5-4 with a point lead para nga dito sa JYB, but yeah, there was a bit of doubts, especially with the second half. Alliance, of course, were just kind of moving forward dito sa labanan natin. But unfortunately for them, yeah, they just could not finish the game in time at all whatsoever. At nakabalik pa nga ang JYB in contention dito sa ating series. And yun nga, Alliance, no, you really start to doubt how serious they're taking itong laruan natin, especially with what we saw in the overtime match. And ayun nga, there's a lot of doubts. There's a lot of questions na kailangan sagutin nga dito ng Alliance if ever we do see them going into playoffs. Like, why did this happen? Kung yun nga, no, why does it look so disconnected para nga sa kanila, no? But that is for them to figure out. And para naman sa JYB, yun nga, no, really good recovery. Galing sa kanila, pare. I think if I'm not mistaken, no, they started off the season with a pretty bad record. Ayun nga, they got beaten by XGOV. And nanalo sila up against their fellow JY squad. They won up against Moment, actually. And natalo sila up against EKISQUAD. And ayun nga, no, the losses started mounting dito sa week number 4 as well with the loss from HazMatz. Pero overall, man, JY Bacolod on the map dito sa Impact, pare. And of course, Bacolod could not be happier about this result. 1.20 KD para dito kay Toy. K7A para nga, K7A with a 1.60 and a 1 KR para sa kanya. But we have to take a look at Jane. Despite his statistics, no, you can really feel the impact ng mga lower KD players natin dito sa map. Hindi sila naiwan.
Yeah. I really want to allow dito yung macro nga ng JYB because the way that they've been playing, but it really doesn't depend on any highlight plays from any of these players. They just need to give their all to their specific function, no? Again, the roles here, KPQ, consistently there. K7A closing the rounds, BMD, no, able to kind of throw a wrench in the works sa mga kalaban nila when ALG are not able to actually get a read on what that BL side looks like. I mean, the way that this OT went, no, 3 rounds in a row. At buti nga, may konting laban pa yung ALG when we did switch sides, but unfortunately, it was not gonna be enough to get things back in their favor and bring us the golden round.
Yun nga. It is what it is para dito sa Alliance. Another week where, they have to face disappointment. But at the end of the day, they still have the favorable record dito sa ating labanan. I think they are now 4-2 right after this loss. Pero K7A will be the set MVP with a 1.60 KD and 1.04 KR. No, K7A especially, no, he's been such an interesting player. Para nga dito sa ating JYB especially, no, one of the more premier, let's say, rifle talents galing nga dito sa Bacolod, and hopefully he does follow in the footsteps of NBA as he does rise dito sa ating Impact. And of course, we're gonna take a look at the whole match result, man. Looking at yung map number 2 natin, no, akalaan mo talaga na makakabalik yung Alliance dito sa ating series, pero pagdating dito sa port, it was more of a fight.
Yeah, just well contested, no, from JYB, na hindi mo talaga i-expect na kaya nila maging makapag-recover, no, after that crushing loss on new compound. But it's a lot to be said, no, we underestimated this Bacolod team, and I mean, fair enough considering the second seed itong ALG, but that just means that a lot more things are up in the air dito sa Impact than we would have thought.
Yeah, of course, we are gonna have the match MVP dito sa ating labanan, and I have a little bit of a guess that it is gonna be K7A still with a 1.90 KD, 83 kills per round, 0.44 H&K, and he has been rocking both the EBR and itong HK nga natin, no, and with the plus-minus of 2. So, K7A, despite the struggle na nakita nga natin dito sa new compound, still is, him.
Yeah, he do be him. And the last time we saw JYB actually win, it was K7A as well, just being a consistent player, taking up the CrossFIRE team to try and uplift the rest of this squad into a victory. But man, what an exciting opener para sa ating araw na to, no, for ALG and JYB. And well, excited to see a little bit more kasi meron tayong isa pa namang series mamaya at maya, mga kaibigan. That being said, let's go ahead and take a look for our last match. This one is an important one for our middle of the table teams, no, Sneaky Frog, EKISQUAD laban sa ExGOVERNORS, where ExGOVERNORS, they're really gonna need this one. If they have that head-to-head against EKISQUAD, a lot higher chance will be unlocked for them para makapasok ng playoffs.
Ayun nga, para sa EKISQUAD as well, right? This could also, if they also lose yung series na to, this could tie them up with Moment Esports in terms of record, and even potentially, kind of set them down kung 2-0 to pare, and yun nga, their map score not gonna be favorable for them in terms of yung 4-3 record. And yun nga, just like what you said, ExGOVERNORS, who are also trying to qualify dito sa ating top 4, 3-2 at the moment, pare. So, napakalapit niyan. Anything can happen.
Yeah, got a real banger for a closer dito sa araw na ito. But with that being said, no, papahinga muna kaming dalawa ni Sneaky Frog, CFS PH Impact 2026 Summer. We'll be right back. nagbabalik tayo mga tropa waves dito sa CFS PH Impact Summer 2026. Muli ako si Josuave, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. And this last series of the day will be an interesting one kasi dito, pare, a lot of fates lie in the result of this last match of ex-governors versus EKISQUAD.
Yun nga, no? Ex-Governors, of course, it has been one of the more popular teams dito sa ating tournament, pare. Of course, having, Jason and Hangshu on your team will definitely net you some fans, pare. And they have had quite an interesting run dito sa ating tournament. Not gonna lie, having a really good start up against itong JYB, going 2-1 in a very close series, and yun nga, beating JYD 2-0. Also beating HazMatz, no? So they got the easy side of the bracket. Or at least in the group stage dito sa simula. But then they started kind of tapering off a bit, no, with that loss up against itong Moment Esports. Na 2-0 pa sila dito ng XGov. And ayun nga, no, this is gonna be their attempt to try and get back dito sa ating group stage. As they're still in a very good position, no, para ma-qualify nga dito sa ating top 4 with them only having 2 losses so far dito sa ating labanan. Meanwhile, EKISQUAD, no, in a very different position dito sa ating labanan, did come in as one of the favorites in terms of the strength of roster here, pero may onting doubt na nangyari na yun nga, they went 0-2 up against Moment Esports. They also forfeited their game up against dito sa SGJ, and na-recover naman nila na maayos, no, with their game up against itong Alliance with their 2-0 there. And yeah, I mean, so far yung kanilang record is serving them right. Wins against JYD, JYB, and itong HazMatz. So far, EKISQUAD kind of the slight favorite dito sa ating labanan, pare.
I'm gonna agree with you there. Na nakita natin that it's kind of two different roads here to make it into their qualifications, wherein one is started good, is going bad, and the other in the opposite. Pero yun nga, no, speaking of series, let's go ahead and check a quick look at our map dito to see kung saan nga natin tutunghayan yung laban natin on the server. We will be starting here on Ankara, followed by New Compound as the ex-governors pick. And if we go all the way, which would not be a surprise if we did, magtatapos tayo ng landas sa subbase.
Yun nga. I'm actually interested to see if ever na makakaabot nga tayo dito sa subbase for our map number 3. And in all honesty, no, looking at the performances dito ng EKISQUAD, especially on the maps of Ankara, it's not too bad from their side in all honesty. And ayun nga, no, we have seen some fairly good games dito sa map na to, especially para nga dito sa ating EKS. And yun nga, no, knowing the players, they have plenty of experience pagdating nga sa map na to. New Compound, though, will be interesting to see considering XGov. This is also one of their favorite maps pagdating sa ating labanan, and I'm surprised na EKISQUAD did not consider banning it out kasi pinprioritize nga nila dito ang pagkaban ng Black Widow, which is another map that XGov is fairly good at. So yun nga, no, EKISQUAD getting almost what they want, no, dito sa ating series. I think they would have wanted to see kung may Eagle Eye 2.0 yung labanan nga natin dito, but XGov obviously doesn't usually foray yung mapa na yun, pare, so we are not gonna see that. But New Compound, just like what I said, is gonna be interesting considering na EKISQUAD, they have not played it at all the entire season, pare.
There could be one of two things. It's really a coin flip here when we're talking about that map in particular, kasi nga we just haven't seen it. We don't have the data. But if we're being honest, no, based on what we do have at bay right now, itong EKISQUAD, they do have much more maps that have been shown so far in the season. Ex-governors have a few more secrets that they could be hiding. Could being yung operative word natin dito, kasi either they've been purposely hiding the strats here, or they just haven't by chance not played these maps at all, no?
Ayun yan. This is gonna be interesting to see, especially from the EKISQUAD perspective. No, obviously, alam naman natin yung capabilities ng EKISQUAD, especially when it comes to the map of Ankara. But how is that gonna translate in a map like New Compound, which is gonna be a whole lot less space to play, a whole lot more angles na kailangan nga nila isipin dito. But we're gonna take a look at the predictions, and I feel like we did the same thing, which is going both Ekis, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you went XGov, pare.
I went XGov here for the
you're a ride or die Hangshu gamer, pare.
Yeah, for the plot, man, for the plot. Hey, we gotta get the viewers in here, no? Si Hanshu and si Jason, some crowd favorites nga naman. And we already got one upset today. Why not get another, diba?
Sabagay. I mean, might as well have two of them, no, better than the price of one. Pero ayun nga, no, I do still trust on the side of Ekis, no, at the very least yung kanilang capabilities of, the talents of the players. Alam naman natin yung kung saan nanggaling dito si Tangram, also having a fair share of a CF experience already, no? Pero speaking of experience, I feel like definitely, Jessan's team, Hangshu's team can definitely get something going kung especially kung maayos yung naging kanilang laruan dito nga sa ating labanan. And there has been a fair few good performances, especially galing dito kay STL, DLR, OB has had some very good games as well. So hopefully makita natin yun dito sa series.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing itong XGov that they've actually been a little bit more developed in terms of the macro. I feel like this shift where Han chooses the IGL instead of Jessen has really freed up Jessen to just kind of be himself, play on the sniper for a bit. But Hanchu as well, no? Even having to deal with the bandwidth pare na kailangan niyang hawakan as the IGL, he's still able to shoot. He's still able to be the main character in some rounds na necessary to be converted. Pero yun nga, if we're doing it by the numbers, if we're doing it the more intelligent way, no, my brain says EKISQUAD, my heart does say ex-governors for the plot.
Yeah, for the plot ka dito na pare. It would be nice to see if XGov can actually enter dito sa ating playoffs, and it would be a huge achievement for the team and for the squad though, and a bit of redemption para nga dito kay Jessan, especially after what happened last time na he entered itong impact natin. And I hope to see some very good performances other than the two na minention nga natin. Once again, DLR also having some very good games, and itong si STL has been quite serviceable para nga sa team na to. But let's put the conversation back at least papunta nga dito sa EKISQUAD pare. They have been somewhat all over the place, pero alam mo yung napakataas lang talaga ng floor nila bilang isang team dito nga sa CFS PH IMPACT na it does usually happen from time to time na it is just good enough na even on their lowest effort nanggagawan pa nilang dumurog dito sa labanan natin. We might not see it here in all honesty, no? Yeah, ex-governors also have their fair share of wins, so it could be one of our closer series.
Yeah, I would expect that it's gonna be a close one. Kasi despite seeing that ex-governors have a pretty good record so far, it just seems to me that both these teams, both their floors are very high as well. No? So whoever is better on the server today would definitely be on. Pwede rin sabihin, you can't really contest what happens on the server today kasi nga, both these teams have a very high floor.
Yep, they just need to raise the ceiling at this point, pare. And we're gonna wait and see. No longer waiting, actually. We are gonna enter Ankara immediately. Ex-governors dito sa BL side, GR side para ka dito sa EKISQUAD. And DLR already early presence papunta second mid. Pero tignan naman EKISQUAD almost, or actually already a very quick play dito sa map natin. Owen King, the only one holding from the CA side. STL looking in the wrong direction while OB was in the right. OB finally getting the one tap in return, but still 4 versus 3 pa rin at the end of the day.
But there's nobody here on the site, man. QRL's gonna have to hold on to this himself with Hancho up in his face. Kailangan niya matras ng konti. There's so much utility being thrown. Despite that, he's still able to convert OB into a corpse para 2v4 dito. EKISQUAD coming in from both sides. Makahiwalay si Jessan. Jessan already down, and again, it's up to Hancho. Main character, IGL dito ng ex-governors. Feeling the pressure from all sides. Gets one, gets two. Wait a second. It might be doable. He's aware of JJF. Oh. And Ram, wait a second. Ito na naman, pare. Yung main character ng ex-governors nag-activate ng maaga. JJF coming in from behind him. Unaware now ngayon para kay Hanshu. They look through EA. JJF right around the corner. Does he see him? Yes, nakita yung paa. But he turns around. Gotta be careful. Where do you want to go? He has the C4 and he slipped away. He's gonna make his way towards the B site with so much utility in his hands. And he's gonna be ready for that retake if it does happen. In fact, I feel like he might just be waiting for JJF to start to show up. Pero ito na nga, set bomb, fully committed now in 35 seconds, counting down the seconds on the clock before he shows up on the retake.
Yeah, I think nagkasalisihan sila actually dito sa site. Just the spec was a bit delayed. ㍍Mero has made it to batteries and he's got a better weapon for the situation. Nasa harap ka ng kahoy na kahon, and with an EBR, you can just rail straight through that, pare. 1-0. What a 1v1 win para kay ㍍Mero.
I have to say, man, one of that rounds, that round in particular was so classically ex-governors. We keep saying that you can't really be depending on Hanshu to save your life all the time, but he still does it every now and again. Just so happens that EKISQUAD was able to stabilize towards the end, thanks to ㍍Mero. Now it's a little bit more orderly para sa ex-governors, playing with a little bit more care. Have a pretty solid hold on the A side of the map here. QRL pushing all the way through the boxes. He's OB, but cannot back away to safety, no?
Needs an HE to be flung towards his direction, pare. Pero I think Owen King just using the smoke to kind of disguise the more wider peaks na ginagawa niya at the moment. And this smoke is actually going to be benefiting him in this situation. Pero naspatan na rin siya dito sa CA as well, as there is now a top A player rotated in. So XGov decisions to make doon para sa akin. I think you just send OB to the A side into the doldrums, pare, habang may kumukulit dito sa B side to kind of just create that separation para dito sa Ekis, but no. They're gonna keep it together. Instead, Jessa na lang ang naan dito sa Biniter, and he might get re-cleared, pare.
I think he might, no? But I feel like, as of right now, EKISQUAD are just gonna fully commit to their positions. There is an opening that can be made out through hotel if they do choose to make their way through. C4, though, also rejoining the rest of the team. Ex-Governor is gonna go all in on this B side take, kung saan mag-isa na si Teng, and no presence whatsoever from TB. 50 seconds here on the clock. Jason is waiting for a rotation to happen.
Oh, didn't cut
And
anyone.
does he look? Does he look? The timing! Jason, nagkakatingin. Muntikan pa.
76 on Jamero, definitely doable. But the USP a bit too powerful in the hands of Jason. Ram, papuntang TB. Gandang bantay dito ni DLR. Holding down the B site, and EKISQUAD, this is one of your bad habits, going in one by one, and one by one you do fall, and one by one you fall to the offense dito ng XGov. Early peaks not working out para dito sa EKISQUAD, and they get punished for it.
Can't be doing that, man. Not in this kind of situation. No, sabi nga natin, this is gonna be a close affair, and it seems to be shaping up to be that. No, 1-for-1. The control of Yara that they had earlier in this round, ex-governors have to let it go because there's so much utility being thrown in their faces, waiting for the push from EKISQUAD. I like this patience, but they need to hit these shots. Yes, it's gonna be 1-for-1, but QRL will back off. Call for Ram to give him assistance, but oh, my God, sharpshooter, man. Headshot after headshot, and this 3v4 will be a hard one to convert para sa ex-governors because the Ram is just taking names here on our kill feed.
Tingin nga, when is the fight gonna stop? Para nga dito sa side ng EKISQUAD, it just seems like they want to keep rolling forward. And obviously, that's not the way to go. Teng going in. Nakita na si Hangshu, but does not spot DLR. Na dumaan dito sa kabilang hagdan. Pero Jamero in between the two players, but he's now spotted on EA DLR. 1 HP repick. He's gonna die. Jessan. Very dangerous ang kanyang spot dito. USP, and it's not gonna hit the head of the veteran sniper. 2-1. Ex-Governors. Okay, nakakabalik dito, nakakabalik. And by balik, I mean they're getting a better start than what EKISQUAD is expecting. No, pare, EKISQUAD going forward every single round at nasasalo naman dito ng XGov.
I like it, man. I like it. Ex-Governors seem to have a pretty good read on what kind of activity we want to see here on the map. SDL, you have to bait out yung shot na yun. Galing, I think, dito sa my mid. That means EKISQUAD is starting to feel that pressure from ex-Governors. Kasi you can see, you know, you have to let go now of that HM control. Be a little bit more careful. And Ram has his attention divided between second mid. This division that's been made in that map by ex-governors might be turned on its head though. Kasi nga, no, majority of the players here from EKISQUAD are hunkered inside of the B site. Ito na nga, nice HE to try and get something coming. TDF holding on.
Good angle. Yun lang. And XGov, they decide to back off.
What?
At the wrong time. Si Ram naka-forward na ka dito. Jamero nakuha na ka si DLR. And Jessan, the only one left alive. And what can he do in this very precarious situation unless mag-peek sila isa-isa papunta sa kanya? This is not a possibility. Carl with the spot. Jessan failing to hit it. But a USP in hand. So, too many players on screen, pare. Too many players to deal with. 2-2. EKISQUAD tying it up.
Like it, I like it, man. We're really going back and forth for this series, and this will probably be a precursor to the rest of our sets, no? Kung ganito kalapit yung angkara, knowing that it's an EKISQUAD pick, you will be expecting as well some level of performance from ex-governors on new compound as well. But Ram, look how far forward he's made it. Out through TV, mag-aantay sa hukay kung may tatawid man. Kapal na Ecoms, Jessan. Doesn't see a single thing, at least for now. Playing around bypass. Yes, until ka nakatingin. Did not expect to ram around the corner now, and the rest of ex-governors have to be reeling from that quick push galing sa kanila.
Ram hitting them with the oldest trick in the book, pare. Smoke mid and they just run through it.
Yeah.
Just not expecting that exact situation to happen. Kaya sobrang intent nilang talaga na nakatikin nga lang siya dito sa may high mid na kalaban. Pero ExGOVERNORS operating without their sniper, something that they're kind of used to dito sa ating labanan.
Fair enough.
As Jessan, he does like to go for early peaks as well from time to time, but he does hold most of the time dito sa backline. But does hit a fair few shots, especially with that USP, and we need to see more from that sniper though, galing sa kanya. Teng though, with his own TRG. Guard not sniping this time, which is interesting. Para kaya sa kanila dito. And Hangshu. Yun lang, good find dito kay Teng at nahulog na yung TRG sa base.
Good opener, man. He equalized the numbers now for EKISQUAD. And with JJF here inside of TEB. Waiting for the right time to cross over. SDL as well. Wait lang. It's gonna be awkward. He catches one. Has to back off. But he does not expect that SDL's there. He still connects the bullets. DLR here for the trade. Pero ngayon, Hanshu, no choice but to move forward, leaving DLR in the dust. The 1v3 and he's caught on all corners. Cannot escape death in this situation. EKISQUAD restoring the lead in their favor this time around.
And yeah, I mean, with a 3-2 scoreline para nga dito sa EKISQUAD, you can kinda see them be a bit more confident pagdating sa kanilang movement, especially in towards second mid. Look at Jamero and the rest of the team wanting to file forward. Naspat na ako nasan si Jessan dito, pero alam pa nila ako nasan si DLR. Jamero the first one down. But they really are trying to tempt Jessan out of that position dito sa market. So Teng can get a shot on him. Pero lalabas ba dito si Jessan? They're just gonna smoke it. But you can still kinda see it right through the smoke. You just have to get the right timing in, pero hindi na nakuha. Sayang yung start na Ekis. Could have netted them a two-man lead.
Yeah, could have been good for them, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be given. Owen King inside of Vents waiting for anybody who wants to show their faces here. Ano tayong magandang setup from Vents from CA. Owen King, and here it comes. They do take the bait. Couple of kills their away. QRL does get found, but the rest of the team has now spotted out where the C4 is. Ito na nga yung rotation galing sa EKISQUAD to try and restore control of this A side of the map. But Owen King has to pray. Has to pray that his teammates come in just in time to prevent that take from happening. Saan nga ba sila pupunta? Ram waiting sa RS kung may tatawid man ng mid. But where does the final decision lie? ExGOVERNORS taking their time. But a minute still on the clock. It's plenty of time to have a real discussion of where they want to finish this. But EKISQUAD, they're fully committed to this A site hold. Teng? Okay. The back off from ExGOVERNORS here. He did this last time. It kind of bit him in the butt, but seems to me that they've actually pulled the wool over the eyes dito ng ExGOVERNORS. No? But Hanshu, ayun na nga, catches Teng out in the open. They know where they are. Rotation's fully committed now. Si Ram mag-isa is gonna try and prevent this C4 from being set. And they know exactly where he is. Owen King's gonna have to restore the balance in this equation. Yung 2v3 dito.
Okay, titikit na lang sila dito. I was thinking that Owen was gonna go TB or hotel pa dito sa sitwasyon. Owen King,
wow,
good flick towards DLR. Pero alam naman na mayroon pa isang tao na nasa baterya. Owen King turning around in time. But he's too blind to see that Hangshu is already on ramp. 3-3. Well played. Galing dito kay DLR, pare. He just kept it together dito sa loob ng site.
Yeah. Sometimes you really just have to fully commit to what you're doing. Which is a lot more than you can say for some of the other players out here. But doesn't matter. So kayo na yung mga round natin, hating kapatid. It's one for you, one for me between our two squads. So I feel like we're gonna probably get a 4-5 here at our half. Question is, who's gonna get that 5? As of right now, neither of these teams are really giving way. Not gonna make it easy for their adversary here to at these rounds. And I like how actively these two teams are trying to change up the pace, change up the setups. Trying to get a read on what's gonna be played here. But OB, the push out through Vent will net him that first frag in the round with Owen King down. Mag-isa na lang dito si QRL.
Girl needs to back off, pare, but that's an all or nothing angle para sa kanya. On towards EA, fully blinded, instant headshot galing kay OB from his USP, but here comes Ram with his own spray down, but Hangshu was ready to cover his teammate OB with his USP. Good damage, papunta nga dito sa EKISQUAD. It's getting a bit reckless on their side. Flashes, nades, leading towards nothing.
Asa na makita. Sobrang kapal ng smokes. Teng and Gamero. Who dropped down a couple of bodies? It may be possible. But SDL takes matters into his own hands. A couple of frags his way. Now ExGOVERNORS this time. Leading. How do you want to do this, man? Ano nga ba yung magiging adjustment dito from EKISQUAD? It's just that both squads are so intent on changing things up every round that you really don't know what you're expecting here. Teng very far forward with the rest of his team coming on his backside.
Uy, nice shot galing kay Teng, papunta kay SDL. Owen King will be getting OB. Hangshu, good trades para sa kanya to get long A control. Owen King now down. Lot less people dito sa long A, but still Teng wants to go for the full challenge. Papuntang Militaire, pero Ram, full HP on him. Still a lot to fight for, but with a headshot, that creates all the difference para dito sa XGov na makapunta ka ng A side. 10 HP on Teng, and ㍍Mero not too far off as well. Man, any side na pwede nilang kunin dito, but they just gotta hope that Teng doesn't hit the shots.
Yeah. Quite simply, man. Just a well-placed shot from him would have been possible, pero yun nga. Easy conversion here from DLR, leaving ㍍Mero to try and solve the problems coming in from behind. DLR, very aware of that flank coming in for them, and ExGOVERNORS now starting to pull away in the scoreline. First time this entire set, pare, that we have a 2-round lead.
With a 5-3 scoreline, pare. ExGOVERNORS taking full control of this first half dito sa Ankara, and they have been a lot more, let's say, a lot more stable, no? Kumpara nga dito sa EKISQUAD, who has just been fighting forward time and time again. And most of the wins, nakikita ka natin, it is off of a 1v1 or a 2 versus 2. So, yun nga, no? Barely any convincing rounds para ka sa kanila dito.
What is it this time, no? EKISQUAD much more backwards here in the approach that they have right now, no? In terms of the defense. The utility gonna be set up, Hanshu. Lineups to be expected. Here comes the take. OB, SDL making their way inside. QRL holding on to the top, and it's just so effective. 3 for him, and he's still trying to mow them down. Buta na dyan si Owen King, and that leaves Jessan in the dust. C4 out of his hands, and all he can do is wait. Wait for the people to come his way. 1v3, and not gonna be much longer than that. 5-4 dito, ExGOVERNORS with the advantage moving into our second half.
Ayun nga, ExGOVERNORS obviously with a very good start dito sa labanan natin, pare, but with EKISQUAD kind of just rolling with the punches as well, having their own strengths dito sa mapa natin. As soon as anything goes wrong, needs to execute ng ExGOVERNORS, they do find a way in. So, gonna have to wait and see. Defense para sa ExGOVERNORS. EKISQUAD now on the offense this time. And is it gonna be an actual setup, pare, or is it gonna be a bit pubby?
I think it just might be. Look at the space from EKISQUAD. The first through CA looking for any kind of presence from HM. There's no one here, man. It's a huge opening. If EKISQUAD can suss out na walang tao sa my mid, or even just wait for a rotation from ExGOVERNORS, it should be an easy conversion. But Teng, an opener, pare, sniper v sniper, si Jessa lang lalagapak. That's one less person to worry about when they do commit towards A. As you could see, EKISQUAD are just waiting for the reaction from ExGOVERNORS to come to fruition. Hanshu and Vent now. Teng. Don't do it, don't do it. Oh, we gave it away. Buti na lang, nandyan si QRL. Got the 3v3 now. But he's just running it down into that B site.
Hold on. QRL, he's on it dito sa kanyang HK, pare. And you really do not want this specific player heating up para sa EKISQUAD.
Oh, yeah.
And OB has to snake his way into the B side via this tunnel's B position. 59 seconds na lang ang natitira dito sa orasan natin.
Owen King?
Owen King misses his tap. Pero 11 HP na lang dito si OB. The
Oh,
HK
wait!
can do
Wait!
massive damage, especially if it's to the head.
So far away.
Carl on 1 HP, but look at the plant. Carl at a disadvantage here. He's gonna be the one that has to do the checking. Left, right, and center! Pero hinaf-check ni OB ang left. Nako po, rookie mistake from OB, but what a round from QRL.
Yeah. Not cleaner than we would have expected. But I thought it was cooked from the get-go, but it really gave us hope. Again, we're continuing that pattern in which we see both teams really giving it their all. SDL catches Jamero on the way outside, but it's not going to be able to convert that kill. That's one. DLR on the backside. It's just layers and layers of defense coming in from XGOVERNORS, but it's not working out. Ram takes matters into his own hands. 2 kills to himself. And Hotel is a bloodbath of bodies stacked up on the floor, waiting for the push. Ram, the 3rd kill, man. Ram is the man of the hour right now in this round, and Hanshu and OB need to put a stop to it.
There it is. There's the stop. Hangshu finally giving a conclusion dito sa highlight play. Dito ni Ram, but even Teng gets him, catches him on the ramp side. OB around the corner. USP will be better for him, pero bawas na nga siya dahil sa HK. Dito ni QRL and Teng. I feel like he's fully well aware kung ilang HP na lang dito ang ating last player, and even with the USP, he can deal some massive damage with it. And the fact that it is planted all the way for spawn, as long as he's not out in the open, making okay naman siya dito. Left, right, Teng will be flicked on!
God.
And masyado yatang confident si Teng sa kanyang USP. He was expecting that he can just finish off a 26 HP OB, pero hindi. Really good adjustment from OB and a must-needed win para dito sa XGov.
Yan, nag-hit up na nga sila dito, man. Both sides, in fact. We're getting Carl, we're getting OB right now. But the closers of Hanshu and DLR are really making a difference to keep them just ever so slightly in the lead, Sneaky. Where is it? There's much more stress here on the mid side for XGOVERNORS. They're waiting for some sort of push from Teng. And to see if he can catch anything on HM. Another slowdown from EKISQUAD. Carlos made his way out through CA. Utility being thrown on very varied areas on the map here, keeping XGOVERNORS kind of exploring here and there. There's a TB push that's being cooked up here by XGOVERNORS. They might be able to catch dito si Carl kung hindi siya mag-ingat sa pwestuhan niya, Jessan. Will the timing work out? Will the patience work out is the question. Kasi ito na nga paparating, Carl. Does he peek? Yes, he does. But Jessan can't connect the bullet. Has to back off. They're just baiting it out, man. Trap has been set here by XGOVERNORS. But they're way too antsy to stay where they are. And EKISQUAD might just be able to get this piece for free. With the right timing.
Be good if there was a bait from some of these angles, pare. But XGov decided to move off of it. 3 players on the A side, though. Very good start, if ever. Matamaan nga ni Jessan kung sino man ang dadaanan na andito sa Benz. Would make OB's job a whole lot more easier. But once again, they're just staggering their nades dito sa A site, and now they're waiting for the second flash instead. And one needs to land right on room A. Big flash, pero Jessan di siya bulag dito sa room A whatsoever. Hangshu, Jessan getting their own. Teng and Ǧ.Mero getting some frags in return as well, but is it a bit too late? Teng with a nice shot. Pero hinahabol na nga siya dito papunta top. ATLR missing some USP shots, but gets the BPM just in time. 5 and 7, EKISQUAD. Yun nga, no? I thought they kind of had the upper hand sa simula nun, pare, pero hindi nila napatay agad si Jessan at si OB.
And yeah, the amount of delay that was given here by Jessan and OB really unlocked the possibilities for that round, no? Coming in with that flank from XGOVERNORS. I do like the approach, but this time, Carl and DLR already taking that duel here in LA. Ang daming kaguluhan na nga dito. Hanshu dipping his toes in as well in the pool. But look at this. 3 people. 2 in CA. 3 in CA at this point in time. EKISQUAD have to be careful where they are. Just the patience, man.
Uy, sayang yun galing dito kay Teng, and he knows the last player's in CA. Timing advantage para sa kanya. DLR
Oh.
on half HP. Hahabulin kaya siya dito sa may EA. Teng has time to go all the way into top A and has no information about
He's
the
going
last
big.
player whatsoever. And Teng is just running for it. Papunta dito sa B side. DLR is waiting this entire time but he's finally turned around. But he's also suspicious na pwede pang nasa A side itong si Teng at nagpapatagal lang siya dito. Teng with the plant. He has to look CA immediately if he wants a chance up against dito kay DLR. And DLR indecisive kung saan siya dadaan dito. A-site ba? Or is it gonna be high mid? Teng just got off the angle just in time. Pero pwede siyang bumalik dito. Could be peeking it a bit safer. In all honesty, missing the shot dito kay DLR. He has to go for the repeak. Or else! He is gonna get stuck. But instead, DLR is gonna finish the job for him. 8 and 5. EKISQUAD is falling apart.
Yeah. On their own map pick too, man. This is why. No, I was really putting the stress on the mere fact that the numbers might feel a little bit farther away than they really are. It's giving a disservice to these teams as to how close that skill is between these squads. Jason again with an opener. Thing has kind of been deactivated, no? The last couple of rounds, Sneaky. With that being said, Jason is just on a tear. Dalawa kagad para sa kanila. EKISQUAD have to go all in for this side take. Sacrificing life and limb, but not getting very far on the campaign para makapasok ng A. Ex-Governors, 1 round to go, and Ankara is theirs.
This is where the questions start to be asked, no? Para nga dito sa EKISQUAD na, you know, why does everyone feel so disconnected dito sa mga fights nga natin? All the trades are not as smooth as it was in that 1 round win.
No.
Jason,
Not the
leg lang
leg.
dito. But still, Jamero on half HP. STL can go for the repeak. Pero mapapaalis na lang. STL, pretty good with the rifle so far. I mean, 4, 10, and 7, but the 7 assists count for something. But a minute and 50, plenty of time to reset para dito sa XGov. They need members on the sites itself. Pero repick na lang gagawin nila dito papuntang mid. They're gonna look for another player.
Carl's right here. He needs to get at least 1. STL? Oh, that's 1. But he turns the other way. Does not expect the second player coming in through TV. Parang nag-ipit siya doon. Ngayon, ng EKISQUAD. An advantage for them. Push out through Hotel. DLR receives 1. Cannot get the second. It's just way too many players on the screen right now for you to click your mouse on their heads. So Hanshu and Obi are gonna have to reunite. TB. Hanshu out through bypass. Taking the long scenic route. And I think Teng is looking the wrong way. He's suspicious, but he does not get the timing right. Si Hanshu connects the bullet at si Obi na lang natitira sa isang iglap. Wala na siyang kasama. Gets 1, but it's not long for this world. EKISQUAD may laban pa. Hindi pa pahid na basta-basta makuha itong Ankara.
And yeah, Obi has been pretty good on these clutches, but not that time. Pretty good coverage galing dito sa EKISQUAD on their front and back lines. Dang. Hitting his shots on the sniper. He needs to hit a few more. Pero Jessa naman nasasala dito papuntang long A. Is it gonna be a jump peak? Yes, it is! Woo! Walang nagkabawasan dito sa dalawang veterano natin. Pero Teng wanting to dip his toes one more time. But Jessan on a massive off angle na nandito sa kanan ng EA! And the Unk hits the Unk with the Unk move. Yun lang.
Sucks, man. How do you do this? How do you make it so awkward para sa mga laban na to? Ano, ex-governors are able to really confuse itong EKISQUAD, what it looks like. So nilang puntirihin itong mid. DLR waiting to be the first point of contact as Carl makes his way forward straight into the head yung baling DLR. Kaya ng EKISQUAD have to go for plan B. The push out through TV. Owen King unsure as to where to look. He does get absolutely nothing, knowing that the rest of ExGOVERNORS is just waiting. Ram, the last man standing here, the last hope to try and keep Ankara alive. And ExGOVERNORS steal away EKISQUAD's map pick.
There it is. Very well played from the side of ExGOVERNORS, para in all honesty. Yeah, Hangshu played really well, but at the same time, this is what I want to see galing sa kanila, pare. It's not just Hangshu, it's not just itong si Jessan, but Obi, man, having a hell of a time in those clutch plays, and especially itong si STL kind of holding it down on his side of the map, pare. So yun nga, big props dito sa EKISQUAD. In all honesty, they had a good attempt up until the second half, pare. Yeah. Ayun nga, and I don't know what happened. Parang ever since na OB won that 1 versus 1, the mental just went down the drain para ka dito sa EKISQUAD. And just like what he said, this has happened before, pare.
Yeah. Nagti-taper off nga no towards the end itong EKISQUAD. Medyo binitawan nga nila yung throttle. But what I really want to stress here is the fact that medyo nag-evolve nga talaga to yung ex-governors. Where we're seeing it when it's not just the Hanshu show. Kasi dati pare, when it was Hanshu, it had to be Hanshu. Without Hanshu, this team would never win. Now, with him leading the pack, pare, everyone's able to activate, everyone's able to contribute. And that's why I have so much hope para dito sa ex-governors na magpakita ng magpakitang gilas no for this last series of the day. This one being said, though, EKISQUAD, having lost their own map pick, will definitely be struggling to get their mental back in check, knowing that our second set here, no, which is new compound, the ex-governors are very well practiced on this map.
Ayun nga, and ex-governors being very well practiced is definitely one of the key things para ka sa kanila dito. I like the way that their mindset is just steady and ahead, no, pare. And I like what I'm seeing from the rest of the team as well, and it's the fact na, you know, you don't have to be the main character to have some character development nga dito sa ating team. And yun nga, you can see the development from the other players as well. Way better map movement galing nga sa kanila ex-governors. In general, no, they just feel more connected kumpara sa nakita nga natin galing dito sa EKIS. The trades were a lot more faster, the confidence na pag-push forward dito sa kanilang mga plays, and especially knowing na, yun nga, no, you can trust your teammate na magkalat dito sa site and he will have this trade just in case they do need it. Pero yun nga, EKISQUAD, obviously, they tried to brute force their way to a win, pare, but with XGov's very smart way to approach itong laruan natin. Even dun si Jessan at one point when he was challenging itong si Posteng dito nga sa minute 30, tinamaan siya ng tanda, as they say in Tagalog, pare. And ayun nga, it just seems like it's a lot more smarter play overall para nga dito sa XGov, and para naman sa EKIS, it just looked rough in the second half.
Yeah, it was really apparent, no, that they kind of lost the scope during this second half. You could see quite a few mistakes being made. The spacing was kind of off between the entries dito ng EKISQUAD, no, Teng, si JJF, where they were kind of on an island more often than not, and there was a lot of pressure here on Carl trying to really create that map control na kinakailangan ng EKISQUAD, and that resulted here in quite a lot more wins by ex-governors, no? 10-6 magtatapos yung ating scoreline here on Ankara, and as you could see, the streaks from ex-governors, they really didn't let EKISQUAD get any kind of momentum once they actually had that lead in their hands.
Yun nga, no, big props to DLR as well, having a hell of a good game para nga dito sa ex-governors with a 1.80 KD, 1.13 kills per round, pare. And with that kind of a performance, especially from someone so young, dito sa ex-governors really is, yun nga, no, really makes you bright-eyed about yung future nga dito ng mga players natin on the XGov side. OBE, pretty nice one as well, with a 0.73 headshots per kill. So you know he was on it pagdating sa HK417 natin. And yun nga, para sa EKIS, nice try para kay Carl with a 0.60 HK, with a 1.15 KD, with a 0.94 kills per round, but it wasn't enough because it was a bit of a solo performance. Owen King was not present for the map at all dito sa labanan natin, pare. And the set MVP most likely will go in the way of DLR with a, with a stat line that is hard to ignore, pare, for a set MVP.
Yeah, man, 1.8, 1.13 kill per round. And might not be the highest headshot per kill percentage, but the impact that was felt across the map from DLR was so apparent throughout this entire set na it is undeniable na nag-aatid nga talaga ng kakaibatong lakas itong si DLR for Ankara. But yeah, we need to move forward, man. As you could see, ex-governors, I feel like in the camp right now for them, they're excited, they're starting to feel confident. And when you get into flow state, especially this current ex-governors lineup na nakikita mo, no? They're much more orderly, they have better spacing, they have better protocols, is what it seems to be. I feel like new compound is gonna be a real challenge for EKISQUAD.
Oh, for sure. Kasi it's a whole lot less freedom, no? Dito sa mapa natin, kumpara nga dito sa Ankara where you can just bounce around, kind of just space around, kind of b-hop around. Para new compound, it's a lot more close spaces and a lot more direct fight. So, yun nga, no, could be of benefit para sa EKISQUAD, but knowing how ex-governors have been playing, man, yun nga, they have practiced this map time and time again. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, that being said, no, you talking about set number 2, we will give you set number 2. But before that, magpapahinga muna kami dalawa ni Sneaky CFS PH Impact 2026 Summer. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Ako si Joshua Examo, si Sneaky Frog. CFS PH Impact Summer is here. And we got pretty surprising end sa ating unang set. Ankara in the hands of ex-governors. Na nakita natin yung slow pull away when it came to our second half. Sneaky, what do you think happened there?
Yun nga, no, EKISQUAD. Dude, in that second half, man, it just kind of felt like the
Parang may nag-flip na switch.
brain connections, pare, no, in between them is it was just kind of severed, no, that the trade's non-existent. Yun nga, no, the pushes weren't convincing. And at the same time, the setups, though, from the side of ex-governors, masasabi ko nga min na it wasn't that complicated. It's the typical, EA box, other gated ng EA, tapos may top A, and then, 2 top A, 1 room A. It's the typical stuff na nakikita ka natin dito. But it just seems like the typical executes hindi magawa nga dito ng EKISQUAD. It just kinda it kinda was just a crumbling at a certain point, no, dito sa mapa natin, especially in those last 2 rounds where they were actually attempting executes nga dito sa mapa natin, no. It didn't look pretty, pare, to say the least.
Yep, I agree, man. I mean, you could see, kind of off talaga. We could see some break in the protocols. The spacing was a little bit awkward. And again, the most important thing though is the trades, man. They have a solid base, a solid default. It's just that hindi rin tumatama yung mga trades when the entry is working out for ex-governors. No? So it's just kind of a lot of things. The straw that kind of broke the camel's back, I feel like, when nung nag-switch sides tayo, nag-activate As if the worries no EKISQUAD weren't bad enough on their side, nag-activate si OP. Nag-activate si nag-activate
DLR was
si
on
DLR,
it,
man.
pare.
It was monstrous to watch. And it just feels like no uh unfortunate timing na nung nag-activate yung isa, nag-deactivate naman yung teamwork nitong EKISQUAD.
Ayun nga, men. And yun nga, hindi yan nagkamali dito yung pagpili ni Jessan dito sa mga players. At si ㅍMatch, who's in the chat, you know, big shout out dito kay
Yun.
ㅍMatch, yung CM ng ating ex-governors. And yun nga, no, so far your boys are doing really, really well, no? And he's been quite nice, passing by a lot dito sa mga streams natin, pare.
He's always
And
active,
yun
no?
nga, ex-governors, he's very active. Yun nga, especially on the other platform that starts with the letter T. Pero, ayun nga, man, I feel like ex-governors, especially with the group that they have right now, you can tell na they're very well practiced, pare. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And I can tell na, you know, they have been through these sets time and time again, and parang inuulit-ulit nila no, up until perfection. And I feel like it's perfect for a map, long new compound natin, which we are gonna get into. PL side para dito sa ex-governors, EKISQUAD on the GR side. Is it gonna be redemption or is it a sweep?
Thing already here sa my window. You can see ex-governors right now, not much interest on the B side of the map. I feel like the stress that they're giving here on curve, also leading up towards store. Sa A. Leading up with the utility. As of right now, we're not seeing any early rotations from EKISQUAD as of last few seconds, but I feel like it's starting to get cooked up here, no? Leaving Jamero dito sa may store A. And still nothing. It's just ex-governors are really taking their time here. Trying to bait out maybe a rotation or two, which was what they were doing towards the end nung Angkara. Toby met with a couple of bullets galing kay Ram. If any time's the time for Ram to get woken up, it is now. Start off our new compound on a good side.
Kaltukan pa siya dun sa pader. So it is only on half HP. So Obi with a bit of luck on his side, pare. If that was pure meat, yung shot na yun from the HK, he would have been a dead man. Pero gets to live as of now. He gets to keep yung napaka-importante na utility na nasa belt niya ngayon kasi medyo puno yan when he was kind of first peeking. So 1 minute left on the clock. ex-governors going the forbid route. If anything else fails, it's a new compound. You don't find anything. Let's go long. And Hangshu just sends it. Jamero with a good hold on the first kill. Second kill on DLR. And STL will finally get the return. Pero bakit nag-pick to si T? I think he just let it fester, pare. Let it fester dito sa long A.
Oh, man. That could make all the difference in the rest of this round, no? Kasi may 3v3 na tayo. Yes, OB is hurt, but the amount of space, the amount of information that's been granted. Now, Owen King has to be the only one person inside of 2F. And ex-governors have the perfect read, man. The rotation has come in early. And Owen King, all the pressure is on his shoulders. I think they're fully aware, though. Plant committed. My God, the headshot. Gotta get Owen King. Yes, on the other side. Buti na lang nakapag-convert with the TRG. Pressure! My God! Veterancy from Jessan showing up in spades right now to get the last kill. Cleaning up this round. Ex-governors, what a first round out of them.
That's going on the For You page, pare. Jessan with a 3K of a lifetime to hold down Z and cut off the rotation ng mga players natin.
Still got it.
Ang still got it, pare. Still jumping on that rope, sniping on that sniper. It's like nothing changed. Just slightly slower on the firing speed, pare. Pero parang yung nakita ka natin dito sa Angkara, that EA challenge. You can have the best firing speed. Pero pwede kang tamaan ng gulang dito, men. Pero Jessan, no active challenges, no? Parang nga dito sa ex-governors actually. Like, once again, they're just gonna go for long control and fight whoever's here. Possibly magkiiwan lang sila ng isa or dalawang players dito, no? They can wrap back around dito nga sa ating A site. But the only danger of this play, pare, pag nag-iwan ka ng isang player na naandito sa long, the right play para dito sa EKS is just to re-clear it with a flash or multiple players dito, men.
Yeah.
So, they're trying to create that ambiguity. Ano ba talaga ang play namin?
I like it. No? We're starting to get that pressure up through mid. Medyo divided yung attention itong mga EKISQUAD players natin. It's gonna be Teng again, no? Na a lot of pressure will be on his shoulders to try and get that first frag once somebody swings out through the door. But with a smoke like this, there is plausible deniability na pwede siya makuha. Hanshu, double peek. My God, diretso sa ulo. But si JJF able to anchor on, prevent that push from the other
Oh my
side.
God!
3 kills in Ram. Shoving it down. Jason, last man standing, nowhere to be seen. And the C4 is in the midst of a crawling with the EKISQUAD players.
Jesus. Yun nga, man's on the A side,
Oh.
just firing away. Jessan though, pwede siyang bumawi dito. Isa ba na naman tong clip para kay Jessan? Mukhang hindi. Ram just takes his head off. And a pop-off round para dito kay ㍍Mero. I feel like, you know, EKISQUAD needed that type of round for one of their players at least to just G-check, no? Kung online pa sila dito sa mapa natin o hindi. And ㍍Mero, he's gonna welcome that challenge, pare.
Yeah. First 2 rounds again, no? We got the same treatment as we got on Ankara. Malapitan lang yung laban ng dalawa nating kumpanan for the start of this map. It will then become a question of who has much longer endurance. DLR now walking his way up through pillars, staying Carl, pati si Owen King, every corner is covered here. They know where he is, but he gets the headshot anyway. I don't know about that, Owen King, pero ganyan yung buhay niya. And now they have to restore the balance on the map, pare. A lot of openings can be made if we have an overextension from EKISQUAD. Carl, where do you want to go? Buti na lang, nakuha niya pa si DLR.
Yeah, it's really rough to see. Walang continuation play nangyari dito sa B-side. Here comes the flash from Ram. Doesn't blind anyone. And Hangshu,
What?
he was miles away from that flash pare, so he was not blinded at all whatsoever. But look at this A side. It's free for the taking dito ng XGov. Nagbintisiteng! Oh my goodness. Pero ㍍Mero, possibly from the backside. Hangshu spotted sa loob ng smoke. Pero hindi nga nakuha. Meron pa silang control. Jessan, medyo late. Medyo late sa kanyang appointment dito sa A site. Carl and ㍍Mero will try to re-clear him off mid, but look at the amount of delay na nagagawa dito ni Jessan. He shaved off 10 seconds off of the C4. Here comes the flash papunta kay Carl, and even the kill para kay STL and Jessan, the cherry on top of the pie, pare, getting the last kill. XGOVERNORS, BL side ng new compound, man, they're making it work.
They are making it work, man. I gotta shout out dito si Jessan, no, na hindi mo i-expect na siya magiging winning factor for that last round. Perfect on the spacing as well, fully aware of the people inside the site, pero wala kang magagawa, man. The impending pressure, the impending doom, that sense na si Jessan na sa likuran mo, you can't really be turning your back on that. So now in response, EKISQUAD, some early utility being thrown out to try and buy some time, waste the amount of time that they can be using to explore this map. Jessan again committed this time on tower to see if he can get a rotation, but Peng will be the one to win this first frag this time around. That's one step in the right direction for EKISQUAD.
I think what would be good para dito sa EKIS, pare, if Jessan already has tower control, I think you should immediately be thinking of a continuation play. Hindi pwede na naka-steady lang kayo dito sa mapa.
Yeah.
And you gotta take advantage, no? Kasi tower, you can see the inside of EA, you can see that curve, you can cut off so many rotations from that point. So need to be a bit more faster in terms of action para dito sa XGov, because this exactly can happen. Ram, immediate headshot dito kay Obi, a bit raw on the peak. Papunta ka dito sa long A, but they were expecting the smoke to cover them. DLR didn't even shoot a shot dito sa kanyang DRG. HK417 on the switch up. ㍍Mero spotted on EA, baba tower para dito kay Carl. Carl, one tap.
Oh,
misses!
no!
Misses the mark! Pero si Hangshu naman natatama! With the 3K! Oh my goodness me, Hangshu! He is looking for another clip. STL stopped in his tracks. Dito sa A side, DLR will continue the headshot party. Dito sa A side, Hangshu running, dug in papunta dito sa B side. Looking to plant the C4. And here it comes. Teng has to be the one entering paloob ng mga crosshairs ng mga players dito ng XGOVERNORS. Hangshu, jump peek information already here. Teng kailangan na sumala papunta na site, and he's made it to the servers. USB headshot, but it's the save by DLR. I feel like Hangshu's already done his job. DLR here for the cleanup, pare. What a round galing sa XGov.
Some great stuff, man. The split-second decisions that XGOVERNORS are making here on new compound, it only happens when you've been very well practiced dito sa mapa na to. It's just so much of a hard commit whenever you want to do a push on one side. But it's DLR, a little bit too committed this time around. I don't think he expected EKISQUAD to be that close around the corner, no? Do you want to do that is the question. Ano, EKISQUAD na deny nila yung space na yon. They can attention elsewhere, no? C4 out in the open. Ram taking down two to his name. Ngayon si Hancho, si Jessa, kailangan nilang i-save yung round na to. 2v4, make their way out through Z. Tank catches one. Jessa, last man standing, gets Owen King, but JJF will clean it up. EKISQUAD, buti na lang nakabawi pa.
Yun nga, no, that's kind of the danger of playing a bit too fast and not finding the right players on the right angles no, dito sa new compound, as you can get punished very quickly talaga if you can make the wrong if you make the wrong decision. And yun nga, ex-governors kind of slap with the reality that they are playing new compound. And sometimes rounds really do not just work out, man. You just get shot in the head, and then all of a sudden there's like a second player coming out of EA, and then there's a third player randomly from CB. You know, the typical new compound experience. Pero EKISQUAD will be trying to see if they can definitely give that premium experience, especially on the defense. Mas kalmado na sila kumpara na sa nakita nga natin kanina dito sa first map natin. And I feel like they're starting to respect kung ano man ang tinatapon nga dito ng EKISQUAD though. Just as capable, Owen King needs to be the one performing sa mapa na to. And he doesn't get the headshot. Really nice find galing kay OB.
Entry here, Carl has to pray. Diyan na nga yung backup niya. Ram shows up. But XGOVERNORS, they call a cancel here on the B site. Which is great, no? Considering nakapag-rotate na ngayon dalawang player dito ng EKISQUAD sa loob ng B, which is notoriously hard to take sites, especially when you're in batteries, no? An advantage will be played to its fullest, not to mention si Teng na committed, waiting for somebody to push through curve. With JJF having to anchor alone here on this A site, XGOVERNORS have a perfect read of the situation. In fact, he's pushing a little bit too far forward. And with that, Jessan, once he sees him, kada buhay niya. He gets a headshot though, Jessan. A little bit too slow. But JJF is able to keep them at bay.
Yun lang. Unlucky landing dun sa quickscope. Tumama dun sa thigh niya, pare. Pero Teng, tumama rin dito sa center mass ng mga players natin na papasok dito ng A-site. Hangshu, opportunity to maybe make something happen, pero hindi na yata lalabanan ni Ram. Kung sino man na nasa loob ng B-site, C4 has been reported dito sa LA. And Hangshu, siya na lang natitira once again, the miracle worker, the main character. Para dito sa ex-governors, he needs to produce another highlight clip. Teng spotted sa long, but he's out in the open. Got a bit reckless, forgot that it was a 1 versus 2. And EKISQUAD collect another one, pare.
Taking their lucky stars na off yung timing dito. And now we got a 3-3 here. Keeping it close talaga yung dalawa nating squad, man. These two middle of the pack teams are going at it. For ex-governors, it's the chance to get into playoffs contention. For EKISQUAD, it's trying to prevent a downfall at the worst possible time. Now OB, cognizant of the possibility somebody pushing through this smoke. So intent on holding on to this angle, Jason also, no? As of right now, not too active for EKISQUAD. Play with the crossfires that they have set up. Stick to the protocols. Stay passive. No, just play new compound normally. But Carl has other ideas. And DLR is unaware.
What? He lived that?
What? Ah, buti na lang.
How the hell is he 24 HP?
I would be very angry.
I would be staring at Owen King so pissed, pare. Why did you not pick in that one, pare? Hello? I'm 24, gang. Give me a bit of a chance. Pero... Ooh, no chance for Jason at. Oh, teka lang, Teng. Someone's knocking at the door at hindi ka ready na meron na palang bisita dito sa bahay mo, pare. STL, OB. 2 kills for the side of ex-governors, equalizing ang ating puntos dito. Pero Jamero, napakagandang check. Papuntang long, Hangshu's down. OB having to produce another clutch round para sa kanyang team. OB left, right, and center dito sa Z, pero nahuli na si Carl. STL will be sprayed down with the HK417. EKISQUAD regain the lead dito sa mapa natin.
EKISQUAD is stabilizing now, no? JJF has been a huge factor. Just being able to anchor onto this A site time and time again. If not completely anchored, completely denied, he's able to buy enough time para makapag-rotate yung mga teammates niya dito. And that's why it's such a central quantity when it comes to this GR side para sa EKISQUAD. But I feel like, no, we haven't really seen too much mid control out of ExGOVERNORS. It was what it seems to be. Nandiluluto nila ngayon. Ram sees 4 people up in his screen. Nakuha niya nga si Hancho pero si Obi nandyan nga para sa trade. Where do they go from here? You overcook, do you go towards A kung saan napakaraming tao nakabantay? Carl is only one person but for sure, no, hindi nila ine-expect yung dalawa pa. Pwede manggaling sa may mid. Because every second that pushes forward now for ExGOVERNORS means that this flank should be impending doom para sa kanila. Carl, my God! Why would you overextend like that? You take down OB and SDL at ngayon si Jessan at DLR na lang natitira. C4 out in the open. Jessan turns the wrong way. Timing denied and DLR exterminated. The EKISQUAD creating distance now between them and ExGOVERNORS.
ExGOVERNORS, yun nga, no? They have had a great start dito sa labanan natin, pare. A fair few clips from Hangshu and SDL and DLR. Ooh, but Jessan blowed up in the mid side and he just eats 3 HEs for dinner. Fair 4 players still left alive para nga dito sa side ng ExGOVERNORS and they're gonna run through the B side. Look at that headshot or pair of headshots para kay SDL. Can he make it a hat-trick? Thing getting the kill and it's a hat-trick in the B side. DLR with his own double kill. Oh my God, the USPs.
Jesus,
nerf it,
man. Sabi ka, nerf it, man. Pag pumasok tayo ng regional finals and the USP still look like this is
don't worry, pare. I was already 2 steps ahead. I was saying to nerf it ng 2025 pala.
Hey man, if it wasn't for the USP, we wouldn't get the clips like this. But my God. Open round to Jessan para si Uncle Jessan hindi tumama ngayon. Advantage for EKISQUAD. It's not too much space that's coming on the back of that though, no? It's more up to OB to hold on to pillars. And not to mention, medyo open itong curve natin. So if they make their way into the B site, ExGOVERNORS are going to be having to play the numbers here for that retake. OB? Oops.
OB.
Ring around the
You
rosy.
would want the kill here though. You would want the kill here, pare.
At least one.
Medyo sayang yung position na yan. Ay, you're playing a dangerous game here, OB.
Patintero.
Buti na lang. He gets out of the dangerous tinikling, pare. And SCL na, what's the move para sa ExGov? Yun yung hinahanap ko min pag after ng dangerous play like that. What's the move for ExGov? How do they react to it? Maybe there is a bit of a push. Really good angle para kay SDL. Usually it's not fully checked here, but then they spray down yung kahon and look at the damage! Galing kay SDL. He gets 2 and he gets what he wants dun sa sitwasyon na yun, pare. 3 versus 3 na ulit.
I like that full commitment, man. If there's anything that could be said about that, EKISQUAD gonna be backing off from there. They feel the danger, the rotations coming in from ExGOVERNORS as well. If they can get the right timing, pwede sila makapuslit, papasok ng B site natin. But OB still left unchecked, no, just outside. They think they're aware of that possibility na may push galing sa may mid. DLR sees Ram. As he get the headshot, has to back off. Now the smoke's in his face. Results in his death. Teng and Ram taking names. Putting them in the ground ngayon. Si Obi na natitira mag-isa. But Ram, all he needs is 1 bullet straight to the head para kay Obi. EKISQUAD creating distance once more. And looking to turn the tides on ExGOVERNORS.
No, my goodness me. EKISQUAD. Can they make an X on the mark of ExGov dito sa labanan natin? Especially in a new compound map at Owen King. Who is he feeling like dito sa labanan natin, pare? He didn't feel like he was 3-7 in that peak. Pero meron pa ang dalawa na papasok dito ng B-side. Hangshu. Oh, Hangshu. Hangshu dipping in and out. Sino pang gusto sumali, Carl? Might be his turn on the headshot machine, pero yun lang. May trade na nangyari and the machine is now permanently broken at least for the round. Pero DLR still could be the trade para sa kanyang teammate. He has not been checked in that position. Jessan, key shot to be hit dito kay Teng. 3 versus 3 now.
So weird though. And all the pressure's coming in from mid. DLR catches Carl here. Jessan gets the information. Knows that JJF is on his way inside the site. And he scurries out of the way. Trying to stay alive inside.
Scope him.
Oh, what? He gets that! I thought he was cooked for sure. Appear si Ram na natitira. C4 in his hands luckily. But he's gonna be having to pray to his lucky stars. The 2v1 goes in his favor. Jessan, only 1 bullet, regardless of where it lands on his body, will result in his death. And as you can see, SDL is taking his time. all the way around, playing ring around the Rosie, making his way through pillars, long commute, long scenic route. Jessan down, it's a 1v1, but SDL now has an inkling na paparating sa may flank niya dito. Plays around the batteries. We talked about this. Batteries, so hard to take. But no information whatsoever. FDL, he gets the headshot and the conversion. ExGOVERNORS keeping it close once again. Just when you think, Sneaky, just when you think na lumalayo na itong EKISQUAD, nag-activate yung XGov, hindi sila papayag na basta-basta makuha tong new compound.
And Ram dies to the biggest bad habit of Filipino Crossfire players, the Filipino repeak, the Filipino reswing with the USB. And honestly, Ram, naintindihan kita dun kasi yun yung gagawin ko sa sitwasyon na yun, in all honesty. But, you know, with a better weapon, especially with an EBR, a straight-up laser, no? In the first 7 bullets, pare. It really is hard to miss with that weapon. Especially in it's not really necessary to crouch. You know, only on the deeper sprays. Pero Carl looking. Carl fishing. Dito sa storage B.
Can you check OB?
I think so. Pop flash would be nice. Ooh, Jessan's hit.
Too much smoke. They're so intent on looking for Jessan, pare. Nilagpasan lang nila. They're not even looking for OB here. Another repeat from DLR as well. Just restoring that faith, the security here. Kung may tatawid man. Yes, the patience. Another smoke. URL. Try to see kung may makita siya sa may bintana. Yung dungaw, pare. Yung dungaw niya, nakuha kaagad yung ulo ni OB. Now an opener DLR waiting for that force through the door. Pero hindi niya makuha.
Oh my God, he
isa.
tanks it?
Not a single one. And GJF, look at this. Perfect timing coming in from mid as Hanshu rotates over. And now Jessan and SDL can do nothing but pray. What can SDL do in this 1v5? Absolutely zero zip.
Honestly, if I was to lose a B-side hit, that's the way to do it. Kasi, yun nga, no, at least to kind of reinforce that they can outplant at least without a fight. But at the same time, you can kind of feel confidence mounting dito sa EKISQUAD, no? They're now starting to hit their shots, especially on the BL side. URL kind of saved this game so far. And Owen King, once again, another good find para sa kanya, pare. Pero tignan mo naman ang posisyon dito ng XGov. They're on the other side of the map. They are still 4 strong. And Teng, gonna peek off the wrong angle at the wrong time. Ano yung tinitignan mo dito, boss Teng? CB, quick scope, OB, gonna hit his. Pero, SDL still on the backside. Will try to see if he can gain control. Papunta nga dito sa CR. Right place, right time. Off angle. JJF not gonna hit his shot. And OB in the smoke. Nakita na si Carl! Owen King! Can you be king once again? You are 5 and 8, but so far, the kills that you have is the most important. Pero na-distract siya dito kay Jessan. And SDL will get the defuse. 7-6. ExGOVERNORS. Tumidikit. Humahabol, pare.
Humahabol, man. It's some beautiful crossfire we're seeing right now. No, talagang laban kung laban. Would not be surprised if we get an OT in this one. Unless one of these teams starts kind of tapering off, no? But I feel like EKISQUAD would have learned their lesson from that last map. DLR. Carl coming his way. Hindi niya matamaan. And that hold on tower as well is a huge risk. Does still get the headshot. Knows that Ram could be pushing forward. But JJF coming in from above. Wants to light up the night sky with the bullets coming from his EBR. But OB from the backside. Wala si makita, man.
Oh my God, it's just a bloodbath dito sa mid. It's the typical convent violence na nakikita natin sa new compound, but it is happening on the screens dito sa Impact. Jessan still healthy, SDL healthy as well. Jamero bleeding, Ram is also wounded dito sa labanan natin. And they're gonna decide to play sides here. Honestly, best course of action para sa dalawang GR players natin na natitira. EA smoke for the sake of safety, just in case they want to cross right into curve. But it is all a distraction para sa EKISQUAD. Para makarating sila dito ng long. And with all the smokes, all the nades na nakikita nga natin, Jessan, suspicious na meron pang dadaan ng mid. But this could be the right decision. EKISQUAD looking for the plant, at pag na-planto agad, they better send someone to send it mid because they need that EAZ control immediately.
Definitely. 3 now. Make their way forward. Jessan does not hear a thing. That should be the signal now that it's gonna be an A side take. Saan? Oh, Jamero. He's gonna make his way towards tower for sure. Pag nag-rotate over na to, 30 seconds on the clock. Time pressure. And that awkward presence coming through mid. The spray down galing kay Jamero, man. So aware. Alam na alam niya kung saan niya kailangan pumunta para magkaroon ng second line of defense itong EKISQUAD sa loob ng A.
Grabe. Ang ganda ng gapang ni Ǧ.MERO dun though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sakto yung timing. Jessan, I think he was still looking for his teammate to rotate his way, but it would have been nice if he actually held that angle. Especially knowing na pwede pang may lumabas dun sa EA kasi tatlo pa naman yung natira. Kaling dito sa Ekis and they needed to kind of expand there. And speaking of expansion, Hangsu, is it his domain? Mukhang hindi pala. Papunta dito sa A-site ng mga players natin on Ekis. Headshot para kay TLR. He needs to get another one, but Ram with a good answer. Jumping shot para kay Rami. Hits Jessan in time. Pero meron pang player na paparating galing dito sa long SDL. Only getting one and Ram finishes off OB a fast round. A minute and 44 still on the clock, pare. And the EKISQUAD on a map point.
I don't know about that one, man. Ex-governors, they overcommitted to those fights and it gave away their lives way too easy. We're starting to see a little bit more progress on the EKISQUAD side. Just one more round to go. We'll be finding ourselves in sub-base. DLR and Hanshu have to be much more patient now, holding out through mid. Kasama nga rin si SDL as a secondary point of backup. Owen King gone. That's one. And I think they might have seen the rifle peeking its way out through the window. Thing has to be careful. USB in his hands. Wait a second! He gets flashed, but somehow he's still alive. Yun nga lang. Tower has turned itself into a kill box. Man, he has no idea what the hell to do. Carl? Push forward.
Uy, dangerous game.
Lalaro siya ng patintero, men. Paano ka tatawid dito?
I think Carl spotted itong si Hangsu actually on the cross. Really do not want to be playing this game if you are Carl, but he's willing to play it. Good pop flash para mawala dito si Hangsu sa kanyang angle, and look at the amount of distraction he's playing. On the B side, he's challenging Hangsu. On the inside, Carl. All this confidence, where did this come from? And it seems like he knew. He knows na meron na siyang control dito na storage B, and that's all he needs in order for EKISQUAD to operate the rest of the map. Pero tignan mo naman dito si Hangsu, medyo tumatapang dito sa may mid-side, or rather, it is itong si DLR na tumatapang dito sa mid-side. So they're trying to gamble for gamble here. Ginagawa nga dito ng Ekis.
Might be working though. Jasmine will be the only line of defense para pumasok ng B. Itong EKISQUAD, so he needs to hit at least one. Yes, he gets it. JJF on the tail. Cannot decide kung saan ka pupunta. JJF catches him. Just way too many characters flying around on the screen now. 3v3. C4 also set now sa loob ng ating B side. Hancho coming in from the backside. The snap onto Tank's face. Ngayon, both sides feeling the pressure. Ram and Ǧ.MERO clean it up. EKISQUAD secure new compound, which means sub-base is where we will end.
Holy game by Ǧ.MERO and a holy game here by Ram. 21 frags for the kid and as well as 18 para dito kay Ǧ.MERO. So really nice return to form para dito sa ating EKISQUAD. No? We were kind of feeling na they kind of fell off dito sa ating impact because of what happened dito sa map number 1. But it kind of just seems like they were getting warmed up for a new compound and they actually got the map pick dito ng ating ex-governors, which is not going to be a good sign para nga sa kanila because we are entering a EKISQUAD classic map, which is itong sub-base natin, men. And I feel like yung experience dito ng XGov, I feel like they do play some sub-base, but I feel like I would be more confident in banking it on dito sa Ekis in terms of that specific map, no pare. Pero ayun nga, men, grabe. Nagwala dito si Ram, nagwala si Ǧ.MERO.
Yeah. Great stuff, man. I really want to allow dito si Ǧ.MERO no, na just so consistently able to get 1 or 2 frags just anchoring on the A site. Talagang ayaw makapasok yung XGov dito. And because of that, the result was that ex-governors were kind of spamming B towards the end nitong second half. And they really could not last any longer than maybe 10-15 seconds once na nag-decide yung EKISQUAD kung saan sila pupunta. No?
Very grabe, man. EKISQUAD, there are a bit of doubts galing nga sa kanila dito. Considering na ayun nga, no, especially what happened dito sa first map natin. It was just a crumbling on the second half, but now this time, EKISQUAD, kind of returned to form, and it didn't crumble on the second half this time. Wala nang tilting. It was a lot more stable. And some individuals stepping up to the plate as well, especially para kay Owen King, no? Despite what his score suggests right now, he was key in some of these rounds na nakikita natin, or some of these wins na nakikita natin on the side of EKISQUAD. But once again, we cannot ignore yung performance nga dito ni ㍍Mero and dito ni Ram, posting up 21 and 18 dito sa ating labanan. And especially those two, ever since they started popping off, no? Parang nag-iba na yung ihip ng hangin dito sa ating series.
It really didn't matter what you were throwing at them, whether it was a flash or a smoke. Parang basadong-basado ng EKISQUAD kung paano sila kukuha ng space. That's just how consistent it was moving into the end. As you could see, the last 3 rounds were a non-stop bludgeoning galing sa EKISQUAD para tapusin yung new compound natin. And now, ex-governors, whatever confidence there was back on Angara is now going to be reset back to 0. Both squads are going to have to keep their heads on straight as we make our way towards sub-base mamaya. But if you look at the numbers, man, even SDL, sinabi natin sobrang impactful na player back on Angara, could only squeak forward with a 1.0 KD. It's all over the place for ex-governors here.
Yeah, and then Hangshu tried his darndest, no, para maipalik yung game na to, pabalik sa kamay nga ng ex-governors. But ever since that second half turnaround, para dito sa EKISQUAD, and they got the wins on the duels that they needed to win. The confidence was kind of skyrocketed from there. And yeah, the headshots per kill, pretty good as well. Para dito sa EKIS, 0.67 para dito kay ㍍Mero, and 0.52 para dito kay Ram. Set MVP natin is gonna be quietly contested, no, dito sa dalawang players natin, but it is, of course, gonna be Ram.
Yeah, numbers in his favor, man. 2.33 on the KD, 1.3 kill per round, and the 0.52 on the headshot per kill. Silang dalawa, no? This duo of Ram along with his compadre na si JJF. Silang dalawa alone were an unstoppable force. Not to mention the rest of the team really stepping up towards the end of this map na kinailangan ng talaga nila is come back to that consistency, reset, and start to function more as a squad as compared to that falling out that we saw back on Angara. So hopefully that means that they're going to be heading into sub-base with a renewed outlook on life para tapusin yun. With that being said, they're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. We'll see you guys after this one para tapusin ang ating huling serye para sa ating gabi. Isang mapa na lang ang nalalabay para sa ating huling serye ng araw na to, men. Sub-base tayo makikita. Ex-Governors versus EKISQUAD, a much closer affair than we would have expected. But I feel like EKISQUAD have finally warmed up. So this last one should be a banger.
Ayun nga, and we've obviously seen strengths from both sides, no? Even on new compound, you would say na there was a fight galing nga dito sa ex-governors in that first half, but when it came to that second half, yun nga, dalawang rounds yun lang, 2 or 3 rounds lang ang nakuha nila in that one, and obviously we needed a bit more galing nga sa kanila dito. So EKISQUAD being back in the fray definitely changes the conversation para nga dito sa sub-base, considering it's a map that is often played by the individual players, at least nga dito ng EKISQUAD, considering yung history dito ni Ram and the teams that he has been, and of course para dito kay ㍍Match with his time back in Vanguard, no? So ayun nga, it kind of seems like the experience is gonna go in the way dito ng EKIS individually. Pero I am not so sure kung yun nga, no, if it is still gonna be the same connection na makikita nga natin on those on that map number 2, where they're gonna be well coordinated, especially pagdating dito sa sub-base na teamwork is definitely essential. Yun nga, second mid control definitely needed. Machine room control, or that machine room skirmish, no, yung pwede nga natin makita mamaya, definitely could be in effect. So, ayun nga, for the side of XGov, as long as they can play it smart dito sa sub-base, they can definitely survive and even win.
Yeah, pero lipad na nga tayo dito para sa ating huling mapa sub-base. Here we go, EKISQUAD.
Wait, hold on. Check the VAR. Check the VAR. Check the VAR. We're checking the VAR. There we go.
We're back. No DR tayo for first round. JJF made his way out through here. Magtitingin sa may woods, and he already catches Hanshu early in the round. Sabi nga natin kanina si main character Hanshu, kind of saving the rounds back on new compound. Should not be allowed to do the same thing here on sub-base. OB making up for absolutely nothing. Gives away his life for free. Ngayon, tatlo na rin yung kailangan malagpasan ng EKISQUAD para makapasok ng mga site dito. Or in STL is alone. Has to hold on to Luwag with absolutely no help at all. And Ram as well. We got two different extremities of the map being thrown with utilities from EKISQUAD. They have yet to regroup and decide kung saan sila pupunta. But by the looks of it, I think they do want to go more towards the A side of our... Never mind. Hindi nga yata to.
Wait, DLR, you send this.
Oh!
Yan ang sinasabi ko, pare. The USP with the HK, a dangerous combination. But Jessa now with an APR. Not a sniper this time, but he's dealing damage dito kay Carl. DLR will get a kill in return, but ㍍Match with a double kill on his own, turning it into a 1 versus 1. HC right on the money. Nasan si STL? The nade into the bullet to the chest combo. And it will be a 1-0 EKISQUAD. It's a bit of a scramble, pero na-survive naman nila, pare.
Yeah. Well predicted here. No, galing sa kanila. They like it. They maintained so much pressure on both sides for such a long stretch of time. The ex-governors, they were just divided up until the actual side take. DLR spotted here. Owen King catches him. Now an opener for EKISQUAD has been found. So far forward, STL was looking absolutely nowhere. And look at the amount of real estate that EKISQUAD is able to unlock just because of that movement on this map. OB last man standing. The 1v4 like this should not be long for this world, knowing na ang daming paparating na tauhan sa may likuran niya. No choice but to push forward. Catches Carl to eliminate him, but the rest of the team, wala na siyang kaalam-alam kung saan napunta itong EKISQUAD.
Yeah, ex-governors. Obi has been pretty clutch with his situations, pero yung problema nga lang dito, this is now the map of sub-base, one of the hardest maps to clutch on, especially as an individual, especially going into the A side para with two players staring at you. Galing dito CR, Ram now spotted in the smoke. OB will not be checking his left, and ㍍Match will be going down. It is going to be a dead round, as is obvious na wala isang player dito na XGov, so it will, it's a dead round game.
Yep. It do be like that, no? Hey, at least it wasn't on the first round.
For sure.
We got two
made
rounds
it to round
in.
3.
Yes, sir. But yeah, I mean, EKISQUAD here, I feel like they have a better feel of the map, no? The individual players here. I mean, how the hell do you let JGF get so far up through second mid na SDL was just looking the wrong way? He was so intent on anyone who was crossing through woods na hindi niya talaga in-expect na may tao sa may ilalim niya lang. But that now goes to show na yung protocols, yung setup na meron yung ex-governor series kind of debatable whether or not it's going to be effective enough to kind of shield the individual plays out of EKISQUAD. Because if we're being honest, no, that round in particular on the macro side of things, it didn't really show stellar macro. It just said it was literally just around okay, you do your thing, I'll do my thing, and it just worked out.
Ayun nga, no? It's a typical style na makikita nga natin, no? Galing nga dito sa EKISQUAD at the very least, where yun nga, whoever just makes the best play at the beginning of the round, or at least the best play to enter a site, doon na lang talaga sila papasok dito. And it really does fit itong mapa ng sub-base, because one of the best teams in this map, which is yun nga, STS, and the other best team in this map is also Fervin. So those are two teams na really are like, oh, you got that entry frag, oh, tara, pasok na natin yan 100%. We can just execute into it, or maybe we can play around that. And that really has to be the trap na kailangan i-avoid nga dito ng ex-governors, where one person gets picked off and then you start to overcommit sa isang side ng mapa. So really have to keep things balanced and keep that second mid open, no, para nga sa inyo, kasi yun talaga yung pinaka-importanting spot sa buong mapa if you wanna rotate in between the sites.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance here that can be missed by ordinary players when it comes to sub-base. No, na, like you said, on a surface level, it's pretty simple. Get a flag, push in, and fully commit, but you need to be able to dot your I's and cross your T's, no, para hindi ka makuha ng mid side take na bigla kayong maluluto ng kalaban niyo sa sarili niyong mantika, no, when it comes to sub-base. Especially, the amount of openings that are available, no. If you can go through passage, you can go through vents. It's just that there's, like I said, it's just too much nuance when it comes to this map.
Papaisip nga ako ngayon. I'm like, what can be the optimal defense would be para nga dito sa XGOVERN? Honestly, I would put Jessan in either CR vents or dito sa A site, and just kind of have the rest of the team figure it out. No? I would want to see a second sniper. Just, malay mo, diba? It can kind of bring down the offense a bit para dito sa EKISQUAD. It would kind of disincentivize them to go for hard pushes, especially sa simula, especially in places like LR, and especially in places like Passage and second mid as well. So siguro, I just want to see the important extremities dito na mapa natin, no? A lot more held down galing nga dito sa XGOV. Pero I also want to see that occasional gamble, no? Galing nga sa kanila dito, maybe the occasional MR push, maybe may magagaling din dito sa Passage. No? There's a lot of things that you have to do in this very unique map of sub-base, pare.
Yeah, that is true, no. You need to have a little healthy mix of strats to make sure na meron ka laging plausible deniability. Not make it too obvious when you do want to go onto the B set or onto A. But I do think na you're definitely cooking here. Na usually would see one person fully commit to the A site and then everyone else more towards mid and B, which is not necessarily what we did get to see kanina in the first couple of rounds from ex-governors. No? There's also the point that has to be made as well, that ex-governors didn't really try and explore forward here, and kind of just gave away that map control with every taking second. The EKISQUAD could just take and take and take without really being contested by ex-governors here when it came to actually having a good idea of or a good collection of information to decide kung saan nga ba sila mag-end for those first two rounds.
Yeah, and a lot of factors could be at stake here, especially now na medyo mainit na rin yung EKISQUAD dito sa mapa natin, pare. And you can really expect Carl and Owen King to be very comfortable pagdating sa mapa na to. I do notice that those two especially get a lot more comfortable once we enter itong mapa na sub-base and or itong Black Widow natin because their prior experiences dito. And I would just want to see EKISQUAD doing their usual, just pushing the pace dito sa mapa natin, pare.
Yeah, really something there that has to be improved, and a lot more emphasis dito going to ex-governors when it comes to trying to check out second mid, but there's nobody here. And they check OB on the cross. Wait, he gets one, pero andyan si Ram at si DLR nagpapalitan ng pangalan ngayon sa ating kill feed. But EKISQUAD much more successful in their campaign to try and fill up the coffins inside of this map. 2v2, SDL last man standing again. None of the hour as it is, but the C4 has been dropped down. So meron tayong konting delay. He does not get checked.
Oh, headshot!
What? How does that happen? He's spraying for QRL, pero si Teng yung namatay. And it's just unfortunate, but hey, if you win it, you win it.
Yeah, call that a deadly coincidence, pare, na Teng just so happened to be standing where his crosshair went, and it was a headshot. That's the power of the EBR for you. I'm not lying if I said that that is not a laser beam, pare. And OB gonna take advantage of it. Yun nga, be temporary solace para dito sa EKISQUAD, but ex-governors with the round on the board, that means that that confidence will rise. And ito yung sinasabi ko adjustment pare, no, na ilalagay mo lang si Jason sa vents and or dito sa A site. You need to put him in a position where he can instantly cancel one of the positions here dito ng ating EKISQUAD team. Kasi EKISQUAD, they're looking for any and every opportunity dito na makakuha lang na onting space.
Yeah, any kind of opening is what they need. But also, no, it's just that possibility of somebody in vents also making their way forward, hanging over your head. Kaya hindi ka talaga makapag-focus on your assigned angle, so to speak. TLR though, kind of gambling his life away here. Gives away his position a little bit too early. With that, ㍍Mero gets that first blood in our round, and the rotations will be ensuing. Kaso nandito na nga yung mga utility na paparating galing sa EKISQUAD. Carl wants to see if he can cut off any rotation from ex-governors before they fully commit to this. They are taking their time. Because of that, no, meron na naman tayong second thoughts. You can see Jason actually letting go of the angles here, dividing their attention between passage, between second mid as well. Where do they want to go? Where do they want to end? It's a question. Obi na push forward. Hindi siya in-expect ni JJF. But the rest of EKISQUAD now will be gathering their forces, making their way forward. Jason nakatingin. They're fully intent, looking the wrong way. But the circle around, galing kay Owen King gets the second, leaving now STL all on his lonesome. Dang, gets that C4 down now. Along with Ram, the double swing. Does he check?
Yes, play the heady angle.
Can STL find it? They're separated. First angle, found the spray down, not there! And again, another round for EKISQUAD is secured.
Yun nga, ex-governors towing dangerous territory dito sa mapa natin, pare, with EKISQUAD now starting to kinda mount up pagdating sa kanilang confidence, and now you can see EKISQUAD now starting to peak more dangerous angles dito sa mapa natin, and ex-governors, they're starting to tuck in, which is gonna be a fine reaction, no, pare. If they can just get a cheeky pick in, pwede pa yan, pare, pero tignan mo naman yung EKISQUAD, nangungulit talaga kahit saan, and they end up with 2 low HP players.
A little awkward for them, but hey, for ex-governors, that kind of chip damage could make a huge difference when it comes to this the late round, no? Oops! Hindi ka na, but that's information as well being granted. Carl maintaining now the possibility of somebody inside the vents will further sow the doubts here para sa ex-governors on their defensive positions. The problem is, everyone's so low. A well-placed HE will be able to convert Carl, Owen King, and Teng in a matter of seconds. But with the singular Jason here inside of Luwag, nag-aantay para mag-push itong EKISQUAD sa A. If we can get at least one, maybe even two, things would be much more simple. Pero ito na nga, Owen King waiting for the call. And EKISQUAD want to go all in.
Oh! Collateral para dito kay Jason. Hangshu gets ㍍Mero on the CR chase as well. Pero Jason gusto pang dumalawa, pero hanggang dalawa na lang ang makukuha na doon. And Hangshu will be getting the quick reply dito kay Teng. Ram, the last one left alive. This kid is capable, but he is surrounded ng players dito ng XGov. And what an opening. And this is what I was talking about, man. Just keep the homie Jason in CR and or shotter and or fenceman. Gucci yan. And yan yung pwede mangyari.
Yeah. Let him focus. One singular goal. At yun na nga, no? Di nakatawid si ㍍Mero. No opener now. JJF being one of the more important resources dito para sa EKISQUAD as these rounds move on. QRL with the wall bangs, not able to convert STL. Hoping that he can get it. Yes, STL is gone. That leaves Hanshu alone to try and hold on to this. Carl traded out Jason, pushing forward. I think nakita yata siya dito. Ram turned away. He gets one. But Teng for that trade. We got a 2v3 on our hands. Ex-governors squarely with the advantage in.
Initial wood fight didn't work out. Teng trying to send it on the timing para ma-distract yung mga players natin on the side of XGov to go on the A side of the map. I wish he would throw a nade or two, pare, to create a bit of attention on his side. But then he has made his way to Missile.
Yo.
Potentially making his way papunta dito kay Hangshu. But Hangshu, right
Wait.
place, right time para sa kanya. Good
Ay!
repick. Pero nakaltukan nga dito si Hangshu. And there's information na may low HP player na naandito sa loob ng CR. Hindi pa gumagalaw yung mga players dito ng XGOV. But they're now starting to get suspicious na masyadong tahimik dito yung LR. But the ex-governors, they're playing it by the book. They are playing it as safe as possible. And Owen King, I think he's gonna go for the re-clear dito sa CR muna bago siya mag-plant sa harap dito ng missile so he can gain that vision.
Oh, he's still going?
I think he's gonna stop here. Wait a few seconds.
Waiting for rotation to happen, man. It's way too quiet. Ex-Governor is definitely gonna be getting antsy with every second that passes. They have to just keep checking. There's no choice. But I do like this approach, no? It's a 3v1. Why sacrifice your numbers?
Whoa!
Sancho's down.
I think that's
Yun
fine.
nga
That's
lang, he's the only low guy, though. That's the thing about it. DLR and OB. Fully healthy here. Owen King's gonna have to fully commit to this hold.
That's a bit skewed. Oh,
Flash.
you're gonna have to defend it from there, brother.
Oh!
Whoa! Owen King!
It's possible.
Wait a minute!
Oh!
USP with the 3K. Owen King left without the king. Even though his score was questionable nung map number 1 at 2, but he comes back in map number 3. And just like what I said, they become really good pag sub-base, but Ram maybe not getting the memo that we needed to slow down dun sa round na yun.
Yeah. An opener now. Dang. And Carl. Let's push forward again, no? Just if he can get this, then things are gonna start falling apart for EKISQUAD. Saan ka nakatingin, Carl? Fully intent on the CR experience. Granted, wala pa naman silang kahit anong control of the map with every passing frag na makuha dito ng ex-governors. EKISQUAD are just gonna have to rely more and more on the highlight plays from these players. Staying, taking steps to equalize the manpower on both of our squads here. I like currently the position ito ni JJF. If any kind of rotation happens, pwede siya makahuli ng tao sa CR. Laking laso nun para sa ex-governors, but they're really taking their time. JJF, Teng. Pwede si Owen King na medyo hindi pa nag-activate sa MR, no? Waiting for the active push. JJF to drop down. They don't know he's here. He comes in from behind. Hanshu caught unawares. His pants down. And he's just going and going. OB is down. 2v3. EKISQUAD getting sprayed down from SDL as well. Kakailan. Akala mo may space na nga sila. Things are turning on their head once more. Owen King and Teng. Sniper versus sniper. Ito na naman. Jason. Saan ka nakatingin? Teng! How is this so awkward, man? They're playing Ring Around the Rosie.
What?
Naubos yung bala ng USP, but Teng still gets it. 5 rounds for EKISQUAD on a thread.
That's the third 1 versus 1 na naipanalo nila, pare. And Teng going absolutely unreal dito sa papa natin, men. And it seems like he might have a bit of Cebuano in him with the way that he is playing itong sub-base natin, pare. And oh my goodness me.
Oops.
Teng, good spot. Sana kung makuha dito si Jason, but STL, that is a very thin angle. Very punishable as well with an EBR. But they are trying to get him off of that spot, and finally nawala dito si STL. What's the reaction here para sa XGOV? They really need a person in shotter immediately. And yeah, they need to decide which side of the map yung prioritize nila.
Where do you want to end the question? Yung kapal ng F dito. Can't be crossing out through woods knowing na ganyan karaming tao from ex-governors. As you can see right now, medyo separated itong ex-governors natin. With OB, more intent on passage, pati si DLR and Jason, no? No cross has been made. 3F held, JJF again waiting for some sort of exploration galing sa ex-governors. One exploration that is never to come kasi wala talaga silang interest on vent in particular. And now Jason has to be able to absorb the pressure. The 4-man push coming in from EKISQUAD here on A. Once the utilities start popping in the air, Jason's life is in danger.
Oh, there it is. Pops on the A side. Oh my goodness, Ram. Nakita agad si Jason dito sa CR. That's absolutely insane. DLR on the Lubak side,
B.
but he does get spotted immediately. But look at DLR, still well alive, going back into woods. Owen King just going crazy dito sa mapa natin. And EKISQUAD, the chains are broken. The ceiling has been broken as well. And they are 6-2 dito sa sub-base. They're on a roll.
Jason here in the opener, man, trying to pay for
Owen's
off.
gonna send it.
Surely they don't just keep going, right? But I think they will.
Yeah, Owen's on 2F, by the way.
Oh no, Ram. They don't expect Owen King. How does Jason hit that? Ex-Governors are able to activate in the last round of our half. Standing a chance here to bring us to a 6-3. Jamero's gonna have to try and clutch a 1v5. Has to get the ace out here, but can't even get one out of this round. Ex-Governors clawing back. But still, it's a long way to go as we shift into our second half here, Sneaky.
Yep, dude. Owen, honestly, you do deserve getting sniped into 2F because grabe na yung, yung timing niya eh. Yung papasok talaga dito ng LR. No one was looking at him. His teammate got fried. And honestly, it's a very nice attempt. If you hit that shot on Jessa, no, you might not know what was gonna happen dito sa loob ng B-site natin. Pero, ayun nga, obviously, still quite an equal battle in between yung dalawang teams natin. You know, despite the scoreline that we are witnessing at the moment, no, I still believe that XGov can definitely bring it back dito sa ating second half. Pero EKISQUAD, you cannot really ignore that the entire team is now on a roll dito sa ating labanan. And with Teng hitting his shots, Owen King now popping off. He's not on negative KD anymore. Yeah. So, itong si Carl as well, he's now starting to be... He's actually just flashing itong si Owen King paloob, which I think is the right role para sa kanya as he wants the support frags instead of, just running on in with Owen King dito pare. So, interesting game so far para sa Ekis. They are proving that, sometimes you can just run through a team pare.
Yeah. And it is working, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now that we're switching over to the sides, GR naman yung kailangan hawakan dito ng EKISQUAD. They need to be a little bit more solid this time around. But I feel like, Teng should be able to, at the very least, become a feared subject when it comes to trying to take that space inside of B. Kung may nakabantay man, no, na may tatawid ng woods, or you could be waiting in shutter as well. Because when we talked about kanina, itong vents plays na ginagawa ni Jamero for the last, I think, 3 or 4 rounds from EKISQUAD is not even activating every round, no? That it's perfect conditioning coming in from EKISQUAD for that one. And I think Vents was largely an ignored quantity, an ignored area of sub-base for the most part, no, if you were to observe yung galawan ng ex-governors.
Ayun nga. And with ex-governors kind of trying to file back dito nga sa mapa natin. And I feel like, pagdating naman sa Opensa, they can have a bit more freedom dito nga sa ating mapa. And I feel like, EKISQUAD now, in a better position siguro, or in a worse position rather, pagdating at least dito sa side sa mapa natin. I feel like, baka sila pa yung mag-overextend dito sa ating mga rounds. And even then, there is still that one chance that Ram just hits a random headshot or Owen King just hits a random 2K and, the entire round can be over. So, it really is a fine line between going hard dito sa mga sites natin, pare, but at the same time, not getting caught in between a very awkward timings outside or dito sa may outer natin, pare.
I mean, that is the thing, if you don't get caught, you're a genius. But if you do, then you're just every other player in the game when it comes to sub-base, no? So, kailangan talaga magkaroon ng consistency. I feel like there is the support system now for ex-governors has to be there para ma-replicate nila the success that we saw out of EKISQUAD here in our first half. I mean, the utility is well placed. Yung mga lineups galing sa kanila, a lot of the smokes were very important to kind of slice the longer angles here on sub-base. We need to see a little bit more of that to make ex-governors campaign of trying to catch up to EKISQUAD much more possible.
Nezzy, ex-governors only 3 points down dito sa labanan natin, pare. EKISQUAD with the advantage of 3 points. Pero ex-governors nandito na sa ating BL side. And if I'm judging right, they are trying to go for that second mid control, just like what I said. Very sought after. Pero ̍Mero, nakita agad si OB. He was trying to slide on the right side angle dito sa may pintuan natin. Pero the wallbang arrives at the right time.
Yeah, positioning for EKISQUAD, no? They got everything covered. Passage covered, LR covered. Without any supporting utility. Feel like EKISQUAD right now, the way ex-governors rather, the way that they're scattered across the map is not gonna be to their advantage. Commitment on B, DLR, the entry onto Ram. But now they've pulled Teng's attention. Di niya na alam kung saan titingin. At nakalusot na nga si Hanshu. Is already making his way towards 2F. But he is expected. Calling out for the teammates here. Jessan, DLR, SDL trying to stabilize inside of the B site here as they continue to trudge forward. Teng gets taken down and Owen King rotates a little bit too early as well. But now Jessan and SDL bleeding at the hip. Si Jessan na lang natitira. Does he still have it? He needs to get 2 perfect shots. DJF inside the site, playing around the missiles. C4 out of reach as well para kay Tito mo Jessan. I don't think they're gonna be expecting this. But they do back off. It's much safer here with the positioning they have right now. QRL wants to investigate kung Jessan, if he takes the long route. Wow! Utikan namin. It was almost there, but unfortunately, the timing on the on-scope para kay Jessan was awkward. Now, EKISQUAD, 7.
This is what it is, man. You know, you're trying to go for a crouch pre-aim dito sa passage, and then it just so happens na the guy arrives 1 second right after. Pero Owen King not waiting at all for that first headshot dito kay DLR. Owen King will get another one on Hangshu. He's just collecting souls dito sa machine room, and ito yung sinasabi ko, you really have to be careful about these gambles na ginagawa ng EKISQUAD when it comes to the machine room specifically. And here comes the A-side take para sa XGO, pero si Teng nakabantay sa dulo ng missile, unaffected by the flash. Here comes the nade. SDL will get blown up on the metal box. Si Jessan na lang natitira, and he's now surrounded by EKIS players. No one King now spotting. Ram is jumping, and Jessan will be falling to his doom. 8-3. EKISQUAD, okay, yeah. I mean, this is exactly why you pick sub-base map 3.
Yeah. The layers and layers here of the defense from EKISQUAD making it much more interesting. Pero ito na nga suntukan sa MR yata. You see absolutely nobody here. Nakikita sa parking lot, but look at the space from SDL. He's made his way all the way sa likuran ni Ram. Backstab with the rest of the team behind him. Buti na nandyan si JJF. But now, kill after kill for both of our squads. Susuntukan na lang sila dito. The C4 will get planted on the B site, but look at that. Sobrang aware ni Jessan na may possible flank galing kay Carl. Flash out, Jessan still hits him. It does not matter if you have the flash, and it's all up to Teng. EBR in his hand, and the smoke's really thick on his face. On the side, that's where he really wants to go. He's OB, that's not where Hanshu is, and they're just popping up on all corners. Ex-governors denying the series point para sa EKISQUAD.
Yun nga. EKISQUAD still trying and vying para dito sa map point natin, pero ex-governors, they're gonna make sure that they're gonna fight for it as much as possible. Double nade on the outer side. Already, bawas na nga dito si OB. Ex-governors looking for that early damage, but they get damaged instead. Not much presence dito sa shotter, no? Instead, they double up dito sa CR. And Teng will be deciding to go the vents route for the sniper. So there's 4 active players. And ̍Mero will try itong second mid control.
Seem to be working, at least for now. No, medyo deny nila yung attempted push from ex-governors. There's just nobody here. DLR also. Or the possibility of somebody pushing out through vents. Do they commit? JJF around the corner?
Ito yung paa. Ano ba yan, Jessan? You know, sometimes your leg just sticks out just a bit too far pag nakaka-crouch ka pare. And it just so happens to be one of those times. And honestly, just unlucky. Galing nga dito kay Jessan pare, but it is what it is. Game still goes on. Whether or not you die or live in this situation. Pero EKISQUAD still Ducked into the site. Not much help para dito kay Ram on 2F. Still gets massive damage.
How is
Dito
he
kay
still
DLR
alive?
and even a kill dito kay STL. DLR finally finished off its own si Owen King. And Teng just slips in from vents into passage just as expected. And Obi the last one left alive. And here comes Carl with the USP. Distracted pero lalaban pa si Obi. Is it another clutch from the most clutch player? But Carl gets it with the HK417 tapping away. 9-4, EKISQUAD looking to close out the series.
Just one more round to go here for EKISQUAD, pare, and they will further their campaign into the playoffs. These governors start to get desperate here. Amount of smokes. They still choose to fully push out through it. Hanshu does get Carl, but Owen King, again, the layers of defense from EKISQUAD activating at the perfect times, denying the space from ex-governors. Now they're being corralled into a corner. Jessa and DLR huli na nga kung saan sila pupunta. ̍Mero, good for one. Jessa, last man standing, not long for this world. EKISQUAD secure the 2-1.
There it is, EKISQUAD confirming finally the 2-1. It got a bit scary dito sa map number 1 natin, pare. Pero pagdating naman natin dito sa new compound and sa ating sub-base, the story changes para dito sa Eki. So big congratulations para sa kanila. They now move up to a 5-2 record dito sa ating group stage. And para naman dito sa ex-governors, they are now 3-3. What was supposed to be yung record nga dito ng ating JYB squad if they won yung kanilang series, or they did win their series. Ayun nga, I'm sure.
They did
Never
not,
mind.
yeah.
They did not win the series. Pero yun nga, big congratulations dito sa EKISQUAD, but at the same time, there is still a chance. There is still a chance. There is still a shot para nga dito sa ex-governors na makapasok, pare. But they have to beat AG. It's a team that is in a similar vein to EKISQUAD. We saw it in the series kanina, pare. We saw it in the series. We know, Alliance gets a bit cheeky dito sa laruan, similar dito sa Ekis, and they're gonna have to run back what they did dito sa map number 1 and study what they messed up on dito sa map number 2 and 3. So still big props dito sa ex-governors, no? They actually showed some really big fight dito sa ating labanan, and para sa Ekis, ayun nga, no? Y'all are too good at just monkeying around, pare.
It is what sub-base is. No, but you can see, no, in these highlights, it's just the individuality of these players, man. Si Carl, si JJF, man, how many times have we seen multi-kills from these players? Si Teng as well, just the utility of having the TRG constantly hit them in the face. It's just too good. The individuality is all they really needed. Kasi, for being honest, it's just how sub-base works.
Yep, and with the continuous denial dito na second mid, a whole lot of fights going on dito sa MR, and as soon as we saw the GR side start, no, nakita na natin na, nagpo-forward na dito Ekis, honestly, Owen was just pushing everything and anything dito sa mapa natin, and as the designated ally / headshotter dito ng ating EKISQUAD, I feel like he did a fine job dito sa mapa natin, but big credits dito kay Carl, who stepped up big dito sa mapa natin, but also to ̍Mero and Teng. Teng especially, napakalaki ng pinagkaiba na nakita natin galing sa kanya. Maybe it is him kinda, getting off of the sniper from time to time, but he was hitting his shots on the sniper as well. Pero titignan natin the statistics. Teng with a 1.75 KD with a 1 kill per round. ̍Mero on the same vein as well with a 1.14 naman ang kanyang KR. Owen King 0.77 headshots per kill, and that's what I'm talking about, man. When Owen King is on, he can definitely be on, pare.
Yeah, I mean, EKISQUAD really, this was a team effort, no? Not necessarily in the macro way, but it's just that everyone was doing their job. Kung ano yung toka sa'yo, kaya mong hawakan, and that's how simple it really was, if we're talking about how sub-base played out for these two squads, and ex-governors could really not get past it. No? Owen King, JJF, pati si Teng. It doesn't matter where you went kasi there was definitely at least one of these players waiting for you to show your face. And as soon as you did, you would get shot out of the server.
And then still props to Chesan for still posting up a 1 KD with a 1 kill per round at the very least, and Hangshu for a good show of clips sa nakita ka natin kanina, no? Pero EKISQUAD at the end of the day, they are still the strongest team in the server at this current moment. A lot of people or a lot of players can be set up for the set MVP dito, para ̍Mero, honestly, really big impact para sa kanya. Teng also has his case as well, pero underrated would be itong si Owen King, pare. Pero of course, we're gonna have our set MVP, and it is gonna be Mr.
Another.
Ĝ.MACH, it is gonna be him. 1.78 KD, 1.14 kills per round, 0.56 headshots per kill, and a plus minus of 7, pare. So, he's been playing good.
Yeah. I mean, nakita naman natin yung impact niya no, back on new compound and even now in sub-base. Whether that was monkeying around in vents or just holding onto the A site, ㍬Mero was there constantly holding on for dear life, either able to get the multi-kills and stop the take altogether or delay it enough para makarating yung rotations from the rest of EKISQUAD and close out these rounds. It's just these players that are able to give impact that really convert a team that is good individually into a team that has solid protocols. No?
Yun nga, no? And with this win, para nga dito kay EKISQUAD, this is gonna mark them a lot higher dito sa standings and is gonna make their case for the third and second seed a lot stronger nga para sa kanila dito. And we're gonna see the match result. Ankara was a bit of a disaster dito sa second half. I feel like they kind of just tilted off the face of the earth, but with a bit of a mental reset dito sa new compound and sa sub-base, they got their way once again. So EKISQUAD expectations are still high para sa kanila papasok ng ating playoff. So, you know, they better keep the level up para sa kanila.
Yeah. It is one of the challenges dito para sa EKISQUAD na I feel like they're not necessarily the most consistent team as you could see out of this result na nakuha natin. But they definitely have a high ceiling. It just now will become a matter of raising the floor as we continue our way through the last day na mangyayari bukas, no? For our group stages here in Impact. But hey, congratulations to EKISQUAD. Savor the win now because they will be needing that as they continue their campaign to try and get the best placing they can here in summer.
And as governors, there is still a shot para sa kanila dito, but they only have to beat Alliance Gaming, also one of our contenders para dito sa ating playoffs, and it is gonna be a big challenge para sa kanila. But of course, it's your last series. It's your last chance para makapasok dito sa playoffs. Might as well either go out with a bang or at least go out swinging, or malay mo, diba? You can maybe slip onto Moment's position and kind of catch them off guard and kind of bounce Chris out of playoffs, which would be heartbreaking, no, para sa mga fans dito na Moment, but that is what XGov is looking for para dito sa ating labanan. So, yeah, big congratulations to EKISQUAD once again, and yun nga, I feel like they're on a good path papuntang playoffs. Just a bit of tweaking, pare.
Yeah, just a little bit, but a lot of work has to be done in the next couple of days. Even if they make it into playoffs, no, the short break that we have should be, I think, 3 or 4 days before we proceed into playoffs is one that could make or break that campaign to try and take the title here para sa ating summer in Impact. Pero yun nga, no, we got quite a few shake-ups in terms of our rankings today. I feel like when we do take an actual look at the rankings later on, things will get much more clear, or maybe the waters have become a little bit more muddy pagkatapos nung our second series in particular, no, where JYB was able to take down ALG.
Yeah, and if we can see that weakness, no, galing dito sa ALG, I feel like definitely na ex-governors may be the type of team that can exploit that kind of thing, especially knowing what happened dito sa Ankara map natin, pare. So ayun nga, big props to the homies, in all honesty, and I hope to see that kind of performance once again nga nung papasok ng ating playoffs. But ayun nga, in other news, have we had our set MVP, or rather match MVP yet? Ayun nga, match MVP pare, we kind of forgot about that. We've been yapping away dito sa ating labanan. Pero match MVP, drum roll, it is gonna be ㍬Mero. I was thinking Ramos gonna be having a good case, but I feel like he kinda, is the bed nung map number 1 natin, pare. So, 1.44 KD, 1.14 kills per round, 0.54 headshots per kill, and plus minus 5 para dito kay ㍬Mero. Once you have it, you never really lose it. The man has been here for quite a while now, pare, no? So, he knows his way around the rifle.
Yeah, that is the veterancy out of ㍬Mero dito. Close out. Congratulations sa kanila, and congratulations to EKISQUAD for that reverse sweep that we just got. No, got way too spicy itong ex-governors, but there's definitely hope for both of these squads moving forward into the last day, which will be happening tomorrow, as we said kanina. But yun nga, no, I'm curious to see what our rankings will end up being after everything is after the dust is settled. No, kasi yun nga, luckily for EKISQUAD, they will be retaining their spot. There is just too many factors, no? Set differentials, round differentials between our squads na only the Lops will have a real answer to once na lumabas yung numbers natin mamaya.
Ayun nga, man, it is gonna establish the hierarchy, no? Kung ano mang mangyayari na meron tayo bukas dito. Of course, I feel like with SGJ getting a cheeky default dito pare for the day, they are gonna still be hovering around itong first place natin with possibly 11-3 ang kanilang map score. And para naman dito sa baka ibang teams natin, I feel like, you know, it definitely moved up, especially para dito kay Ekis. And yun nga, no, I was hoping for, you know, something galing dito sa JYB pare, but yeah, unfortunately, I feel like that dream is kind of dead unless another team goes 3-4. Pero just like what I said, man, there's only 4 spots in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Sobrang daming mga kailangan mangyari for you to line up, you know, the stars to secure that. Pero yun nga, no, huge shout out to all the players today. Shout out kay Marbong in particular, no, sa ating mga viewers dyan. But we got quite a lot of action today. And if I'm not mistaken, we have 2 more matches tomorrow to wrap up yung group stages natin, if my math is correct.
Yes, there's I think last day na the group stage tomorrow. Once again, big shout out dito kay Boss Marbong on the scene. And ayun nga, with the last day dito ng Impact, no, and then the last day of the tournament possibly very very soon dito sa ating labanan pare. You know Impact has been through quite a long journey. Nakadaan na tayo ng spring, nakadaan na tayo ng summer dito, and of course with our recent winners, no, ng ating Impact, or not so recent winners dito ng ating Impact Execration now being sent to international, no? Malay mo, diba? One of these teams, you know, SGJ, EKIS, Alliance, Moment, ex-governors, you know, maybe even JYB, HazMatz at JY, pare. Malay mo, men, sila makaabot ang ating, sa ating lipad kung saan man, wherever EWC or wherever CFS will take them, pare. But this is the standings. Of course, SGJ is still gonna be in first place, gonna have that big boost because of yun nga yung kanilang default na nangyari kanina. EKISQUAD moving up to second place, Alliance getting demoted to third, and Moment still sitting pretty dito sa ating fourth spot pare. And the fact that Moment has no chance, na wala silang control, men, sa kanilang destiny ngayon, kasi dyan na lang talaga ang kanilang placing dito. You can only play 7 matches and they have played all 7 matches dito pare. So kung manalo yung ex-governors bukas and kung manalo sila handedly, they still have a shot to kind of knock them down. But Alliance, yun nga, no, parang kailangan mo ng kaibiganin ni Chris itong si Boss Cedric Fernandez dito pare, para sabihin na, boss, galingan nyo po bukas para makapasok kami ng playoffs. And ex-governors naman, yun nga, best of luck nga sa kanila dito pare.
Yep, a lot of spice that's gonna be going on tomorrow para sa ating last 2 matches to round out our standings. But yun nga, EKISQUAD, Moment, mukhang set in stone na nga yung kalagayan nila dito. But, man, this is really where it all comes down to. Para yung mga match-ups natin tomorrow to really decide kung sino nga ba talaga ang huling 4 na magpapakita sa ating playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow there will be much more action. That being said, yung match-up natin tomorrow will be SGJ versus JY Bacolod. I feel like this is gonna be a hard one for JY, man, knowing na kailangan nila maka-qualify. But ex-governors and Alliance Gaming also, a lot of teams hanging in the balance because of these last 2 matches.
Yeah, and this is gonna be, you know, I wouldn't say formality para nga dito sa JY, but yun nga, there's that very, very dark shot na makakapasok nga sila dito. Pero para naman sa ex-governors, this is life or death para nga sa kanila, men, for this next matchup. So, best of luck sa lahat ng mga teams natin na makakaabot bukas. And I appreciate lahat ng mga teams playing at full capacity dito in our Impact tournament. No? It is for the sake of improvement, and it is for the future of yun nga, no, the future of CROSSFIRE. You know, half of our players at this point dun sa Masters are Impact players, and malay mo, diba, they could be up next, or they could be the whole team there. Once again, pare, big shout out lang dito, boss, kay Boss Marbong, ang LeBron James ng drone. Pero yun na lang yung shout out ko as of now. Yun pala, shout out to, you know, Sunday Shrooms Clothing as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. ㍍Suave, you got any parting words, pare?
Yeah, syempre, we've got to get a shout out to everyone out there sa TNC Production, TNC Events, Smilegate Entertainment, kay Sir Alex, kay Boss Mark, our co-talents, no? Mochi, Daydom, Bipolar, Ramon, Emelo, and of course kaming dalawa ni Sneaky. I'm forgetting anybody, then malaking kasalanan yon. Our community
wait.
as well. And wait.
Happy birthday kay Bipolar.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
pala,
it's
it's
his
his birthday
birthday.
today.
It's his
Happy
birthday
birthday to
today.
Bipolar.
Yan.
Happy birthday to the
kay Bipolar.
screamer ng CFS PH, and
The most insane
I
screamer.
hope you have a good one, pare. Nagpapahinga siya ngayon.
Yes, sir. And of course, no, family and friends of everybody here on production. And of course, to everyone in the community na lagi nagpapakita dito sa ating stream. Tune in tomorrow for our last 2 matches of Impact before we make our way into playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, we will bid you adieu and good night. Suave and Sneaky Frog out.